We're back. And now we're watching. Well, I forgot to copy the link. We're watching this. Because I wanted to watch it for the past couple of reaction streams. Because it looks interesting. Um, It's called The Lost Documentary about an impossible house. And I would assume it's called The House of Leaves, something like that. And we're watching it. But let's go with the video because it's the video is 3.5 hours. This video contains some flashing lights and discussions of topic that may be disturbing or upsetting. This includes discussion of and description of violence, mental health, suicide, essay, and substance use. This video also contains spoilers for House of Leaves, myhouse.wad footage used throughout. A full list of sources is provided in the description. This video is work of unfiction. Or a fiction at the beginning.
Sometime in the early 1990s, a battered VHS
Why are you
tape
so
began
quiet?
circulating within the University of Virginia's underground film scene. A tape which appeared to document something impossible, something quietly terrifying, that defied the very laws of Euclidean geometry. It was labeled the 5.5-minute hallway, and though the veracity of the video was always in question, nobody could
We're watching
deny
about
it was at the
Cthulhu
very
buildings.
least a compelling hoax.
Non Euclidean
due to its
geometry.
relative obscurity and existence before the ubiquity of internet archivism, the tape eventually fell into the annals of lost media urban legend, with the few who
Anus.
knew of it unsure if it really existed in the first place. Until very recently, it resurfaced.
Yep,
along
wait,
with the
chat.
entire
Forgot about the
story which
subtitles.
surrounded the tape and those who made it, and most importantly, the rest of the film this 5.5 minutes comes from. And here's the catch: it claims that all of it
Okay.
is true. Now, original copies of the 5.5
Highly
minute
doubtable,
hallway
okay.
tape are exceedingly hard to come by.
I would
locked
assume
away
it's a
in
game,
few
maybe?
private collections. But with a little digging, I was able to find a fairly intact copy of the tape, at least the
jeez.
real meat of it, though it doesn't include the
Hello,
full content.
Hannah.
Excuse the resolution. Most of these clips that you can find are re-uploads from the early internet of 144p. It's not the best
Jesus.
quality.
What do you mean it's not the best quality? It barely exists. Oh no, 40p is like no. Look at it. I can smell the pixels. They don't smell good. They smell like pixels. I am not entirely sure what I'm looking for, but it looked like a house. I would assume he won't be able to leave from it, maybe? Or maybe it looks different from the outside? Oh, it does look different from the outside. Where is the door? There was a door here. I would assume that was the cut where the phone touched the window. That was where the cut happened. But that's well made. That's a well made effect. I like it.
As you can see, the film appears to show
Hello again, Mr.
in one
YouTuber.
continuous shot a door which leads into a dark hallway. A hallway that you not only cannot see
Not
from
really
the
a continuous
outside,
shot, but yeah.
can literally pass through. A home that is bigger on the inside than out. How is this possible? Who created this?
How is this
And more
possible with
importantly,
cuts?
If this is only one small piece of a larger whole, is there more like this? As it turns out, yes. This clip comes from a now lost documentary film.
Is that
known
a video
as
about the
The
back rooms or
Navidson
something?
Record, a film which
It looked like
documented
it.
an entire home of impossible geometry. And this was just the beginning. Crossing that dark threshold opens the film up into even stranger and more unsettling
Jesus.
things. But the actual details of this film are hard to come by. All that's left are scattered clips and screenshots. So today, using the pieces we do have access to, I'm going to piece together the events of the Navidson Record and what happened to the people inside it with a little help. There is a very detailed written account of the events of the film. An
Okay.
obscure, more than 700-page academic
Jesus.
analysis of the Navidson Record titled House of Leaves. It is enormously helpful in filling in the blanks between the degenerated VHS copies and 144p
That's so. Is that if
re-uploads.
that's an
But more than
ARG?
that,
That's a damn well made ARG. House of Leaves. Look inside. Can't leave. Ah. I would assume that's an ARG
this book
or something
too
similar to it, but it's
unravels
well
into a
made so far.
mystery all its
I mean, I
own.
know we're for
The
medicine, but
authors
still.
offer conflicting accounts of reality. They spiral into obsession over the film. But make no mistake, the story of the house is incomplete without
Jesus.
this book. And I will be spending just as much time unraveling the book's mysteries as the film
Yo, it's
itself.
the Moby Dick.
This is most definitely the most ambitious project I've embarked upon. But I have to warn you. For some,
Okay.
diving this deeply into the walls of
Ow.
that place can lead to adverse effects on the psyche.
Yes.
Those winding corridors of ash can lead you to some even darker places. This will be my final warning.
I wonder what they got inspired by. A video made by, supported by the patrons. Hell yeah. Executive producer based on the works of Johnny Truant and the works of Zampano. And a film by William Navidson, Some Annihilation. It's not some, it's some. Come on, subtitles work properly. I don't think I've watched the movie or read the book. Hello, Mint. Don't worry, we've been 6 minutes into the video. It was just introduction. Click the link and the YouTube link, I would assume. Oh, there are two new ones. We're gonna start with the short one. Murder. Okay, that looks cool as fuck, though. Okay, I like that. Mint, is that a film edited by Maxor? Cause the editing style looks like that, and I fucking love it. Yo, I just hope there is no AI usage in it. But it looks sick as hell. I don't know what I'm watching, but damn. Oh, the product doesn't have an art direction. It has an art executive commander. Yes, obviously not AI. No. I know. I'm just saying. Hopefully, because I also don't have AI, but I learned that was made by AI. Consistency is a weakness. I'm here. Oh, I've heard that song before. Oh, yeah, I've heard that song before. It's actually really good. But anyway, watching the House of, I guess, Leaves. And it's only 3.5 hours. Special thanks to someone, House of Leaves. But you can't leave.
Let's get into this, shall we?
No.
We'll jump into the Navidson record proper in a moment, but our story really begins before these clips resurfaced. At the start of the new millennium, House of Leaves was released.
Hey,
to
the
world.
2000s.
Yeah, we got a book for you. This thing is 700 pages long. It's got 8 typefaces. It's got text running off the sides. It's got poems. It's got appendices. It's got an index. It's the strangest thing we've ever seen.
Initially released in its
Okay.
early stages on the internet and eventually published as
The
a full
House of
700-page
Leaves.
book, it is weird and fascinating and almost immediately became a cult classic. A manuscript, essentially an academic essay, but it wasn't published by some university or academic institution. It was found by a man who used the pen name Johnny Truant, who then spent
Okay.
years organizing and formatting the manuscript for publishing, leaving
Whoever
pages
made
and
that
pages
damn
of
well
his own
made.
footnotes, commentary,
At least
and
so far.
stories before sending the whole thing to another set of
We'll
editors
see.
for publishing.
The rest, because we
Let's
have like
remember, at the
3.5
time of this
hours
book's
more.
release, all memory of the Navidson record was
Okay.
basically forgotten. Johnny Truant himself claiming it didn't even
And then the
exist,
internet
that
happened
it
and
was a
did its
fiction
magic.
made up by the original author, who simply went by Zampano. But with the reemergence of the film, or at least pieces of it, it brings everything into question. Are the clips we found hoaxes based on the book? Or did Zampano really see a complete copy of the film before it disappeared? Is the Navidson record a Blair Witch style fiction?
I haven't finished
or
House of
proof
Leaves.
Of the supernatural?
This video, the movie, or the book? Because I'm pretty sure. Sorry. I'm pretty sure there is a movie and a book about it. The PDF. The PDF? So the book. Ah, okay. You
For those
fished it
interested
out.
in analyzing this stuff, it's kind of like Schrodinger's found footage film. Like
You found it in
one
a
universe,
bottle.
The film doesn't exist, and in another it does, and we're living in a kind of superposition. And that's where we'll have to stay to get the full picture. Analyze this as a fiction with narrative intent, as a true story, and as something just made up by Zampano all at once. With that said, and with the help of Zampano's detailed accounts, let me tell you the story.
Oh, sorry for me yawning. I'm sleepy today. Because I was yelling for the past, well, I guess 15 to 20 minutes about which Atelier, which mint. I need to figure out how to send you a 12 gigabyte video. It's not that long, I don't know why it's 12 gigabytes. I fished it out. It's more of me and my crew who went on an adventure into the sea in search of the One Piece. Yes. But The House of Leaves, was it first a book and then a movie, or first a movie and then a book?
Of the Navidson record.
Book, okay.
From the clips and accounts written in House of Leaves, we know that the Navidson record begins rather quaintly. A family moving into a new home in the Virginia countryside. This
Yes.
isn't just any family.
Also, did you hear
We're
about the
following
video?
lives of William
House of Leaves
Navidson
movie
and
isn't
Karen
made yet.
Green,
Oh, okay.
long-term partners
Like
who at
the,
this point in 1990
Bloodborne.
had 2 kids,
I'm so
Chad
excited about
and
that movie.
Will Navidson is a fairly prolific photographer known
Ooh,
for his
sorry.
focus on the war-torn and dramatic, and Karen Green is a successful but retired Ford agency model. The story goes, and as some of the video journal entries in the film explain,
I'm fascinated by the
early on,
maze in the
Davidson's
background.
long and often unexpected
For the
work
Odysseus
trips
movie?
to the far reaches
There will be a new movie about Odysseus. Wasn't there like 3 or 4 of them? Directed by Interstellar guy. Oh, I love that guy. He's Interstellar. Sorry.
of the globe began creating a rift within
And
their
the
relationship.
Inception
And so the
guy.
film was a way for him to
Such
continue
dope
working
names.
and stay
I'm
alive.
also-
The concept
Oh, sorry. I also really like this. I guess monitor there with the maze, but it's all distracting for fuck's sake. The cool VFX guy, the Odyssey. Yes. I like that and I don't like it because it distracts me.
was a grounded but
I'ma
fairly
look the person in the
ambitious
eyes.
documentary showcasing the family's attempt to settle into domesticity in a new home. And in the beginning, that's mostly what we see. Through the lenses of personal video entries, moments captured by Navidson himself, and the many security-style cameras he set up around the house. It doesn't shy away from the tensions
Yeah.
of family life, though.
What is that
For Navidson's part,
SpongeBob emote? Is that? Oh, that's sunflower. From here it looked like the Neanderthal SpongeBob for a
his
second.
obsession with work and
Boss, what do you mean? Yeah.
Life-threatening situations created an untenable situation.
I
for
know it's a,
Karen
I
and
know it's a
children, while
sunflower.
Karen's past
It's un
affairs
chocolate.
still loom over the relationship. But this move
course
was also
not,
a way for them
Bakker.
to put all of that behind them.
Fuck you,
And so the
Edbo.
opening of the film is mostly filled with the peace and charm of a happy family.
Kids playing in the backyard, comfortable.
Where are
evenings
the
on front
kids?
porch,
Is the tree the
Davidson and
kids?
Karen bantering. Despite their issues, their affection for each other is clear. Even still, there is a mild sense of darkness that creeps in from
What
time
does
to
Horns
time.
think about it? I'm pretty sure there is an achievement for jacking off. Yeah, there is.
We learn the house they've moved into.
If you do it
which
enough
we'll
in public, the
refer to
achievement is jail.
from here on as either the house on Ash Tree Lane or simply the house, has been
The
through
house.
many previous owners, all of whom seem to stay for a year or two and leave feeling traumatized in some way. And on a personal note, Karen confides to the camera that Will has been saying the name.
Did you see my
Del-
proposition? Actually, no. Where is it? Is it in the Discord? Oh, no. Don't worry. We will be playing Devils Will Cry. My friend is a die-hard man. Sorry, couldn't resist. Die-hard fan of the games. And he will want me to play the game. He wants me to play the games. And I'm planning to play Devil May Cry. Maybe I'll start with 5 because I want to play as me. V. And I'm also gonna, I'm saying now because there are not that many people watching yet. I'm gonna put a mod where it turns V's book into My Little Pony book, and it sounds hilarious. And maybe a little, one or two more mods. That doesn't change much, but it's just weird for viewers. But I want to play as me, and then we're gonna play 3 and 4. And also, I'm pretty sure 5 is the best one, like at least visually. And then we're gonna go 5, 3, 4. And we're gonna go 5, 4, 7, 3.
Lyle in his
I mean, we can
sleep.
start with 3. I'm
There's
gonna
still
see which
that
one looks
tension.
better, and then
But
we're
the
gonna start with it.
catalyst to the horror that will soon
But that will be in the
consume their
future.
family truly begins that June when the family
'Cause they are
returns
all
from a
so
trip
long
in
games.
Seattle.
Upon their return, they find something incredible.
What do you mean the story? We all know there is no story in in Devil May Cry. It's just funny looking devil dudes making devils cry. Oh, fine. We're gonna play 3. Also send mod to fix the third person view. Thank you.
changed within their home. There is
But
a
that'll be in the
door
future because
which wasn't
them
there
games are
before.
long.
Where there was previously just a wall between the two upstairs bedrooms, there is now a small.
And also I really wanna play a horror
closet-sized
game and then
doorway
some Metroidvanias.
connecting the two. We watch with the family as they check the tapes of the security cameras, only to find
Because generally pisses people off.
founding
Damn.
reality that the last time it was activated
Is
was
it that
when the family
bad?
left the house, no door in
Yes.
sight. And the very next shot from the day of
A
their
door.
return, the door is there, like it appeared in the blink of an eye. Though they contact everyone they can think of, the police, the realtor.
Which Castlevania are you gonna play first? It's the collection, so we're gonna start with the first one. I would assume it's the first one, and then we're gonna go through the collection. Let me go to Epic and see the collection, and I'm read it in order. Let me see. I'm gonna read it in order when Epic decides to open. Hello, Epic. Would you mind Thank you. Library. And then we go not installed. Gas. There we go. Castlevania Anniversary something. HTML, that's all. Oh, I know. We're gonna play Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, Super Castlevania 4, Castlevania The Adventure, Castlevania 2, Behemoth's Revenge, Castlevania Bloodlines, Kid Dracula, never released in English before, and History of Castlevania, Book of the Crescent Moon. We're playing the collection. We're starting with the first one. We need to set up the death count. Oh yeah, meant. I want to make a video about them. Prepare your editing skills. Also, Minecraft should be, if Twitch decides to pay me, today or in the next 2 days, you should be having Minecraft soon. Because Twitch is, what do you say, preparing my payment? Something like that, it said. Because right now we have the old death counter for 9 souls. Yes, like spacing, they do. Speaking of death, in total, holy fuck, I've done 237 times.
There
Jesus.
isn't really a next steps to a new
We need to
door
reset
opening
it.
in your bedroom. And so, though unsettled, the family is forced to continue with their life.
What's very important to remember about all the information we have when it comes to the details of the Navidson record is that it's being filtered through this 700-page behemoth. So we need to pay
Behemoth.
just as much attention to the book as the events of the film itself. It's what was important from Zampano and Johnny's perspective. So what is it that they have to say near the start?
Well, in the foreword written by Johnny Truant,
About this Pokemon cultivation game. I don't know, you've mentioned it. I know about it existing. You mentioned it before, I think, as well. There are way too many games on the list, so it's somewhere on the list. I don't know where, though. Oh, yeah, it is on my wish list. I've not removed anything from the wish list.
he first tells us how he came across this manuscript
came.
in the first place.
Hmm.
It begins
Stassi
with a
Bacca.
friend of his, who he calls Lude. The two of them have led a pretty indulgent LA lifestyle, the clubs and bars of Hollywood nightlife, and lots of casual substances and hookups. So when Lude calls him up one late night in 1996 to check something out, he has little reason to think his meeting at Lude's apartment would be particularly life-changing. But
Okay.
what Lude shows Johnny is quite different. than
Oh,
his
Sumint, I
usual
just finished
antics.
the before start. Actually, almost right before starting, I finished the video about Witch Hat Atelier. It was the recording was 20 minutes, but with the pauses and stuff you need to that needs to be cut out, it's like between 12 and 15, something like that. I'm surprised how short I managed to make it. I'm getting better talking, chat. Yay! Also, for some reason, OBS made it 12 gigabytes.
One of Lude's neighbors,
Which
an
is
old
good. Could have been 100 if I was recording in 4K.
man who went by the name Zampano just recently passed away. With
Aw,
no friends
rest in
or
peace.
family to speak of, Lude was able to poke
I'm
around a little
excited
bit.
to hear, to reach the portion of the House of Leaves where we see weird magical bullshit
And
happening.
discovered three very peculiar things.
Firstly, the stray cats which Zampano was often seen feeding in the courtyard just disappeared. Next, despite supposedly dying of natural causes, a massive claw
I mean,
mark
to
was
be
found.
honest, Chad, what I heard on the internet that made me think about it. For example, if I have quarreling with someone, and I push him off a cliff, and then he stops being alive at the bottom of the cliff. Technically, it's natural causes, because gravity is natural. So, big brain moment.
Found in Zampano's floor with no discernible cause. And finally, aside from the meager knickknacks Zampano had in his apartment, he left behind this massive manuscript, the very one we're reading. Lude thinks it's the kind of thing Johnny might be into, and so Johnny indeed takes it home with him. Though he's
Okay,
initially only
is it
mildly
a spell
interested,
book?
only really
I would assume
taking
it's someone's
note of
bad
two
stuff.
peculiar things.
Firstly, the irony that the writing seems so
All this language of light, film, and photography, and he hadn't seen a thing since the mid 50s. He was blind as a bat. I need to check the book. I will not read it. I'm not big on reading books. Kind of bad for me. I can't. I just see the text and there ain't nothing in my mind. That's why I don't really like reading. But there's some books that are really
the
good.
visual language of the film, despite Zampano having been blind for the past 40-something years. But most strangely, Johnny says he can't seem to find any
Zampano's entire project is about a film which doesn't even exist. Now, you can look. I have. But no matter how long you search, you'll never find the Navidson record.
evidence that the Navidson record exists.
Oh, it's Navidson. I
coming
thought
to
it's
the conclusion
Davidson.
That it was entirely fabricated by
Okay,
Zampano.
As Johnny-
let me say, let me do the normal spiel thing. It's prediction time. I would assume, or I guess my prediction is, its name is, that the book that Zampano left is somehow magical. It brings bad juju and stuff to whoever reads it, kind of like The King in Yellow. Because if it's the House of Leaves, that may be how he died. He started reading the book, or started reading it when he was in the House of Leaves, where time kind of passes differently from here, maybe. And then he was locked there for an extremely long time. Something killed him. And now he's, well, dead. And the next one in the line will do the same thing, probably.
Time with the writing increased, so did his obsession with it. He writes that he began to lose track of time reading, becoming more shut in and paranoid. His foreword was actually written near the end of his time with the book chronologically, in October of 1998,
What?
2 years after discovering it. And the picture he paints as to how this at first innocuous project has affected his life
Okay.
is not
I
pretty.
can't
Barely
take-
able to eat,
I can take my eyes out of the maze in here. I don't like it. It distracts
hardly
me.
sleeping, and when he does, plagued with terrible
But it's a
nightmares.
well-made
It all
set.
seems a little intense for some scattered pages of amateur academia, but Johnny Truant ends the foreword to this book with a warning that the very same fate may befall you if you go on ahead reading.
You'll suddenly realize
What did I say, Chat? You suddenly realize things are not how you perceive them to be at all. For some reason, you will no longer be the person you believed you once were.
that things are not how you perceived them to be at all.
Oh,
For
welcome
some
back to
reason,
King in
you'll
Yellow.
no longer
I've
be the
missed
person
you.
believed you once were. You watch yourself dismantle every assurance you ever lived by, tearing apart piece by piece all of your carefully conceived denials. And then, for better or worse, you'll turn to face the thing you most dread, the creature you truly are, the creature we all are.
You watch yourself dismantle every assurance you ever lived by. You will stand aside as a great complexity intrudes, tearing apart piece by piece all of your carefully conceived denials. Oh yeah, that's kind of inspiration from Lovecraft. Basically, the unexplainable showing in front of you, or I guess you summoning it, which kind of leads to you going doolally, something like that. Whatever deliberate or unconscious, and then for better or worse, you turn, unable to resist. Though try to resist, you still will, fighting with everything you've got, not to face the thing you must dread. What is now, what will be, what has always come before, the creature you truly are, the creature we all are, buried in the nameless black of a name. And then the nightmares will begin.
in the nameless black of name, and then the nightmares will begin.
Okay.
And then,
Facing
after
your
that
true
stark
self kind of
warning,
thing.
we dive
I like
straight
it.
into the writing itself, Zampano's dissection of the film.
That's
which
written
begins with
well.
the apt quote from
At least that
Dante's
portion.
Inferno, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here," which ties in quite nicely with Johnny's warning for us. It's like the very act of being audience to both the film and the
Okay.
book itself.
I also meant. Do you have any idea how I can send you a 12 gigabyte video? Because it turns out longer than the VODs. Not long, larger. It's way shorter than the VODs, but it's large. Yes.
Dangerous journey in and of itself. Seeing as Zampano actually covers the film in fairly chronological order, I think it would make the most sense to discuss the film as it plays out, and
Okay.
whenever Zampano or Johnny have something particularly interesting to add, we shift attention back to the book. And seeing as Johnny's footnotes are written basically as he's reading,
I was talking about the video, because I just watching that video reminded me. I'm actually quite happy how the video turned out, at least from the recording the recording point of view. I like it. And also meant if/when you're editing it, I don't mind how much time it will take. It doesn't need to be, it's not on a schedule. I want feedback about, I guess, my talking, something like that. Also ads. I mean, I'm not gonna snooze you, but come on.
We can really think of these as two parallel timelines playing out next to each other. As the events of the Navidson Green family play out, so do Johnny's writings. Parallel timelines in fairly linear
One moment, chat.
fashion.
On that note, this early part of the film is at least somewhat still
Let me
focused
pause the
on
video because I just got something and I need to check it. Sorry about that. Because I will forget what I needed to do and I need to write it. I'm also pretty sure the video that we're just watching is about some kind of cosmic horror that makes you face your biggest, I guess, fears. Your okay. Sorry about that. But the House of Leaves will probably be, no matter the house, if you read the book, I guess. I forgot his name. It's this weird name. You can't leave the house anymore, and the creature, I guess the cosmic horror or the creature or whatever it is, makes you face your true self. Something like that. That's why it says, it makes you face what you are, what we all are, and then the nightmares begin because you are facing yourself. Kind of like that. That's my prediction for now.
peaceful domesticity. Tensions have risen a bit since this strange new door appeared, but the couple still go about their regular days, cleaning the house, taking the kids to school, fixing a broken water heater, and it's here that Johnny actually makes a pretty telling reveal.
Remember, all these details we only know because it's been filtered through the writing
Yes.
of Zampano and Johnny. And Johnny
Zampacto,
reveals
yes,
he's
the
actually
bleach
changed
thing.
something from the original manuscript.
Something innocuous. What was originally the word
I made my
heater is
croissant because I've not
exchanged
eaten
for
anything
water
today
heater,
and I'm
specifically uses
dying.
this change to bring up his own issues with a water heater.
I got up this morning to take a shower, and guess what? No fucking hot water.
Essentially, Johnny is fabricating details in the original writing, or at least changing them a bit.
Zampano only wrote the word heater. The word water back there, I added that. Now there's an admission, eh? Hey, that's not fair, you cry. Hey, fuck you, I say. Wow,
What?
I am mad right now.
Johnny
Oh,
has
he's
just
talking to
made it clear
himself.
that we cannot trust him or Zampano's writing to be entirely reliable. How accurate is Zampano's writing for one, but
I mean,
also
I would
what
assume
does
both
Johnny
of them, he started reading and he started going Julali while he was reading, and that's why the writing is like that. The second person. The first person was Julali, obviously.
explicitly changed. Though a subtle revision, we'll continue to see this throughout Johnny's writing. He uses things that happen in the film as a jumping off point to talk about his own life constantly.
At one point early on in the book, he uses a footnote to go on this convoluted story about how he and Lude went to a bar and started telling tall tales about him being a pit boxer and Russian sea captains and exotic birds
Okay.
of paradise. This is sort of a shtick he has with Lude, telling women at bars these fabricated stories supposedly behind the scars
he's
he
trying
has
to win
on his
women.
face, or more commonly,
Or win
the
them over,
large
I guess.
network of scars on his arms. The real story behind these
He's trying to bird them. Trying to structure my sentence right now. Yeah. Which is one of the reasons I love birds, because the way they raise each other is by dancing, and it's fucking cute. Also, the male birds have some dope ass moves. It's all fun to watch.
he doesn't divulge to us at this point.
This is all another admission, really, that he has no qualms about lying or making things up. All of this is to say, the unreliability of what we're seeing and reading as the audience is a major through
they're losing their mind. Also, I'm not entirely sure what that means. I mean, I know it means someone is crazy, which I don't like that word, but it's a bit too broad of a term. Someone is crazy. Why? How? Are you crazy? Etc. Anyway, I wonder where the term, I guess, the gesture comes from. Maybe something screwing, like light or something. Weird. Not sure.
Line. Nothing is to be taken for granted. With this understanding that Johnny's personal thoughts may be just as influential in our analysis as the actual events of the film, I want to make a final note here about some other thoughts Johnny provides in these early footnotes, reflecting on why he was the one who happened to stumble upon the manuscript, why he felt compelled to continue working on it, and he seems to believe it's because the manuscript was in some way like him, left behind and lonely.
Unfinished, lonely, broken. Okay, I like the writing in this.
Can I say? I'm a sucker for abandoned stuff. As a counselor for disaffected youth once.
I'm a sucker for abandoned stuff, misspelled stuff, forgotten stuff. Yeah, like I said, he feels abandoned in life. He has, I guess, no one he truly feels connected to him. Misplaced stuff. He doesn't feel in his place. He knows he shouldn't be doing what he's doing, and he's doesn't want to be there, but life has a grip on him, and he feels if he's not doing that, he's kind of betraying the people around him, or the person that he feels the closest to, that he knows probably he shouldn't be that close to. Those are my theories so far. And forgotten stuff. He fears no one will and no one is remembering him unless they need something. Any old stuff which, despite the light of progress and all that, still vanishes every day like shadows at noon. What I said. Shadows at noon. Goings unheralded. English, I think I read that correctly. Unheralded, passing unmourned. Well, you get the drift. Sorry. You get the drift. As a counselor once told me, a counselor for disaffected youth, what I said, he feels broken. A disaffected youth. I might add, you like the crab because it reminds you of... What did I say, chat? I'm a gold at... Good job, me.
Told me.
Oh, I like
you
that.
like that crap because it reminds you of you.
Though he doesn't go into the details, he does reveal to us readers some
Woo!
pieces of his troubled childhood. His father dying when he was only 10, and his mother dying only 10 years after that. His life from childhood up to now has been rough.
And perhaps this personal history is what has drawn him to this book. And it's not hard to see why, especially when we consider the fact that...
I don't think all of what I...
Green had...
Let's not interrupt Mr. YouTuber. I don't think everything I said is correct. But the gist of it was, and I like that.
Similarly troubled childhoods in their own ways, which we'll return to at a later time. It's just worth noting the parallels between Johnny Truant and the subjects of the film. Returning to the film, the next step in the Navidson Green family's descent is so small...
It's the Navidson Records. I remember the name of the book.
Still perturbed by these
Sorry,
news,
repeat
the next
that.
step in the Navidson Green family's descent is so small it almost seems insignificant, about 1/4 an inch. Still perturbed
Use real
by the
measurements.
strange new space in their home,
What is 1/4 of an
Will
inch?
Davidson begins making
Oh, I guess 4 pickles of a burger. Come on.
measurements
Sorry.
of the house and finds something very odd. The house seems to be imperceptibly bigger on the inside than out,
Yeah.
by roughly 1/4 an inch. Though easily attributable to human error or some faulty measurement,
We watch as Will Navidson becomes more and more obsessed with accounting for this strange physical impossibility. much to Karen's chagrin. She has been quietly but deeply disturbed by this new strange space, an intrusion she would much rather avoid thinking about.
Yes.
Davidson's pet project of home measurement eventually leads him to contact his estranged fraternal twin brother,
Okay.
Tom Davidson.
Earlier in their lives,
I like
Tom
the
and
figures
Will
in
were
here, they look
separated,
nice.
Bonds formed from their shared childhood difficulties, an absent mother and abusive father. But in their adulthoods, they grew apart, though neither addressed the real reasons for this explicitly in the film.
Zampano speculates that it was their differing paths in adulthood. Will shifting from taking care of his brother to focus on his career and family, and Tom's difficulties with alcoholism and relative aimlessness. They're somewhat
Yeah, I mean, as much as people want to put the problem in alcohol to, oh, they just want to be cool, etc., most of the time, alcohol is used to cover trauma, or I guess something bad happening right now in your life that you do not want to face because you're afraid of it and you don't want how to face it. So people tend to, well, the bottom of a bottle is always brighter, right? Something like that. It looks so British. He does, but he used the wrong measurements. What the fuck is 1/4 of an inch? Sorry. So I guess don't drink, people. I mean, I drink, but with modesty. Alcohol is bad, and it's not an escape. I mean, technically it is, because you do not remember the problem, but that's not how problems should be treated. Anyway, I forgot inches. What unit again? It's the freedom units. Hurrah! Or against chicken noises. But I like the other American measuring system. Pickles per burger.
Word reunion concerns Tom's career as a carpenter. Will hoping his equipment and
It's
expertise
Imperium.
can help make sense of
I
this
use Asian units.
mystical event.
Actually, what is the... I mean, I would assume a lot of Asian countries... The fuck is a unit? I would assume a lot of Asia uses metric, but... I know... Like, things I know is China had measuring units, like... Quite fun ones. I'm curious what other country use. A lot of us use both. Ew. Ew. That's confusing as fuck. That is confusing. Mainly because I don't understand inches. I don't like them. Asian units, we can use math. I mean, yeah. I don't like the stereotype Asians can do math, but it's generally true. Mainly because a lot of people, when they want their child to be better than them, so they're pushing them harder and harder and harder in school. Mainly in math. And especially if they move to another country, they want to prove that their child is, should be there and is equal to them or better. So, and I would assume that's where the stereotype came from. All our measuring materials have both. I mean, yes, that's normal. To be honest, all measuring materials should have both. It's just easier that way. The tape measures have an inch and a centimeter, so that's cool. Our temperature are both self-art. Oh, it's a self-art. The only difference is when do we use them. Actually, when do you use the freedom units? Oh, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I still think metric is easier for cooking. Sorry. But, I don't know. I mean, maybe because I've been using metric for my entire life. Maybe that's why it's easier for me. But for science, we use both. Like road signs, we have both. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Fourth.
My own brother, who I haven't talked to in years, calls me up 4 in the morning and tells me he needs
It's
my
very
tools.
much both
Go
for
figure.
traffic
Through
traffic
their careful
EO.
and more ambitious
I hope it's
measurement
both
attempts,
at the
Tom's
same
funny
time and
and
not both, like this sign will be in metric, this sign will be in freedom units.
charming personality
I don't
shines
like
through
that.
as he connects with the kids and cracks jokes with the family. And there seems to be an incremental reconnection between the brothers.
Metric is
However,
above
the two
him.
of them are still unable
I
to
agree.
figure out where they're
I don't like, I mean, maybe because I've never used the Imperial system, but I prefer metric. it's easier for me to understand.
their measurements are going
And also
wrong.
it's simple
At the
to
same
convert
time,
stuff.
Karen is embarking on
Metric
her
over
own
feet.
home improvement
Ah, no, no, no,
project.
no. I like feet. I don't like the measuring system feet, but I like feet. I mean, to be honest, if we need to compare both of them, the Americans have figured it out. They like feet and they're measuring with them, so. Meaning we learn the metric, then convert to feet. Ew. Just visually in science. Yeah. Ow.
Installing a bookshelf inside the small new space.
They put meters
Flush with
above the
walls on
feet.
either side, so the walls act as sort
Ah,
of
so you know
built-in
what size shoes to wear. So that's why the metric is above the feet. Sorry, Chad, I couldn't resist.
Trust
But
me,
yeah, that's
that
normal.
detail will be important in a
Understandable.
moment. Still unsuccessful in their attempts.
On the
Will and Tom
road.
recruit family
You have
friends
drawings of feet on the road? Damn. You're freaky.
and Billy Reston
I
to
like
help
that.
their efforts. A university professor who is the subject of one of Davidson's more notable photographs.
You have
A
the
power
feet
line
lady
actor.
from Zenless on the road. Like, not as a sign on the road. On the road itself, on the highway. As a giant sticker.
Which left him with waist-down paralysis. He provides his expertise and expensive university equipment, which
Okay.
still, in the end, much to Billy Reston's frustration, cannot seem to debunk the fact that
You can see it in our weather channel. They show Celsius first, then Fahrenheit. I mean, I think that's the better way. Use both and let people decide what they want to use. I'm pretty sure most people use metric for pretty much almost everything. Mainly because metric is... I mean, both of them are quite the same, but metric is just... In my opinion, metric is just simpler to convert. So, yeah.
the house is indeed bigger on the inside, a fact
Ooh.
that Reston calls
Goddamn spatial.
a pretty obscene turn of phrase, but one that I think might actually be really important in some
A
of our
spatial...
discussions later.
What?
So pin that as well. Finally, after some instrument adjustments, the group gets
I don't
a
wanna know,
measurement they
probably.
seem to like. There we go. Resolved. It must have just been a problem with the equipment then. And it is at that exact moment that a book falls from the new Foot of
From the what? No.
Space. There we go.
Sumimasen?
Resolved. It must have just been a problem with
Yeah.
the equipment then. And it
Oh, my room can't be like 4 meters inside and 2 meters outside. Something is wrong here. Maybe the tool we were using is wrong. Wasn't that bookshelf in the corner, by the way? Nah, I must be imagining
is
shit.
at that exact moment that a book
Wild.
falls from the new foot of space between the wall and the bookshelf. The space has grown. Karen is the first to notice.
Karen.
She screams.
Zampano has some very detailed writing about this part of the film, but his aside about echoes in space are perhaps the most compelling. He comes at this concept from various different angles, but the gist
Okay.
is how the sound of echoes imply both an enormity of space, but also a structure.
Something the sound is
I would
bouncing off
assume
of.
the... before he actually explains it, I want to see if I will be correct. I would assume the space, like inside the house, is... I guess almost like the universe itself. It's endless. And it will... Damn, that was a big bird. It will be expanding forever, but it's expanding slowly. That's why the house is growing. But I would assume it needs people to monitor it, to see the expansion. Kind of like quantum physics works. Well, quantum physics works. Don't quote me on how quantum physics works, please. I'm stupid. And that's why it grows now, because they're inside and watching the house. Or I guess it might be the house is feeding from them. Could be both. And the house will be expanding constantly and forever while there are people inside. And maybe the more it's expanded, the more bad stuff happens, etc. Stuff like that.
And though the sound of an echo can be eerie, the lack of an echo, the lack of some implied structure, can be even more terrifying.
When a pebble falls down a well, it is gratifying to hear the eventual plunk. However,
Okay.
if the pebble only slips into darkness and vanishes without a sound, the effect is
I
disquieting.
really like
These
that effect.
thoughts
I'm
on
pretty
echo-
sure Lego Eagle, I can fucking speak, Jesus, made that effect popular with the with the text and then yellow lines are crossing it. Also, Lego Ego, and then I think Game Theory. At least that's the main two channels I've mostly seen back in the days, and then they spread, and I really like that. Leguego. Yes, Leguego.
And
Lego
spatial
Ego.
enormity will become starkly relevant
There'll be
to
ads in a
later
minute.
parts of the film, as we'll see. Seeing as we're already over here, we might as well check in on Johnny Truant's thoughts during this portion.
Ooh.
For one, we continue to see Johnny
Truant's
Ray's
thoughts.
fairly intimate details of his personal life in these footnotes, reflecting on the fact that though he lives a very party rock lifestyle, he deeply craves something more, something that
What did I say, chat? What did I say about him before? I was correct for that one as well. I like that. I like being correct because I'm always
In
correct.
sunlight, and it's weightless, and I know it's not cheap.
Sumimasen, repeat that. I'm not even sure what to call it anymore, except I know it feels roomy and it's drenched in sunlight and it's weightless. And I know it's not cheap. Probably not even real. Yeah, it's not a real. Real's
And as
our
the
on
manuscript
Instagram.
begins pulling him into darker places mentally. The only thing that really brings him a sense of comfort is a stripper that comes around the tattoo shop where he works
Okay.
as an apprentice, for whom he has developed a serious infatuation.
Aw.
Despite not knowing much about her, never having been to the place she works, only having spoken a few words to her, and not even knowing her name.
Aw,
Referring to
lover
her
of her
only as
sight.
Thumper, in reference to a lower abdomen.
Do not mention those creatures. I don't like them from Warframe. They're weird and annoying to chase. I mean, unless you have wings, then you can fly and kill them easy. Anyway, I'll probably be making a video about Warframe sometimes in the future. Mint? I'll be making a video about Warframe in the future. Just mentioning.
Tattoo she has of a bunny. On the note of Disney, it's a weird detail that is nevertheless worth mentioning for later.
Sumimasen, nani the fuck? The first time she came into the shop, she wanted one of her tattoos retouched just an inch away from my perfectly shaved poo. She announced very matter-of-factly, only to add somewhat coyly, slipping two fingers beneath her G-string and putting it aside. No need to wink now. The happiest place on earth. What the fuck? Oh, don't worry, I will. Oh no, it's not gonna be soon. It's gonna be in the future because I'm waiting for the new expansion, and I need to finish the quest, so it to be after that. And I want to experience more of the game, like to be a higher rank for that. So it'll be in the future. Don't worry about it. But there will be a video. I recorded a video today about Witch Hat Atelier. It's like 15 minutes if you cut all the time. So I'm like, what the fuck was I about to say? And I need to figure out how to send it to you. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me that. Also, if you want to edit a video and I've not sent you the VOD, please feel free to remind me. I forget a lot. Oh no, absolutely don't worry. That's why I also stream on YouTube. It's always there. But it's always there. That's why I like. That's why we don't listen to copyright stuff anymore. Because I'm trading listening to music on stream for being able to, well, actually have the VOD pretty much as long as I need to, unless it's copyrighted, then I remove it. But I don't think the Hush VOD was copyrighted.
She facetiously says the tattoo is
Facetious.
just above.
The happiest place on earth.
Wink, wink. Ha,
I mean,
ha.
that
Talk
place
about
that's shit ton of wool, so I guess.
Disney adult.
But also, Mint, I recommend you watching Witch Hat Atelier. It's so good. The new episode came out, I think, either today or yesterday. Oh my god, the anime is so good. I really love the magic system in it. No spoilers. That's why I'm telling you to watch the anime, because there are spoilers in the video. I'm waiting for all of it to come out. No. Okay, I will send you the video, and then after the video is done, the anime is done, feel free to edit it. There is only 2 episodes 7 in the video, because, well, I've only watched it and I've not read it yet. So I'm talking about the anime as for now, which are the first 7
Despite
episodes.
this distant comfort, The effects of the writing on Johnny's psyche seem to be increasing. He relates more and more passages to himself and his own life, and begins experiencing something strange. While at work in the tattoo shop, he is overcome with a dark feeling, which elevates quickly into the fear and panic that some monster, some massive thing, is right behind him. And
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Some tremendous beast crouched off in the shadows, muscles
Well, I guess he's not right behind me. She is.
Look at her, she's so cute. Where you can't.
Cat. I'm lost in the plot now. Lost in the plot. We're currently exploring the second person. I'm bad with names, so I will not be mentioning names. But we're currently watching. I am pretty sure watching the second person that he found. The young person that found the book, and we're currently exploring his mental state and the house that constantly expand on itself.
twitch from firing its great mass
Now
forward.
we're concentrating on the
Ragged
video
claws
because I want to
slowly
concentrate on the plot.
digging into the linoleum.
He whips around, filled with adrenaline, to find that
This video, I really wanted to watch it for the past like 3 or 4 reaction streams because it's long and I also really like the thumbnail.
of course, there's nothing there. Eventually, his feelings fall back to the
It's for a long wow. No, it's not. It's only 3 hours and a half. We've been an hour and I'm 24 minutes in. Less pausing, more watching, because holy fuck.
dread. What is also worth noting is what occurs almost right after this. He feels as though he's forgotten.
Goodbye,
something, some
Persona.
memory that
I was
surfaced, but then
I was planning on playing Persona today. I don't think we'll be playing Persona today, Chad, unless I want to make the stream 8
went
hours.
away just as quickly. And he
Unless you
described
think that
his
was just for the watching of that.
being like a woman in a dark room.
Increase video volume, by the way. I don't. Oh, I can a little bit more.
Something in her movement or
Now the video is
perfume
almost as loud as
disturbingly
me.
familiar, though how familiar is impossible to tell because by the time I realize she's someone I should know, she's already gone, deep into the din, taking with her any chance of recognition. Though she hasn't left, she's still there.
I kind of missed it one moment. My thoughts lost in another conversation, though something in her movement or perfume, I can't read, or perfume is disturbingly familiar. Though how familiar is impossible to tell because by the time I realized she's someone I should know, she's already gone deep into the din beyond the bar, taking taking with her any chance of recognition. Though she hasn't left, she's still there, embracing shadows. Shadow the Hedgehog? The one thing I love about a House of Le Aves, even the writing. I love the writing so far in the
Racing
book.
shadows. Is that it? Had I been thinking of a woman? I hope
Woman.
it doesn't matter. I have a terrifying
I would
feeling it
assume he's
does.
thinking about the prostitute. Input proper pronunciation here, I guess.
We will continue to see the proximity Johnny's relationships with women has to these dark and terrifying feelings the writing conjures will be important to our analysis of both these works later on. So
Okay.
it is worth keeping in mind. On a personal note, I can't help but relate to this feeling a bit. I've read through this manuscript plenty of times in the past, but now that I'm digging this deep and really
I like his
thinking on it,
style.
and maybe it's just the addition of all these clips that were thought to be lost, I find myself alone as I'm working on this, feeling like a pair of eyes is on the back of my head sometimes. I don't know, I guess I'm just an easy scare.
Yggdrasil. What miracle is this?
Oh,
This
Yggdrasil.
giant tree. It stands 10,000
Okay.
feet high, but doesn't reach the ground. Still it stands. Its roots must hold the sky.
I mean, it holds everything. It's the world tree, Yggdrasil, the whole way. Ooh, I like the guitar in here.
Though disturbing, this shifting, bigger on the inside house leaves little actionable steps forward.
Well, I would assume
eventually
it's the
digging top-
young person reading through the book, like experiencing what the old person experienced as well.
have to go their separate ways. And in some ways, So do Karen and Will. The tension and distance they came
Okay.
here to overcome only increases
Okay.
with time.
I guess maybe they're
disappearing
exploring
into
the
their
house,
own
actually.
worlds. Davidson still obsessing over the house, and Karen trying her best to avoid talking about
Why
it.
is every time he
Overcome
mentioned the
only
house that
increases
appears
with
one
time,
moment?
disappearing into their own worlds. Davidson still obsessing over the house.
Why is that there? It's behind the, I guess, the corner of the chat. Why is house? When he mentioned house appears.
And Karen trying her best to avoid talking about it, becoming even more closed off.
But the two are forced into confrontation with the house yet again when one evening the two parents, off in their own parts of the
Okay.
house, hear the sound of their children's voices, Chad and David,
House
echoing
empty.
in some distant corner. Echoing. A moment of realization hits the two at the same time as they realize there is no room in the house that should permit such an echo.
Come on.
They rush to the sound emanating from the living room to find yet another new door, extending.
I'm going to skin in my ring. No.
Into a black hallway. Davidson rushes in after
Mentioning
this, but
I'm
Karen stops
currently fidgeting with mine. And I should not be, because sometimes it
doorway,
distracts me.
unable to move, frozen in fear.
Karen.
Now seems to be as good a time as any to bring up a bit of context surrounding Karen
Thank
Green
you.
that makes this entire debacle even more
What does Honiston says when he sees a strange door? I'm a fanboy. Weird thing to shout in an unknown door, but okay.
horrific for her specifically. Karen Green has discussed in the past, and even directly in
Wild.
parts of the Davidson record, a genuinely crippling struggle with claustrophobia, avoiding elevators, closets, any small and dark space. There could not have been
Okay.
a more personally crafted horror for Karen Green than a house that is suddenly filling with new, dark, and cramped spaces.
Zampano draws from outside sources to further analyze this fact. Apparently,
And the energy horror responds from the other side of the door. I don't know why I named my crotch Johnny. I have a feeling I'll be a friend with that energy horror if
the
it
same
speaks
time
like
in
that.
childhood, she developed her claustrophobia.
Oh, no.
Some of those close to her noticed a certain dramatic change in personality.
Well,
even down to
obviously.
how she would smile. From someone who is outgoing
Maybe a
and
trauma response to
unselfconscious
something?
to more reserved and intentional. Her sister even claiming that she
Spent every night of her 14th year composing her smile in front of a blue plastic mirror.
Many have speculated about what it is that caused her claustrophobia, some trauma that explains it, but Karen has never
And human being in the same room says, "Let's go!" Farting them, boys. Actually, that is something Junpei will say.
gone into the details herself. Her sister has made more claims on this note as well, but for now I'll refrain from spending too much time on the tabloidy stuff and focus on what happens next within the film itself. Will
Okay.
Davidson returns from the hallway with both the children, neither of which seem particularly upset. Will and Karen are, however, obviously very shaken. Karen makes Will promise to never enter the hallway again, and he tentatively agrees.
Tom returns, installing locks and a door on the new living room doorway. Karen, meanwhile, dives down the rabbit hole of feng shui, reading and redecorating, hoping to stave off or fix the aura of darkness the house seems to carry.
I don't think
And
you'll
it
be
is
removing
around this
the.
point that the events
Okay,
of the
I don't think you'll be removing the eldritch being that is the house by moving the couch 2 meters to the left. Come on now.
5.5-minute hallway occur, this section from which it was cut. Where the doorway upstairs had created only a small bit of space between two rooms, this new hallway in the living room leads to an entire impossible corridor of darkness.
But don't
covered
enter the
floor to ceiling
corridor,
in some
though.
featureless ashen material.
I have a
extending
feeling
out
the
into what should
the house will be
the yard,
expanding until they can't leave it anymore.
but cannot be seen from the other side, like a portal. And this little tape, this section that got shared
What's-
around.
What is this funk shit? Is that an actual question or just a funny bit? Because I don't know much about feng shui, but I mean, I guess for anyone in chat that doesn't know, it's about the proper positioning. Funny bit, okay. But for anyone that doesn't know, in chat, it's the proper positioning of stuff in life, and I guess the main way we're using it currently. The proper position of everything in your house, because everything in, I'm pretty sure it's Buddhism. Pretty sure. Everything in Buddhism, or I guess Taoism, it will be more likely, has energy on it or in it. So when two things with bad energy, we're going into the elemental energy. Let's say we have fire and wood next to each other. Let's say your sofa is made of wood and then it's next to the fireplace. That may be bad juju because they do not sync that well, or they don't complement each other. But wood and water will do. So if you put the vase with water next to your wooden couch, will be fine. At least that's my understanding of it. I'm not gonna get my anime waifu's bed facing. I mean, to be honest, it's more about the energy of the house and not introducing evil spirits to it. Something like that, I think it was. But do not quote me on that.
Showcasing that fact.
As days pass, the disconnect between Will and Karen grows.
Doesn't he see that I don't want him going in there because I love him? You don't need to be a genius to realize there's something really bad about that place.
Funny, there
The
is
only
bad
thing I
thing
wanna
in
do
the
is go in there,
house.
but she's adamant.
Let
that I
alone
don't,
the evil
and
hallway.
I love her, so I won't. But well, it's just killing me. If he goes in there, I'm out of here. Kids
Plus
and
the
all.
anime waifus. Yes, they do actually. No, they do. It's called copium. That's pretty much the best pill you can take for pretty much anything related to gacha games. I think it works really well for me. It's like, oh, I didn't move my bed this morning, so that's why I didn't get that's why I lost the 50-50. It helps
If she
it helps
keeps
me
up this cold
mentally.
front, you bet I'm going in there.
One night in particular, the couple has two friends over for dinner, and despite Karen's hesitancy, Will decides to show them the hallway.
Oh,
Expecting the
come
same
on.
kind of macabre wonderment he is
Also, how the fuck do they have guests if their house does not have a fucking door? I mean, I would assume that may be on the back side of the house, but
seeing
still.
from the architectural anomaly. His friends are instead immediately disturbed.
I would assume it's in
and
the
leave not
back
long
side of the
after.
house.
Karen sends Will to sleep on the couch that night, unknowingly setting Will up with the perfect opportunity and excuse to do what he's been hoping for all along.
Enter the hallway. Enter the evil hallway. Exploration A. I don't think
Rather
he's returning.
unceremoniously for what a large step this is, Navidson grabs a camera and a flashlight and sneaks inside that cold, dark hallway.
And start joking it off. Actually, is the quality of the video as high as it can be? Yeah, it's 1080.
Believes initially to be a short passage, winds and twists and grows until he is navigating essentially just inky blackness. Rooms branch and change, ceilings and walls extend to supermassive heights and size. The place
Okay.
he's found himself within is clearly more expansive and labyrinthian than he ever could have suspected. And when he attempts to turn back, the path has changed.
What did I
We find some of the
say?
same featureless rooms and areas, but their order and distance has shifted. We watch the blurry darkness as his breathing becomes more terrified,
Okay.
walking turning to running, and it is then that we first hear the growl.
Rawr. Is it just me or I don't hear a growl? I ain't hearing a growl, I just hear noises.
Its source is unknown. It seems all-consuming, surging
I'm going to
through the
shit,
hallways.
same.
Finally, Navidson begins to hear the
I'm a
voice
shit
of
on the
his
monster,
daughter, Daisy,
literally.
in the distance, echoing through the darkness.
Using her voice as a guide, he eventually is able to find himself at the threshold of the doorway once again, Daisy crying out for him from the living room. He's escaped. Though Karen's reaction of horror
If I'm trapped in a dark, non-Euclidean space and I hear something, I'm going to disinter myself to
and
death.
avoidance at first
I will
seemed
shit
like
on the
only
monster
rational
as a
way,
sign
we
of
should keep in mind
that I'm
Will
better than it.
Davison's background. an ambitious photographer of the war-torn and devastated parts of the world, having confronted numerous dangers in pursuit of documenting the harshest parts of life in hopes of making a difference. The opportunity to explore and capture an entirely new frontier of darkness placed right at his feet is understandably captivating for
He
a
could
man
not
of
resist.
Davidson's disposition and
But then he died
background.
because he could
What
not
is most
resist.
intriguing about how the house affects those who encounter its anomalous design is how it draws out specific inner conflicts for each person individually, as well as conflicts between persons.
Ow.
Its allure leads Navidson to almost getting
Wait,
trapped in
isn't the plural of person people?
inside, and its dark, cramped spaces leaves
Genuine
Karen
question.
in utter terror, but it also draws out conflicts in the two's priorities and anxieties that wedge them further apart from each other.
Okay.
And the effects of the house clearly don't just stop with those literally inside it. Going back to some of Johnny Truant's footnotes, it's clear at this point that the book's effects are getting in the way of his everyday life.
I
As
mean,
he
yeah.
details around this time, he was filling up bottles of ink at work inside a dark storage closet at the top of some narrow stairs, when he is suddenly taken back to that sense of terror, that assured feeling that some creature is watching him, is about to get him.
This time it's
Okay. Also had an interesting post I found one day. It asks the question, you wake up in your most recent played game, and I saw an interesting answer, Rusty Lake. Oh, hell no. No, thank you. I mean, depending if I just wake up in the... let's say in Bulgarian Rusty Lake, I don't think there is anything happening in Bulgarian Rusty Lake. So I don't think there'll be much happening to me. I'll be in... I'll just be living my normal life. I'll be doing what I'm doing right now. But if I had to be reborn in the most recent game I played, it's gonna be Apex Legends. And if it's the universe, I'll probably be somewhat fine. If it's the Apex games, I'll be dead.
human. Maybe not extremely long fingers, a sucking sound too, sucking on teeth, teeth already torn from gums, a scream,
Hey.
a howl, a roar, all's warping or splintering, everything falls apart, the shape of a shape.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, if it's the universe, I'll probably be fine because I'll just wake up in the same place where I am right now, which is Bulgaria. And I'm pretty sure nothing is happening in Rusty Lake in Bulgaria. If I wake up at the Rusty Lake, I'll be dead again. Immediately spawn in the Shura world. Yeah. I mean, you just go there, and if you're on the lake, you will not know what happens. I mean, if you've played the game, you'll probably know what you need to do and what is happening and what will happen. So you can somewhat prevent or do stuff if you want. So what if you wake up in your own cube? If I know where I am, we can probably somewhat find, at least to some extent. We might have a chance to escape. If we don't know, we'll be stuck there forever.
Of a shape of a face disassembling right before my eyes.
As he rushes to leave the closet, he tumbles down the stairs,
Oh, no.
ink spilling and wind thoroughly knocked out.
I mean, you didn't really have a traumatizing dark shadow. I mean, not yet, I guess.
Notice here how this particular, for lack of a better term, panic attack was
He
conjured
probably just
specifically by
No, I'm not even that. I'm a non-existing character in that world because I'm pretty sure Bulgaria is not on the map in Rusty Lake, if there is a map. So I'll probably not even exist.
entering a dark, cramped space like the ones within the Navidson record. And the howling he describes seems oddly paralleled by the growl heard by Navidson inside the hallway. And aside from his descriptions of a monster, Johnny often describes these episodes of fear and dread as analogous to passageways extending out in his head.
Inside me, a long dark hallway already caressed the other music of a single word, and what's
Okay.
worse, despite the amazement of chemicals, continued to grow.
I point this
What if you are, I don't know, marked as the next body to take in? What are the characters in Rusty Lake? Like how James did. If I know those things, we can probably prevent it. Especially if we have access to technology. Because it will be just me and I'll never leave my phone. So, except James had, his birthday. Yeah. he was kind of prompted and prepared to be the sacrifice there, so I don't know how that would work with me.
Out because it's important to understand that the house in its effects and even existence aren't entirely physical, even literal. Though Johnny has never stepped foot inside the house on Ash Tree Lane, what he finds within the pages of Zampano's writings
What if the Rusty Lake universe, you're face to face with the elixir of life and death? I'm risking it. If I succeed, I'll live forever. If I don't, I'll die and I won't feel shit, so... I'm pretty sure it's 50-50. Oh wait, no, there are two portions of it. One of them gives life, the other one gives death. I think. I don't remember if it was 50-50 or like gambling 50-50 or 50-50, like the life part and the death part of the elixir split. I do not remember.
Doors of the house within his
but anyway,
mind,
back to the video. Because we have 3 hours. Like the prompt about recent games, blah blah blah. It spawns the elixir of life and death on your desk. I'm drinking it.
Similar effect to being inside it. It's no coincidence that the word passages refers both to hallways and paragraphs. The book can act as the house, as can our minds, as much as the walls of the actual house. The mental effect is the same. And inside, though for Johnny it is imaginary, something monstrous may reside. But how imaginary is Johnny's monster, really?
I don't think it's
Zampano's room was
imaginary.
left with mysterious claw marks, and near the end of this footnote about falling down the stairs, Johnny remarks,
Later, a patron points out the long, bloody scratch on the back of my neck.
I mean, either be a god being or you die and have your friends become. I mean, I see a win-win situation. Either I turn into a god or I don't pay taxes.
I'm unable to respond.
Though I'm sure we'd all like to get back to the Navidson record, it is at this point I'd like us to move to one of the many appendices of the most recent edition of House of Leaves.
Appendicitis.
Specifically because the editors of the book, the ones who actually take the manuscript Johnny organizes and creates footnotes for and then publishes it, suggest we do. They add at
You
the
don't
very
really die, you
end
get
of Johnny's
prepared
about
just some
falling
Sarah
down the
Loop. I mean,
stairs.
yes, same
Those who
thing.
feel
Guys, you
they will
won't pay
profit from
taxes.
a better understanding of Mr. Truant's past may wish to proceed ahead and read his father's obituary, as well as those letters written by his institutionalized mother in Appendix 2E.
Again, due to the connection between Johnny's writings and the Navidson record, and how much our knowledge of what happens in the Navidson record relies on his interpretation and input, this seems a noteworthy aside.
Flipping to the appendices, Johnny's father's obituary doesn't reveal too much. He was a career pilot named Donnie, who lost his license after
I mean, if the post is more so you are going to enter the game world as the main character, you technically become Harvey. Oh yeah, I'll be a chicken.
He was a passenger in a Mack truck when the driver fell asleep at the wheel and swerved into a ditch.
Oh
it's
no.
Tragic but brief, and what follows is a much lengthier piece. The Whale Still Letters. Patreon.com/SaganHawks is where you can support me if you like these videos. There's exclusive videos, commentary, tracks, Q&As, early access, and behind the scenes, starting at only $2, and it helps me do things like take a really long time to make this giant House of Leaves video, and pay for this little dollhouse. Thanks.
Thank you, patrons. Appreciate it. Oh, good looking, got the Zenless answer. Let's
The
go!
Whale Stow Letters are a series of correspondence sent to
I got
Johnny
someone
Stow
looking
from
God
his
Apex.
mother, Pelafina, while she was institutionalized
Because the universe
at
is
the
not that
Threatic
bad there.
Whale Stow Institute between July of 1982 and May
If
of
I'm a normal person,
1989.
I think.
We're not provided with any of Johnny's return letters, though they are referenced by Pelafina within hers. And as much as these reveal about Pelafina's story, they also reveal some pretty stark details of Johnny's history as well. And oddly, there are connections to be found in everything from the Navidson record to Zampano's writings, which call into question the authorship, authenticity, or even supernaturality of the events described in all of this, and how they're intertwined, like the knotted roots of a tree. Pelafina writes often throughout the...
50-50. Wait, what? 50-50 PM. Which sibling? Oh, with YB. If needs 50-50 on which sibling? Oh. I don't remember the names. I don't remember the names. I don't remember the names,
7-year
sorry.
span, but Johnny's responses are sporadic. Still, we can get a good picture of Johnny's life from her letters alone.
I mean, but I think they had the names. If it's my character in Zenless, it will be a girl. If I need to choose, I'll be the boy. Because I'm a
Pelafina
boy.
was institutionalized when Johnny was about 7
And
years
if I
old,
split
for a
into
condition
both
that-
of them, that would be even more horrendous. Because I don't think my personality needs to be in two people. That would be insufferable.
never named, but
I don't
Pelafina
need
describes
such
as
horny
My
things
wild and
and
often,
two of
I'm
them.
afraid to admit, hallucinatory condition. Sad but true, sometimes your mother hears things.
After his father's death, Johnny was sent to various foster families, but as one might expect, struggled to integrate into them and regularly engaged in fairly brutal fights at his different schools.
Okay.
Eventually, he landed in
You
the care
give
of
us
a
a
family
Bangu.
patriarched by
Oh,
an
yeah, they're
abusive
cute.
former Marine, Raymond, who we find out is responsible for some of Johnny's scars and his missing tooth.
Okay.
Did you really break your nose, snap your teeth? Are there still contusions on your face? I
Jesus.
confess even having to write these questions.
I have not seen the
stirs
new
a
update yet.
frenzy in the chambers of my soul. I would like nothing more than to tear out the liver of your purported protector and feed it to him with a
Ew, in
hiss. He could
Brighton?
semperfy that meal all the way
Ew.
to Hades.
Eventually, Johnny escaped by
I
enrolling
heard
Like
Hades.
nothing
Sorry,
more than
back to the
tear out
video. We're
liver of
continuing
your
on the video because there are 3 more
purported
hours.
protector and feed it to him with a hiss. He could semperfy that meal all the way to Hades.
Eventually,
Okay.
Johnny escaped by enrolling himself in boarding school and then as a teenager
Luton.
working in Alaska for the summer. Throughout this time,
Okay.
Pelafina writes of her wishes that Johnny would come visit her, but for various reasons, Johnny has not up until now. But on May 21st,
I think it's Hades the
1985,
place, not the
just before he
person.
goes off to Alaska, he finally visits her at the Institute. It should be noted, even this early on in these letters, the intensity of their mother-son connection is very clear. Pelafina writes so adoringly about Johnny and encourages him to defend himself physically, but most of all to use his mind.
Okay.
And it becomes immediately clear where Johnny gets his writing style that we see throughout the footnotes of House
The
of Blues.
impressive
Pelafina writes
writing?
in winding poetic passages filled
Okay, yeah.
with literary references and phrases in other languages from Latin to Old English.
Your letter is not paper and pencil, it is glass, a perfectly ground glass in which I can endlessly gaze upon my fine young boy, unleashing arrows like some Apollo, scrambling across cliffs like the agile and ever-wily Odysseus, not surprisingly besting his peers in mad dashes by the shores of that turquoise lake you described. Hermes once again pattering on Terra, and to top it all off, a kite of your own construction still drifting among the temples of Olympus.
Their
Okay.
separation from one another
Damn.
has clearly been traumatic for the both of them.
Though she's clearly
Damn.
eccentric, we don't see much explicit evidence of Pelafina's hallucinations or psychosis manifesting concretely until a bit further into the letters, when
Okay.
she begins discussing how the old director of the Institute has been replaced by the new director, who she now believes to be scheming to keep her from recovering. That the
Why?
medicine she is being given is causing her to lose her memories, and that she has had some grand plan revealed to her.
They will stop short of nothing to forbid my revelations. What I know will untie the world. No wonder the doors here are all locked.
Not
Okay.
long after, Pelafina sends a letter pleading for Johnny to visit her again. However, right after this, Pelafina seems to receive a letter from Johnny saying he did in fact visit her again within the last month, to which she responds,
Either some marauding rabbit devoured the leaves of my memory and thus deprived me of the sweet side of you, or the woman you lingered with was not me. The new director must have hired a professional, trained her, a professional actress,
Okay.
surgically altered her, and then after many months of rehearsal,
Okay,
introduced
get ready to have
her
Minecraft
you
soon?
as the very
Yes.
same soul of your breath, source of your being.
her anxieties
Ooh, that'd
grow
be
as
cool.
she tries different methods to send messages out in secret.
Place in your next letter a check mark in the lower right-hand corner. That way I'll know you've received this letter.
Pelafina's desperation comes to a horrifying zenith when she writes to Johnny in a code, the first letter of each word building the actual words of her message. Fair warning, from here on, we really get to the darkest parts of this story.
They have found a way to break me.
What?
56-year-old bag of bones. There is no worse.
Yo, what the fuck?
And don't believe otherwise. Someone I
Yo.
don't know always comes when it's dark, late. You must save me, Johnny. In the name of your father, I must escape this place or I will die.
Though the reality of what she writes is often a gray area, I don't want to take anything away from the fact that this seems a perfectly realistic thing to imagine happening at a psychiatric institute where the patients are held involuntarily.
Especially
From
back
this
in the
point
day,
on,
sadly.
her letters become more unstable, twisting around the page, her despair bleeding into the paper in disconnected passages.
I live at the end of some
Ooh.
interminable corridor which the lucky damned can call hell, but which the much unluckier atheists, and your mother heads up that bunch, must simply get used to calling home. My hands resemble some ancient tree, the roots that bind up the earth, the rock, and the ceaselessly nibbling wordums.
And within these writings, there
I
are
like the way she
more
writes, though.
revelations about Johnny's scars.
It was an accident. I never meant to burn you. You were only 4 and I was terrible in the kitchen. I'm sorry. So
Aw.
sorry. So very sorry. Forgive me.
As Johnny illuminates in his own footnotes not much later, the
Damn.
scars on his arms are burns from a boiling pot accidentally dropped when he was
Okay.
4. It's traumatic, yes, a gruesome accident,
Damn.
but in the end, an accident. What Pelafina reveals next is much darker.
Do not forget your father stopped me and took me to the Whalestow. You may remember, you may not. You were 7. It was the last time I saw you before I saw you again too many years later, only to lose sight of you again. How can you ever understand the awful weight of living, so ridiculously riddled with so many lies of tranquility and
Okay.
bliss, at best half covering but never actually erasing
Damn.
the crushing weight of it all? You were leaving as I was leaving, and so I tried before that great leaving to grant you the greatest gift of all, the gift to end all gifts. I kissed your cheeks and your head, and after a while put my hands around your throat, but you didn't struggle the way I anticipated. You probably understood what I was doing for you. You were probably grateful. I'll never know how close you came.
She
to
tried
that
killing her
figurehead
own
because
son.
Your father suddenly arrived and roared an intervention. You were a mess, but aside from a few evil coughs and dirty little pants and some half-moon cuts on the back of your neck, you recovered quickly enough. I did not. Perhaps my shame should really come
God,
from
you
my
didn't.
failure.
And suddenly, the monster Johnny feels in his mind, the one that awaits behind him and leaves half-moon cuts
It's his
on
mom.
the back of his neck, begins to take shape. Why his relationships with
Oh,
women seem
God.
to be followed by a darkness which opens long-suppressed passageways of memory. And then, on November 1st, 1988, Pelafina sends this letter.
What a terrible sleep and dream I have been roused from. There are so many pieces to make sense of. The doctors all warned me to just put aside the last 2 years. It's
Okay.
a shambles. It seems I'm better off consigning the whole lot to psychosis, locking it up, throwing away the keys. The director has already warned me that my lucidity may not last forever. In fact, it's unlikely. I shall be fine as long as I know the one whose tender sensibilities I impose such hogwash on will forgive me. How could I misplace your visits, lose your letters, not even recognize you? I love you so
No, you
very
don't.
much.
She is seemingly awakened from her episode, though one must wonder if the officials there are using this to convince her that some of the things she experienced in reality didn't happen. It turns out the new director was in fact the same director the entire time. Johnny visits her
Okay.
during this term of lucidity, which seems to be a rather pleasant meeting. But by January, the director sends Johnny a letter informing him that her state may decline again, as well as revealing he really will be retiring and a new director replacing him in the coming months. In contrast to the director's
Okay.
information, Pelafina continues to write that her condition is improving, and that she may even recover so well that she'll be able to leave. And she begins making plans for her. For the first time, I feel
Highly
normal.
doubt that.
In May of 1989, Pelafina sends a final letter.
I cannot tire myself on the feelings of the world. I am leaving after all, though it is no easy task, especially for this old Sybil of Cumae. Climbs of any kind are trying. Frankly, I'm exhausted by all the planning and paperwork. Donnie
Okay.
will pick me up soon, very
Will
soon.
he?
But you, my dear child, you should stay for a while. Do
I would
that for
assume
me.
2 days
she's
later, Johnny
dying.
receives a letter from the director.
We regret to inform you that
Yeah.
on May 4th, 1989, at approximately 8:45 p.m., your mother, Pelafina Heather Lievra, died in her room at the Three Attic Whalestow Institute. After
Yeah.
a detailed examination, both by our resident doctor as well as the county coroner, confirmed the cause of death was the result of self-inflicted asphyxiation achieved with deadlands hanging from a closet hook.
Obviously, there is a lot to unpack here.
She
but I
was
think these
leaving,
letters
just
do paint
not
a
the
pretty vivid
way I
picture
thought she
of what
will.
led Johnny to where he is now, and how this book seems to be affecting him. First, it is again important to note how the house on Ash Tree Lane seems to manifest itself symbolically in the form of books, trees, pages, and the internal mind, and how it pulls the specific darkness and trauma out of each individual who stumbles upon it.
Okay.
Each one of us has a house, and for Johnny that appears
House
to be
MD.
this very traumatic history. And the connections found within these
One
letters
moment,
run
chat.
rather deep, deeper than one might expect. Of course, there's Pelafina's references to things like trees and certain metaphors she includes.
My hands resemble some ancient tree, the roots that bind
Yeah,
up
that's what
the
she
earth,
said.
the rock and the ceaseless.
I don't
living
like what she
wardens.
said.
Some
Oh yeah, I tried strangling you, but you survived. Sadly. What do you
rabbit
mean?
devoured the leaves of my memory.
Further drawing connections between all these elements. But there are also very strange and specific connections to the writings of Zampano and the Navidson record. In a letter from September 7th, 1984, she writes,
To endure over 2 months without a word, and then with the first words learn such terrible news tore me to Pisces.
a typo, which is also found on page 41 of Zampano's
I don't think
House
it's,
of Leaves, during the previously mentioned
Come
analysis
on.
of sound and echoes.
Echo, however, rejects his amorous offers, and Pan, being the god of civility and restraint, tears her to Pisces.
I don't
spiriting
think
all
it's
of her
I
except
don't think
her
it's a
voice.
mistake.
A coincidence? An edit made by Johnny intentionally to make this connection? Or perhaps Pelafina and Zampano are more connected than we realize, and it wasn't such an accident that Johnny Truant found the manuscript. All things worth keeping in mind, and I wonder if it's no coincidence that the specific connective tissue on Zampano's end is a mythological anecdote where the character Echo is stripped of her entire being except her voice, just as Pelafina has been locked away in the Whalestow, her
Yeah.
only connection to Johnny, her words. Additionally, Pelafina makes two oddly specific comments which feel directly connected to the events of the Navidson record. On September 5th, 1985, she wrote about Johnny's father, Donnie, who you'll remember was a pilot by profession.
I honestly don't believe he heard all the rattling and wind whipping and the awful shuddering sounds the plane made. I wish I could have his peace now. I wish I didn't have to hear the rattle and the roar and the scream that is your silence.
Feels
Damn.
awfully evocative of the growl of the house, no? But even more specific, in April of 1986, she signs off with,
Practicing my smile in a mirror the way I did when I was a child.
This seems too specific a parallel with Karen Green supposedly doing the exact same thing as a child, described in almost the exact same words, to be a coincidence. And it is not the last
Could be the same
connection
mental
to be found
disorder.
between these two people. The problem with the nature of these entwined stories, especially with Johnny's admitted editing of Zampano's writing, is we can never really be sure which direction these connections come from.
Sorry.
If they've been changed by Johnny, or Johnny's been changed by them, which again
Or
is
both.
why we must hold the conflicting position that all these explanations might be true. As this is a running theme in this analysis, it seems worth a mention that this is the very position Pelafina found herself in, struggling with memory and hallucinations, unsure of which version of reality to trust. I hope you can
And
see,
she decides
especially
to
with these
leave
connections
early,
made directly to the
sadly.
Navidson record, how important taking into account Johnny Truant's life is, and why these sometimes quite lengthy asides are worth taking. That is definitely not the last we'll be talking about the Whalestow letters, but for now, I think it's time we return to the film.
The papers all
Let's
say
go.
that Johnny is truant, and his mother's reportedly
Oh,
ruined.
she's reading that.
He's gone to the wind. God knows how he's sinned, 'cause in Latin he's practically fluent.
Reinforcements arrive at the
Jesus.
house on Ash Tree Lane in the form
House.
of a man named Holloway Roberts and his two companions, Jed Leader and Kirby Wax Hook. They arrive without much fanfare in the film itself, but upon first glance, there seems no one more fit for the job of exploring the house than these three. Holloway Roberts, a friend of Billy Reston, is a middle-aged career hunter and explorer who made a living venturing places most would never dare. Jed Leader is a reserved but talented backpacker with a remarkable sense of direction, and Wax Hook a young climbing prodigy. With them, they
Okay.
bring plenty of supplies from
The
lights
names
and
make sense, I
markers and
guess.
the radio
Welcome,
to
Kojima names.
Holloway's Weatherby rifle. They seem prepared for anything, though they arrive with a sense of perhaps arrogant confidence. Upon being introduced to the Holloway, the team is almost immediately sobered. Holloway, however, seems uniquely confrontational, approaching the house as yet another peak to conquer.
It is also worth noting that,
Normal.
though I don't have very much footage of this portion of the film, it is noted by those who've seen it, including Zampano, that Holloway and Davidson seem to bristle at each other's presence, which isn't entirely surprising for these two kinds of guys. Davidson having a notably more renowned career in a similarly dangerous field, and Holloway taking point on an exploration Davidson has been precluded from that is his discovery within his very own home, and he would clearly rather be undertaking for himself. And it doesn't help that Karen seems to be flirting with Holloway as soon as he
Oh,
arrives.
no.
As with every step in their descent so far, these events only strain their relationship further. On the note of how the house's effects seem to spread between people, there's some very interesting anecdotes provided by Johnny in the footnotes around this time. But first, Johnny updates us on his relationship with Thumper.
This is
having
so
written
confusing
a
and so bad,
flowery
holy.
love note and handing it to her in person in front of everyone at the tattoo shop. Alright, buddy. As one might expect,
Okay, that's
she
the
doesn't react
prostitute, I
exactly the way
think.
Johnny was hoping.
I don't even know what I expected, but she opened it right on the spot and then laughed, and then my boss grabbed it and he sort of winced.
But amazingly,
What?
on her way out, she hands him her card.
Call me sometime. You're cute.
However,
Aw.
Johnny's uncharacteristic shyness around Thumper keeps him from calling her until 3 in the morning, to which she doesn't answer, obviously.
Well, it's 3 in the
It's moments
morning.
like this that make you remember, despite the grand prose and cynical outlook, Johnny is still very young, around 25 at this point. But this sends Johnny into yet another depressive spiral.
I started drinking. I'm still drinking.
He goes
Aw.
on, falling into this drunken spiral, as he often does within these footnotes, until he reaches a irrelevant anecdote, a story he was told by one of the volunteers who used to read and write for Zampano. As a side note, that's been another goal of his, tracking down those volunteers to get information about the manuscript.
Okay.
One of Zampano's early readers also found a story she wanted to avoid, though she finally told me it, or at least some of it, having just endured hours of speech on comfort, death, and legend, all of it distressing her, saddening her, confusing her, and thus leaving her completely unprepared for the memory she was about to find. Abruptly returning from her childhood in Santa Cruz, suddenly noticing the unnatural heaviness of a shadow slipping free from the burnt dusk, though not a shadow at all, later translating this as the sight
The writing is so confusing. I love it.
of an enormous
I'm also
creature
not that sure the fuck
trespassing
is
on the curve
happening.
of a Northern California night, like the shadows she saw hiding in the bottom of a turn at Zampano's stairwell, moving
Okay.
towards her, and so causing her to panic and scramble into the comforts offered by a local bar.
This
Actually speaking, this sounds like it's written similar to a Call of Cthulhu scenario.
is exactly why we
They
can't
are
be
written
content to simply
somewhat similar
understand the house
most of the
as
times.
just the physical house itself, but something more metaphysical that can reach people through the written word, or
Yep.
spoken, I suppose. Almost like a cognito hazard. There's something inherent to that place that, if
The King in
unable to
Yellow.
unlock physical passageways, will open them in the mind, and altogether come from one's own traumas and memories. And that goes for the Davidson
The King in Yellow, but somewhat
story as well.
worse.
Though they've mostly been dealing with these effects on a literal level, we've seen how they open specific relationship wounds, the very ones they came here to leave behind. At the very least, how they pull out
Okay.
a specific trauma and
I think
phobia
I'm
for
catching
Karen.
the-
architecture of the house
I'm managing to catch the gist
is
of
a
the
monster
things
in
so
the
far,
corner of your eye
but
just as much
Jesus,
as it
it's
is a
confusing.
hallway, as much as it is a long suppressed thought. Johnny
Okay.
ends this footnote.
And so now, in the shadow of unspoken events, I watch Zampano's courtyard darken. Everything whimsical is left. The old man is not there, and the
Well,
cats
yeah.
are all gone.
I would
Something
assume
else
he's a
has taken
neighbor.
their
That's why he
place.
can see the owl.
Something I am unable to see.
Or maybe.
Waiting. I'm afraid.
Or maybe they live in the same house.
It is
Probably a
hungry.
neighbor.
It
Oh.
is immortal. Worse. It
Depression?
knows nothing of whim.
The
Sounds like
Holloway
he's
team's first
explaining
preliminary
depression.
trek is titled Exploration 1 and is relatively short, all things considered, mostly retracing
Matter of fact, the
Davidson's
video is almost
steps,
4
though
hours,
with
yeah.
brighter lights, they reveal further the enormity of that place.
But before they can explore much further, they run out of the spool of fishing line they're using as a lifeline to find
Oh,
their
no.
way back, and the growl of the house spooks them into turning around. And as with Navidson's
Understandable, I would do the
Exploration
same.
8, the path back is slightly different than the path that got them
I mean,
there.
honestly speaking, I don't think I would go into the hallway, so I don't think I will need a fishing
So it
line.
doesn't prove too difficult to return. Really, this first exploration
be
was an
honest-
introduction, so Holloway and crew can get an idea of what they're dealing with. Exploration 2 is considerably longer.
The team enters for the
Oh,
second
no.
time the following day, equipped with more flares, neon markers, sample tubes, and plenty more fishing lines. Still, in the hours that follow, they only hear the growl once more, and the shifting of the house is limited.
The team makes their way through what they call the anteroom, a massive space that seems without end, only to open up into an even greater expanse.
Can
what
we
they
also
call
see,
the Great
please?
Hall, a room which is probably at least a mile long. And it is here that they discover the first architectural change from the monotony of hours of
Everything?
featureless floor, ceiling, and walls of different dimensions. An enormous spiral staircase.
Are we
twisting
in
downwards into
Carcosa
darkness.
right now?
We dropped a few flares down it, but never heard them hit bottom. I mean, in that place, it being so empty and cold and still and all, you can really hear a pin drop, but the darkness just swallowed the flares right up.
The team emerges.
Could have
8
followed them
hours
literally.
after they entered, and I hope that can give you an idea of just how massive that space is. Miles and miles of dark passageways and featureless rooms, more akin to a cave system than a house. And just like a cave, there doesn't even need to be a monster or creature inside.
Okay.
Its sheer enormity and emptiness
Chad, we're almost an hour in and 2 hours into the stream. I've been watching it since the start of the stream, by the way. What the fuck?
danger of starvation, of exposure, or madness. Not to
Okay.
mention its freezing cold.
I'm trying to comprehend what the fuck is
Davidson,
happening.
for his part, is noticeably agitated by the whole experience, clearly tortured by the fact that he's been excluded from making such discoveries. He can't even bother to pretend to be excited, literally leaving the room when Holloway and team returns to present the footage.
So
Though one
he's
can criticize
scared.
Davidson's dramatics, it's understandable that this would at least weigh on him, essentially sacrificing what could be the most astonishing discovery of his career and crowning achievement of his passion, not from his own hesitation, but Karen's. Though again, you can't really blame her. Again, I'm basically on her side. The penultimate Exploration 3 is even longer, lasting over 20 hours.
The team reaching the giant spiral stairwell and descending down it for 7 straight hours with no sign of
Wow,
the
what
Even
the
at
fuck?
their lowest point, their flares disappear into the nothingness. No reassuring echo to greet them at the bottom of the well, as Zampano might say.
Ah, they
The
reached
excitement
the
of
end.
This discovery has considerably waned among the crew as they return nearly a full day later, exhausted, no closer to reaching whatever.
They're going straight to
unspecific end or goal
straight
they're
goal to
looking for.
Terrarius Hill.
Still, with each passing step down, the impossible enormity of the space becomes clearer.
Meanwhile, Karen makes an unsettling discovery of her own. Still elbow deep in her feng shui redecoration, she finds that compasses will not settle when within the house. And Holloway confirms
Oh,
this is the
magnetic,
case inside
magnetic.
Hollow
The
as
fuck is
well.
happening with my brain? Magnetic interference. I like that. I also have no idea what the fuck is happening, by the way.
Davidson and Holloway are actually able to put their guards down a bit and build some brief camaraderie over the idea of the success and acclaim their discoveries here will likely afford them. Though the idea
Nice.
of drawing out their time with this house any longer is clearly an unpleasant thought for Karen. As for the children, Daisy seems relatively unfazed by everything, but Chad is noticeably absent from the home. most of the
Chad.
time, and we learn that he's begun getting into fights at school, which is familiar.
I mean, at least
Again,
he can leave the
depth that
house.
Knowing Johnny Truant's story adds to the Davidson record are undeniable, but the exact nature of these parallels remains mysterious. Either way, we see that Chad's older age may leave him more susceptible to the effects of the house, as his mind is developing a more complex, self-conscious understanding of himself. On this note, now would be a good time to return to some of Johnny's footnotes around this time, as they
Thank
seem
you.
especially relevant.
Firstly, in another drunken night out with Lude, Johnny almost
Lude.
found himself in another brawl, interrupted in a bit of mutual flirtation with a woman named Kyrie by her monstrous boyfriend.
Holy
Well,
fuck.
look at that, I remember hollering. He has an opposable thumb. He was twice
Ah.
my size, bigger and stronger. Luckily, the alcohol returned. I got wobbly and then I got scared. Lude was yelling.
Okay, telling to someone, oh, look, he has opposable thumbs, is such a creative insult, and it reminds me I'm not using my free will enough. I need to use it more, brother. What the fuck?
At me. You got a death wish, Truant? Which was the thing that scared me. Because maybe I did.
By coincidence, he ends up meeting this Kyrie woman again, looking for her help translating some German in Zampano's manuscript. Though, as is characteristically Johnny, their interaction ends with the two of them hooking up, Kyrie telling him her boyfriend is in Gdansk, Poland on a work trip.
Well, they're in
Afterwards,
Europe.
she breaks down, briefly telling Johnny how she feels unloved by her boyfriend before
No.
kicking him out. He never got that translation. Unfortunately for Johnny, this will not be the last time he runs into Kyrie or her boyfriend, which Johnny takes to calling the Gdansk Man. Not long after
The
sharing
Gdansk
this
Man is
story,
such a cool
Johnny
name,
gives
though.
us a much starker picture of what happened between him and his foster father, Raymond, before his
Okay.
escape to boarding school or Alaska.
It begins with
never
Raymond
mind, I think they were in
taking to
Amer- they- never
calling
mind, they were in
Johnny
America.
Beast, and after word of Johnny's fights at school and his
I think.
pushing,
I was 12 years old. What did I know? I pushed all the time.
Raymond awakened Johnny in the middle of the night to tell him,
You're not really in this family, but you're living with this family. So what does that make you? That makes you a guest, and being a guest means you act like a guest, not like some kind of barnyard animal. If that doesn't suit you,
Jesus.
then I'll treat you like an animal, which will have to suit you. It goes for that school too. I don't want
Yeah,
no
that's
more
disgusting.
problems.
and as Johnny tells it,
The next day I fought in the schoolyard until my knuckles were bloody, and then I fought the following day and the day after that. After the 10th fight, something really poisonous got inside me and turned off all the pain. I didn't even register a hit or cut anymore. So I just
Ooh.
kept hacking back, spending everything I was against what I still didn't know.
and
Okay.
so Johnny was eventually expelled.
I'm rolling myself a
and
cigarette,
upon
Chad.
his return home from school, Raymond tells him to
Get in the truck.
Oh no!
I asked him where we were going. I'm taking you to the hospital, he finally whispered. But we didn't go directly to the hospital.
Oh, I thought.
Raymond took me somewhere else first, where I lost half my tooth, and a lot more too, I guess, on the
I was about to. Oh, I thought he's gonna beat him. Never mind, he is beating him.
outskirts, in an
sorry.
ice-covered place, surrounded by barbed wire and willows, where mountains of rust, seldom touched, lie frozen alongside fence posts, and no one ever comes near enough to
Fuck.
hear the hawks cry.
What the fuck is wrong with that family?
The trauma Johnny Truant lived through in his childhood is horrific, and though to be fully
His
honest, he
mother
comes
tried killing him. His father beat the shit out of him. I'm back to Adam is. I'ma go back and I'ma let you hear it. Absolutely,
anymore.
don't worry.
So I just kept hacking back, spending everything I was against what I still didn't know.
And so, Johnny was eventually expelled, and upon his return home from school, Raymond tells him to
Get in the truck. I asked him where we were going. I'm taking you to the hospital, he finally whispered. But we didn't go directly to the hospital. Raymond took me somewhere else first, where I lost half my tooth, and a lot more too, I guess, on the outskirts, in an ice-covered place, surrounded by barbed wire and willows, where mountains of rust.
I'm
seldom
rolling
touched,
myself secret. That's why.
lie
That's why I
frozen
went back.
alongside
So I
fence
don't miss what
posts,
he
and
says.
no one ever comes near enough to hear the hawks cry.
And we were there. That's his father, I guess, adoptive father. Wow. He's not really that lucky. His mother tries strangling him. His adoptive family, well, his father's taking him to the hospital while he take a shortcut to beat the fuck out of him. I don't think Johnny is happy. Also, the Minecraft thing sounds funny as hell. And I'm waiting for Twitch to pay me. Should be the next 2 or 3 days. Hopefully. So, Minecraft soon. Anyway, video.
The trauma Johnny Truant lived through in his childhood is horrific, and though to be fully honest, he comes off at times in his writing as rather pretentious or unlikable, sometimes even misogynistic in the way he objectifies women. As a reader, one cannot help but root for his ability to overcome. I mean, you look at his life, and
that was a
it's
bit too
completely
far away.
understandable that he didn't come out
So
particularly
let me double check. Am I on the correct mic here? Yeah, I am. Okay. Just curious.
well adjusted. At the same time,
Oh,
one
can you
has
blame
to
him?
wonder whether this trauma is being drawn out by his exposure to this book, or whether it is him projecting his trauma onto the manuscript as
Could
a
be
way to try
both.
and make sense of how it affects him. Additionally,
Could be a mixture
one
of
has
both.
to wonder if there's some link between his mother's hallucinatory condition and his recent run-ins with shadow monsters. Though the scratches and
This shadow,
testimonies
maybe
from
he has the same
Zampano's
condition
writers
as his
throw a
mother.
bit of a wrench into
He's having... He's having visions that are not there.
the simplicity of that explanation. Then again, we only know about these things because Johnny wrote them down. Who knows how much of this can even be trusted? As is the inherent struggle with analyzing the Davidson record without having
Okay.
access to the film itself. It all gets tangled up so easily.
It's
like
confusing
there's
as
a dozen
fuck so
different
far.
pathways we could go down. These ideas fracturing into different hallways, but we don't have enough light to see what's at the other end of any of them. But we can't look away even for a second. Don't even blink.
But I like blinking.
I think I might need coffee or something.
Oh, he's stripping.
Exploration 4 is planned as the longest yet. Holloway and the team spending 4
Yay.
to 5 days inside those darkened halls, hoping that will give enough time to reach the bottom of the stairs and come back alive.
Oh, that's you
They
trying to reach
re-up
the
on
stairs.
As many supplies as they can carry, and due to
Dude,
their
we
experience
switched
with
the
radios
game.
from their last trip,
Let's go.
unfortunately concede to the fact that after the first day or so, they likely won't have contact with the home base that has been set up in the living room. Additionally,
Oh, this is the
Nelson
house.
believes that the growl sound is actually the
I
result
think.
of the house's shifting layout, emanating from impossible corners and Escherian surfaces scraping against each other. Holloway seems unconvinced, apparently set on finding something that inhabits that place. The Minotaur in the maze. In any case, the rest of
The
the team
shadow
agrees that
monster.
it's better safe than sorry, so Holloway's rifle comes along with them, locked and loaded.
The night before Exploration 4 is to take place, Wax and Karen find themselves alone in the kitchen together, and in their slightly awkward conversation, Wax
Okay.
reveals Davidson's
Yep,
Exploration A to Karen. Karen doesn't seem to react at first.
Wait,
but
isn't
as they
Karen
continue
married,
their
though?
conversation, it becomes more personal, until there's a moment where Wax seems to believe they've made some kind of connection, and he leans in and kisses her. And though Wax started it, Zampano writes that Karen's enthusiasm almost overpowers his.
In fact, the kiss turns into something more than a kiss.
But it ends just as quickly as it began. Karen
In fact, the kiss turns into something more of a kiss. Karen's hunger almost exceeding Wax. I mean, I guess she doesn't feel loved by her husband and she feels like she's doing everything to protect him, but I would assume she feels restricted to that, and then he doesn't like she doesn't like that. And she feels betrayed by him because she told him English not to explore the hallway. He went into the hallway, came back with Max and a little bit depressed and with more trauma, and now she feels lost, I would assume. Unless I'm mixing the names and that's her husband.
leaves without a word, and Wax doesn't follow.
It seems hard to imagine something like this would have happened without Davidson's betrayal in Exploration A. And though there could have
Never
been any
mind.
number of reasons
It's not
for
her
her
husband.
reaction, revenge, desperation, anger, Here it becomes clear that the relationship between Karen and Navidson is truly beginning to fall apart.
We don't see exploration from the team's perspective at first. For the first day or so, Navidson shoots Billy Reston as he rolls between the radio and computer monitoring systems. Though not literally placing us within the expedition, this angle almost gives a more immersive sense of the house's void. Centering Reston and Navidson's perspective of being stuck on one end of an opaque glass feels like a much truer darkness. While we watch the rest of the inhabitants try to make themselves busy or take their minds off the expedition.
That video is really interesting, but it's so long. There's still 2.5 hours.
Playing with the kids or getting into busy work, Reston works with meticulous focus as he mans the living room's home base.
At the 7-day mark, those at the house have heard nothing from Hollow and crew, and they
oh
fear
no,
the
they
worst.
did.
And that night, a sound is heard.
I thought the sound would be different. Never mind.
Knocking, an SOS signal, echoing through the house, vibrating across unknown miles of walls to reach them.
Despite Karen's distress and disapproval, Tom, Navidson, and Reston decide to head out on a rescue mission.
Oh no, they're gonna get lost as well.
For backup. It needs to happen right then and there.
No, you go for backup and then you go.
Staircase and set up
Morons.
a relay between the living room and the rest of the house beneath the stairs, while Tom and Davidson follow in the rest of the team's footsteps.
I don't know.
I haven't spoken
I
much
don't know.
about Zampano.
I'm not sure about the house flashing in the corner. I sure hope this house doesn't have any leaves in it. Okay. I don't see any comments about it. I'm not entirely sure why he's putting the blue house in the corner every time he mentioned it.
Up to this point, it's important to note that in the following sections of this book, the formatting transforms this fairly straightforward academic piece into what House of Leaves is probably most known for.
There it was.
A piece of ergodic literature.
Scattering the text, condensing the formatting, making the pages even more an extension of the maze-like quality of the house. In fact, it probably cannot be understated how important it is that so much of our information about the film comes from Zampano's writing, another perspective interpreting and obscuring the events. And Zampano proves himself anything but an objective POV, as we'll see. First and foremost, the chapter covering this part of the film opens with a page that has a little check mark in the bottom right corner.
Done.
A signifier that,
as in 10
recall,
seconds, chat.
Johnny's mother asked him to include in response to her distress letter, her own SOS.
Is this Johnny once again tampering with the text?
Yes.
Or is this more evidence that Zampano and Pelafina are connected? There's no way to really be sure.
Again, could be both.
But keep in mind,
Zampano's
writing and analysis will become a much more important piece of this overall
I guess both of them are the same person, maybe?
Puzzle going forward. To stay on
Highly
Johnny
doubted,
for
but
a moment
maybe.
here, he continues to have difficulty leaving his apartment, and we learn that he has received a message from a woman.
Do you mean this is the best part of the book, or best part of the book? It's delicious. Oh, I am extremely confused so far. It's extremely interesting, but I'm extremely confused.
Named Ashley, who
Ashley!
he doesn't remember, but apparently
Look
knows him.
at
More
me!
importantly to him, though, he has spoken to Thumper again. At the tattoo parlor, he tells stories to Thumper and his boss about his time in Alaska, lying about his age at 13 to get a job as a fishing canner, long, grueling 12-hour days, and one day, going aboard a fishing vessel, which would tragically sink.
Almost everyone survived. One guy didn't, an old Haitian, at least 16 years old. He was a friend too, or at least on his way to becoming a friend. Some line had gotten tangled around his ankle.
Oh no.
And was dragged down with the wreck.
After work, Thumper and Johnny actually go out to dinner, and
let's
though
go.
things start out as casual and flirtatious,
They
he
bonked.
can't stop himself from devolving into talking about Zampano and the book and all of these difficulties.
It's
But
obsessing
Thumper
him.
isn't off-put by this, listening intently and comforting him in a very platonic.
She's like, oh, look at him. That's his fixation now. Oh, cute. That house sounds creepy though.
way before they part ways.
You're all right, Johnny, she said for the second time that
Aw.
night. Don't worry so much. You're still young. You'll be fine. Come down and see me at work sometime. If you
Yeah,
want my opinion, you just need to get out of the house.
Teehee.
Returning to Zampano,
Teehee.
the following chapter doesn't focus entirely on the rest of the events of Exploration 4 or the rescue mission, instead taking an aside to analyze the events of the Navidson record and the nature of the house through the lens of a labyrinth.
I love the
in its
blue text.
mythological and literary contexts.
House.
Mostly the story of King Minos and the Minotaur.
Minos.
Throughout this entire chapter, and some further
King
chapters,
Minus and King
this
Plus.
analysis is woven in, but importantly, was initially scrapped and struck out by Zampano. We only see it because Johnny Truant salvaged and replaced the pieces. Why exactly Zampano would want to erase almost the entirety of this literary thread remains to be seen.
Wait. The house spreading. What if the house is a metaphor for their brain? It's not a literal house. But the house represents their brain and how they explore their brains and uncover more and more and more trauma. And it kind of makes them go crazy because they try to cover the trauma in, well, alcohol, drugs, etc. What do you mean? I highly doubt it's a dick. The house is spreading. No! It's spreading like, I guess a disease. They, by spreading, they're exploring more and more of their brain. It was already that big. They just never went to the parts of the house or the brain that they're going right now before, which means the suppressed trauma, and now they're exploring it more and more. I was thinking of ass. Well, I hope the house is not an ass. That would be weird.
Apart from a brief opening section that discusses how the perception from which we're viewing a labyrinth changes our understanding.
I hereby cast a spell that changes everything you say, brain. You say an ass. Oh no, my ass hurts. My brain also does becomes bigger and bigger. Yes.
Of it from within,
Jesus.
a confusing claustrophobic path, from the outside an intricate art piece of sorts.
Which does feel relevant to how each inhabitant reacts to, and as we'll see later, experiences the house. We move on to the meat of this discussion, the Minotaur.
Jesus.
The first angle Zampano looks
They're
at
in
the story
herself.
of the Minotaur in the maze from is a sort of deconstruction, a retelling or reinterpretation, where King Minos' son is born with
You're a bit far from the
face
mic.
abnormality, and King Minos creates the labyrinth
There
and
we
this
go.
myth of the Minotaur to keep people away and hide his son from the world.
No.
A hoax which inevitably backfires, leading Theseus into the maze to kill his son.
Oh,
There is
no.
special attention paid here to the idea that the Minotaur isn't actually a beast, but a soft and intelligent human
Dog.
being. It is very reminiscent of Borges' House of Asterion, a short
Hey, House of
story told
Asterion.
from the Minotaur's perspective. And more than just an empathetic angle to the creature, Asterion, the Minotaur's house, the maze, is
House.
described in much the same way the house on Ash Tree Lane
House.
is.
It is true that I never leave my house, but it is also true that its doors, whose numbers are infinite, are open day and night. All parts of the house are repeated many times. Any
House.
place is another place. There is no one pool, courtyard, drinking trough, manger. The mangers, drinking troughs, courtyards, pools are infinite in number.
Ah.
If this all does truly come from Zampano the way Johnny claims, he almost certainly got much of it from here. In any
Okay.
case, this
Ooh,
humanization
Minotaur.
of the Minotaur in the maze seems relevant in 3 ways.
One, the idea of this narrative hoax being created by King Minos to hide some perceived shame, which eventually falls apart, is yet another example of this recurring notion that we cannot trust the stories we're being told, from Navidson to Zampano to Johnny. Two, it is yet another example of a
Okay.
monster that is never really there. Holloway seems convinced
Trauma.
he's chasing some real flesh and blood huntable thing within the labyrinth of the house, despite no real
House.
evidence of such thing existing. We also see the same experience with Johnny.
I like my
feeling
theory.
so
I'm
sure
sticking
some
with it
creature is
for
right
now.
behind him, ready to attack, only to disappear when he turns around. For King Minos, again, this false monster represents his personal shame.
What about
In this
King
case, his
Plus?
son, the shame that he constructs into a monster. And I have to wonder if a similar theme will follow for Johnny and Holloway. Finally, I think there's a case to be made that Johnny has lived a life similar to the Minotaur, seen by his stepfather as violent and worthless, literally called a beast, scarred since
This is why I want a good fashion universe where it's so different, its space isn't restricted to the laws of how a universe works. It's just empty space and the sun. Oh, and it has sun and planets, but instead an infinite and winding cohesive. I like the idea. I need to talk about it with Macaw creator, I guess, and see what ideas we can get from it. I don't know how to represent it as a TTRPG concept, but I like the idea. I mean, we can always add it as a trap or a pocket dimension. The thing is, how the fuck would you make it work as a
childhood, yet
TTRPG?
we read throughout his footnotes that beneath this gruff exterior is an intelligent person who craves
Yes.
peace and comfort after a lifetime of trauma and abuse. Trust me when I say I don't make these connections lightly. All of them are further
for universes
reinforced
work,
to
yeah.
continue the film and the book, but for now, let's keep moving things
I mean, we
along.
can always
To
make
return
it
to Johnny's footnotes
because of some kind of technique it happened, but again, I need to discuss it with my coworker.
in this section briefly. He continues his meetings and often one-night stands with Zampano's various scribes and readers, but again finds it more and more difficult to leave his apartment by now, finding himself stuck in mental scenes of his own horrific death every time he steps outside.
I watched
no.
a truck veer from its lane, flatten a stop sign, desperately try to slow, momentarily redirect itself, and then in spite of all the brakes on that monster, all the accompanying smoke and ear-puncturing shrieks, it still barreled straight into me. All that steel was grinding into me, instantly pulverizing my...
Oh god. Like maybe it's a web of stone, like the entire universe. Hollow sponge occupied by empty space and webs of granite.
legs,
Ooh,
my
I mean,
pelvis, the
it
metal
could be
from the
just
grill wedging
stone. It
forward
doesn't
like
need to
kitchen knives
be
severing me from the waist down.
material we know of.
After a hookup that he retells in particularly graphic detail, he begins to feel a little bit better, as if getting outside and experiencing the world had really helped, like Thumper suggested.
Finally, we return to the details of
That's not what I mean.
exploration.
I know granite is a stone. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be a stone we know of on Earth. Could be a stone or something, or a material.
From Halloween Crew's perspective. Though we have a few sparse clips, we once again have to
What
mostly
the
go
fuck?
with Zampano's recollection, which fully embraces its ergodic nature by this point. Swinging wildly from dense, mirrored, and winding passages
Maybe
to
a sector
large,
cult-
empty pages with
civilization.
only
Ooh, that's
few
a good
words,
idea.
Pacing the read to match how it would feel to watch it play out for ourselves. On day 3,
Is there
the
supposed to be a picture
exploration
there in the
team had
middle of the
made it to
page?
the bottom of the stairs, and decide to continue peeking around a bit to see what's
Yeah,
there.
like
But
Universe
as
Wide
they
Downhill.
do, Holloway
Damn.
begins to drive himself into almost a panic.
Oh, sorry if I sound a little bit
worrying
slow.
Jed and Wax.
That
The
video is
further they
draining
go,
my
the
brain.
faster Holloway seems to move, making fewer stops and even busting holes in walls, hoping to find some exit, exterior definition, or fixture within this place. But it
Okay.
continues to be nothing but nondescript rooms and hallways. When the team finally arrives back at the staircase, they find that one of the many return caches they left, supplies for them to use on their trip back, has seemingly been ripped apart, food and water.
Oh
torn to
no, there
pieces
is a
or
creature in
missing.
here.
This discovery sends Holloway into an almost manic fever. He leads them wandering frantically through the endless halls until Wax and Jed finally
I'm
put
curious
their
if they
foot
reach
down
the end
and
of the
completed their
staircase.
mission, made it to the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, yeah, they
Wandering out endlessly with no plan and limited
Never mind.
resources is a death sentence. Holloway, however, cannot be convinced. And so Jed and Wax are forced to leave him behind as they make
No!
the trek back up the stairs without him.
As they continue their ascent, they find the rest of their caches are also in various states of missing, ripped apart, or scattered. Already overstayed and missing most of their expected return supplies, things are beginning to look dire. And even more oddly, the things they're carrying with them begin falling apart. Shoelaces rip, buttons fall off, even the integrity of their packs begins to dissipate
What?
with dry rot, as if when things are left here for too long, they fall apart or are
Like the
eaten
humans.
by the house itself.
House.
As Wax says,
Like you stop thinking about something and it vanishes. You forget you have pocket zippers and pow, they're gone.
their return ascent is interrupted when Wax falls to the ground, struck in the shoulder by a bullet.
Holloway emerges from one of the many passageways that branch off from the staircase,
What?
confused.
How the hell did I get here? I thought it was that thing. Fuck, it was that thing.
Instead of helping his friends, however, Holloway seems frozen in a panic.
I can't go back now. I just shot someone. I'll go to jail. I'll lose everything. I have to think.
Jed patches up Wax as best he can and tries
What the
reasoning with Holloway.
fuck?
It was an accident. You're not gonna go to jail. But if you sit there and let Wax die, for that they'll lock you up for life.
But Holloway is unconvinced. and he
What the fuck
disappears
is
back into the halls
happening?
of the house. Jed and Wax are alone again, Wax gravely injured, and Holloway, still armed, has clearly lost his mind. Jed attempts to help
Okay.
Wax continue their way upward and out, but they are not left undisturbed for long. Shots ring out from the passageways. Holloway has officially lost it and is seemingly on the hunt for them.
douche.
The two other explorers are forced to duck
I have the perfect way to make you visualize the idea without imagination. How? I mean, I'm imagining it's something similar to the Maze of King Minos. Yeah? What about it? Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, I like that.
inside one of the branching
It just vast
passageways deep
nothingness,
into the house,
but with things,
into a room that is
kinda.
for now far away from Holloway and his rifle, though now they are utterly lost from the stairs.
afraid with
Just
his
a
friend
damn.
losing blood next to him, Jed begins
A
tapping the
webway.
floor, the SOS message heard by the others back at home base. As they await their death or rescue,
Oh my god, the
Wax
Farlands.
tries to
Something,
put on a
yeah.
happy
But
face
no,
for
Farlands
Jed,
have more.
but he's clearly beginning to feel
The Farlands are way more. How to say it? Connected? They make sense?
the effects of the shock and blood loss.
And it's hard to keep the mood up when they begin hearing screams, animalistic, howling
more
wails
space.
of Holloway stomping
Could
around
be.
in the distance.
Zampano has some interesting insights about this point of the film as well, comparing the situation to various stories of maritime mutiny, with emphasis on the particular dangers of
More
their
hollow.
journey.
Yeah.
Freezing conditions, treacherous currents, frozen oceans, and the darkness of the
I would like an actual explanation of what the fuck is happening in that book, because holy fuck.
tumultuous, murky waters. Many, if not all, of these situations end in the mutineers being executed or the captains killed or stranded somewhere.
Yeah, that's how
This
mutiny
context
works.
does, I think,
Oh my god, and we can have the Hollow Knight sect. Well, I don't want bugs in my game. That leads to
help
people
give us a
complaining.
view into Holloway's state of mind. In his paranoia, he believes that Wax and Jed turning back is a mutiny against him.
Oh,
And like those
not
sailors on the high
literally.
seas, believes his only
I don't
options
kidding.
are either kill or be killed.
After this, Zampano goes on for a bit to once again discuss the veracity of the film, how its presentation as a true documentary, similar to the
Gothic
Blair Witch
Hollow
Project,
Knight. Like
and
that,
lack
yeah.
of polish in many areas, draws us into its authenticity. But that form of authenticity can be manufactured, and he points out the truest proof of its reality is the money trail. There's no paper trail or production company, no
Ooh.
tax returns that can
Verticality
explain
in mind,
the amount
yeah.
of money needed
It would be like
to
Hollow
produce
Knight,
such
but
a
way more spread. It would be here a building, there a building, here a building, there a building, there a wall, there are more portions of the wall, but more chaotically spread throughout that place. I don't want them to be in one centralized hub, because that kind of defeats the point.
a film without anyone ever hearing about it. Either someone had a sophisticated money laundering scheme, or it's all true. At the time this was written, true consumer digital manipulation was only just beginning, and Zampano's predictions as to where our ability to fake photo and video, the end of an information age where you could, in some capacity, trust the things you saw with your eyes, was ending. In the year 2026, for me, This more academic aside is perhaps one of the more horrific parts of this entire thing. But again, the point here seems to be that Zampano is asking us not
Yo,
to
Minecraft
trust a narrative
parkour.
blindly
But
just
you
because
do.
it seems that it could be true. The
Metal bridges. Yeah, that similar to that, but way less connected. Yeah, there will be bridges, but the bridges will be leading to nothing. Some of the bridges will be that lead to something will be run down and broken, or at least beginning to break. Some bridges will be leading just to hills with absolutely nothing on them. Some bridges will be connecting to things that do not exist. Something like that.
Final shot we see of Wax and Jed from their own perspective is the two young men sitting silently on the floor, the growl becoming louder.
What the fuck
closing
is happening in
and
there?
Something is now banging violently.
Yeah,
on the
that's
door, as Zampano writes.
the other person.
Something is on the other side, hammering against it over and over again. Whatever comes for those who are never seen again
That's your
has
friend.
come from him.
Johnny actually notes that this is probably
Typo.
a typo, and that it should read "come for him." But I wouldn't agree. As we've investigated the nature of the house, it seems more and more apparent that the house sort of reflects those inside it, that it can function as both an external building, but also the internals of the mind. In that way, whatever is out there is also coming from him. Speaking
I like the
of
way that
Johnny,
book is
Johnny has a
written.
footnote here telling a story about his time in boarding school. A fantasy he had of some beautiful blonde girl he'd fall in love with, which felt so distant from him because he could never imagine someone actually loving him back in that way.
What?
But one day, he overhears a girl in the cafeteria say that she likes him, but he's never able to figure out who actually said it. He describes this event like seeing a ghost. The sound of a
That book is confusing the fuck out of me. Holy shit. We can have a bit more variety on the systems in that universe. Another universe, a galaxy. We have the universe. It will be a galaxy in the universe. Because I'm not making an entirely new universe. That's way too much work. I like that, but it could be just a galaxy, not necessarily need to be another universe. According the galaxy has the gravitas in of itself. Jesus.
person he never saw, a passing apparition. In the present, Johnny meets up with this mysterious
But it's
Ashley
cooler and
woman
grander
who
if it's an entire universe. Yeah, but I'm not making an entirely new universe.
had called him.
It does sound cooler and grandeur if it's a universe. I'm not making an entirely new universe. Because I need to fit into it shit, and I'm already making I'm making a universe. I'm not making another one. Do not forget, I'm planning to release the game as a viable thing. Throws tomatoes. Come on now, at least throw some. I was say bananas. Ew. Some cucumbers as well. I want a salad. Oh, holy fuck. That video is making me sleepy in the good way.
Before he leaves, he's
It's
able
fascinating.
to ask her about what's going on, and she tells a long story about how they met in Texas and kissed, but never went further, and she wanted
Throws
to
cheese.
be with him
Let's
one
go.
last time before she gets
Cheese.
married.
I love
At this
cheese.
Point, Johnny tells her he's never been to Texas.
And then Johnny tells her, cheese, throw olive oil. I actually never, fun mentioning that, I actually never tried cooking with olive oil. I would assume it's the same as normal oil. The cooking part, the eating may be different. Throws a wooden bowl and spoon. Thank you. Now I can make the salad. Your caprice now.
Leaves dejected and distraught. Ashley mirrors this.
Actually,
blonde
also
ghost, this
never
realization
tried olive oil. I want to try it in a salad. I want to see the difference.
of a fantasy of finding a real connection with someone he loves. This weightless thing.
I would
drenched
love
in
to try
sunlight,
a Capri
which is once
someday.
again ripped away from him.
A Capri Sun, the American juice that's filled with colors. Oh, the salad.
from his
I'm pretty sure I've
perspective.
tried. I'm pretty
Another
sure I've
roast.
tried the
Late-
the caprice or the caprice, however you pronounce it, because I'm pretty sure it's French. Oh, I've tried that. It's really tasty. Caprice. I've tried that. It's really tasty. I do not remember most of it. I just remember trying it, and it is so good. I should not be looking at it because it makes me
in
even
yet
hungry.
Another one-night stand with a woman named Haley, he awakens to find she's left without a word, despite things seemingly have gone well the night before, which is explained when he hears her call into an advice radio show later, where she says she was scared off by him screaming horrific things in his sleep.
Damn.
This seems to push him
I'm making
over the edge.
ramen.
Upon
It got me
realizing
hungry.
all of
Yeah.
these hookups and substances aren't curing him of his fear, but just cramming it down until it explodes in the night. And he also
Okay.
genuinely feels bad for scaring Haley off. He really liked her.
He begins
Aw.
buying more locks for his doors, falling entirely into the fear of the house. And in the following
House.
cascade of paranoid prose, he apologizes to Haley and mentions how the buttons on his coat are going missing, just like Wax and Jed.
No,
It's
no.
Johnny's turn to be devoured.
What
by
the fuck is
house.
happening?
Interestingly, in the most complete
Nine-
edition of
197.
House of Blues, the editors actually include emails and letters from readers of the previous versions. And apparently, Haley wrote in upon reading this part of the book.
I think Johnny was a little off here. We actually had a pretty rad time. He was very sweet and really gentle and kind of crude, but we still had a lot of fun. I was sorry to hear he disappeared. Do you know what happened to him?
I think this is important to include because it's once again
I like the way
very
that book is
telling
written
of
wholly.
the type of person Johnny really is. Though on first impression he seems to be a nihilistic ruffian, having seemingly internalized in some way this idea of being a beast, he is mostly just an incredibly traumatized, maladapted young man who wants to be kind and thoughtful and make connections with other people.
Back to the rescue team, Tom, Billy Reston, and Navidson make their way to the stairs without much difficulty. But by the time
Okay.
they arrive, Tom is pale and sweating.
Oh
Navy,
no.
I can't go down there. What's that supposed to mean? You're just giving up on them? Fortunately, by barely touching his friend's arm, Billy Reston forces
Putting this here as a meme, making fun of the moment.
Navidson to take a good
I was
hard
about
look
to
at
play
his
it, and then I
brother,
read, oh
clearly
wait,
in no
copyright,
condition
never
to go
mind.
any further, let alone tackle the profound depths of that staircase. Sorry, Tom.
Hello, Hannah.
I didn't mean to snap at you like that.
The plan, then, initially changes so that Reston and Tom make camp at the top of the stairs, and Navidson goes it alone, much to Reston's dismay.
I should sue the bastards who designed this house. Haven't they heard of handicap ramps?
However, Navidson reaches the bottom
Okay.
of the stairs after only
Watch it,
5
but
minutes.
don't share the audio. Well, let me mute it. This is 9 minutes. Okay. I was about to complain because we have. I'm pretty sure we're muted. Yes. Pop, 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 pop. Our house. Our house. Is it just that? Oh, it is the same thing repeating again and again and again. Oh. Yeah, the house is just changing. Secret to 603. Yes, sir. 603. Yo! The house was upside down. Yo! It's the middle of Doctor House. I'm not entirely sure what the fuck that is, but okay.
The stairwell has shrunk Upon this
Yes.
discovery, the plan changes again, and Reston crawls down the stairs, Davidson carrying his wheelchair behind him, so that the two can set out together. Though there's definite relief that they won't have to go it alone or go down all
In
those
the middle
miles
of Dr.
stairs,
House.
It's only a temporary
Dr.
salve,
House.
as Reston is overwhelmed with nausea, some other strange effect.
I'm
on
also
the
pretty
inner
sure
ear
that
from
the
this
person in the
place,
yellow
and
jacket is
more
dying.
uncanny thoughts
Or will
overtake
die.
their minds. If it can shrink, it can expand again, trapping them at
Yes.
the bottom.
One has to wonder why the stairs changed for Navidson and Reston, and Zampano analyzes this question as well, furthering the idea that the house reflects those inside
Okay,
it.
ignore me
For
then.
Holloway and crew, they
Little
were expecting
monster.
a long, arduous journey, and that's exactly what they got. Navidson and Reston, full of adrenaline, with no first-hand conception of the actual length of the stairs, along with a true goal in mind to be found at the bottom, find themselves at the bottom in mere minutes. Similarly, this may be why Holloway seems so sure he's been seeing some monstrous thing no one else has. The
He was
house
seeing the back of
outputs what
themselves.
we input. It has come from him.
As Navidson and Billy Reston head out into the unknown, in
I'm
search of
beginning to
Jed,
think that my theory about it, the house being a representation of a brain, and people maybe reading the book kind of going dolale, maybe.
Wax and Holloway in the dark.
Or I guess
about
being
what
in the house
happened
going,
to them
"Do
in the time
lally?"
since their trek began. Tom sets up camp at the top of the stairs with a tent, radio relay, and some supplies. You haven't given much time to consider Tom and his role in this story as of yet, so now seems as good a time.
Some
as any.
riddle?
As mentioned earlier, during
The
their
Harry Potter
childhood,
person?
Tom and Will were inseparable, almost by necessity. They were each other's only support system. But in
Aw.
adulthood, their parental trauma set them in very different paths. Will chasing ambition, while Tom turned to apathy and eventually alcoholism. Though this was the beginning of their estrangement, when Will started his own family, he could no longer be that parental support system in Tom's life. While Will
No.
chased reckless independence, Tom struggled with that lack of support. However, by the time Tom and Will meet again earlier in the film, Tom is sober and holding a somewhat steady job.
Let's go!
Interestingly, Zampano's writing on this subject is barely salvageable. Pages ripped apart and covered in what is seemingly his own blood-stained handprints. The author is, just as everyone else in this mess, a mysterious man. It is
Okay.
very poetic that the writings about two blood
I'm still extremely confused, but okay.
is told through ripped pages stained in red.
This
Tom
is
records
confusing.
Many video diary entries, mostly in darkness, over what turns out to be the days that Reston and Navidson are out on their rescue mission, making shadow puppets, telling jokes, and talking to Karen, and one recurring
bunny.
character, Mr. Monster. Alone and terrified in the dark halls, the oppressive feeling of being watched, of being attacked at
Or
any
frog.
moment, like the one shared by Johnny Truant, I might add, Tom personifies this presence he feels by speaking to it.
Okay, Mr. Monster. I know you're there, and you're planning to eat me, and there's nothing I can do about that. But I should warn you, I've lived for years on fast food, greasy fries, more than a few polyurethane shakes. I smoke a lot of weed, too. Got a pair of lungs blacker than road tar. My point
Damn.
being, Mr. Monster, I don't taste so good.
Of
Yeah.
note, in one particular entry, he creates a shadow puppet
What
of
was
Mr.
that?
Monster,
Ah,
which
that's
he
Mr. Monster.
defeats by turning off the light.
Just when Mr. Monster thinks he's gonna turn Tom the Hefty into Tom the Short Rib, Tom unleashes his secret weapon. Aha, Mr. Monster. Bye-bye, baby.
Again,
He's
the
going
monster
dual
inside
alley.
the house is a projection, an illusion, a creature made from the darkness itself. And when
Yeah,
light
the house
disappears, what's
makes you
left
face your
isn't the
deepest
absence
fear.
of a shadow,
We figured that
it's
out at
an
the beginning of the video.
encompassment of it, the darkness of the house itself. That said, despite shivering in cold and fear, vomiting, seemingly taking the experience of entering the house harder than anyone else, he never loses his charming or humorous personality. He claims multiple times that he's just about to get up and turn back, but he never does. Despite his terror, he cannot abandon his brother.
For Karen,
I
we
mean,
hear her radio in to Tom a few times throughout these entries, and she reminds us all that the darkness of the hallway isn't the
I mean,
only
he
place where the house's
can.
effects
Doesn't mean he should, but he can abandon his brother.
exist. All of her feng shui decorations have disappeared without a trace. When Navidson returns from this mission, she tells Tom she's leaving with the kids back to New York. with or without Navidson.
Bye.
It's all been too much and could have been completely avoided.
Briefly checking in
Not
on Johnny
really,
as
but-
his state has worsened, he actually gets himself to a doctor who prescribes him medication. The prospect of taking it, however, is much more terrifying to him than the darkness he's been gripped with.
I know what it means to go mad. I'll die before I go there.
Clearly,
No,
the
no,
traumatic
he
memories
wouldn't.
of his mother and the Whalestow Institute puts him at odds with the idea. Instead, he takes a perhaps drastic approach, destroying all of the substances in his household, from the medication to hundreds of dollars worth of drugs and alcohol, in hopes that finally clearing his mind will bring him clarity. That perhaps
No,
this is
no,
all a
that's not how it
combination of
works,
too many
though.
chemicals clouding his brain. Later,
And so you're
Johnny
gonna
details a
take
bunch of stories
more?
from he and Lude's wild, ecstasy-fueled November. Johnny's tales of party and adventure turn dark as he continues, but the anecdote probably most of note here is the story of his Pekingese. Out at a bar, Lude points Johnny in the direction of a star he's vaguely acquainted with. They end up talking and leaving the club together, and on the way to her car, they find an abandoned stray Pekingese dog. Johnny's entire plan for the night shifts right then and there. He immediately feels protective of the animal. However, the woman insists she should be the one to take it. After all, she has a bigger house and a yard, and Johnny's stuck in a studio apartment. Despite beginning to feel something is slightly off about this woman, Johnny agrees and she rides off with the dog alone.
Oh,
And
no.
only moments after she rounds the corner, Johnny hears a thud. Filled with dread, Johnny follows the sound to find she has tossed the dog out of the car with an almost impossible amount of force. It's dead, and the woman is gone. Later,
I hope she
Luke
crashes.
tells him that he had actually mistaken that woman for someone else, and he has no idea who that was.
In much the same way Johnny was drawn
I
to
really hope she
Zampano's
crashes.
manuscript because he relates to the forgotten and downtrodden, it's clear something similar happened with his connection to this dog. And if we view the Pekingese as a
He saw
reflection of
himself in the
Johnny,
dog.
it does not bode well as foreshadowing. Further, I think we can't undervalue this as
Why is
just
the toilet
another
covered in
continuation
shit?
of Johnny's unfortunately traumatic life story. A deeply caring person who has been met with unending and seemingly pointless trauma. People he loves or loved him ripped away. Why would this woman do such a horrific thing after arguing Johnny out of just taking it home himself? It doesn't make sense.
'Cause she wanted to
It's
hurt
random.
it.
And the way he writes about this initial conversation with this woman reinforces this too. Lude suggests Johnny open the conversation with something pretty fucked up, to be honest, but Johnny tries to actually make real small talk about her interests and personality. This may be a little
Okay.
shallow, but you can't help but feel he might be out of place in this specific LA scene. And though he does
We're only an hour and a half. Well, no. We're only 2 hours away from finishing the video.
often, and I mean a lot, write in graphic detail about these women's bodies, he often focuses just as much on a sense of longing, connection, parts of these encounters that go much deeper, and when they go their separate ways, he seems to feel a real sense of loss. He's looking for something much deeper in these encounters, but they almost always end just as shallowly as he began them.
Shifting back to the film, after nearly 3 days of exploring, Navidson and Billy Reston follow the sound of a whimper to a locked door, which they bust down to find Jed and Wax.
They're
alone and afraid.
alive!
Jed looks up in amazement at the sight of his rescue when
Never
A
mind.
bullet cracks through the air, and in the space of 2 frames, we see Jed's head pierced by that bullet, and his body slumped to the ground. Davidson
Well,
ducks and tries
only
to
3 of
drown
them
Jed
are
and Wax's
alive.
bodies out of harm's way behind a wall. Billy returns fire in the direction of the shot with a handgun. Davidson remarks,
Since when did you bring a gun?
to which Reston responds,
Are you kidding me? This place is scary.
shots continue to rattle out, but their flashlights aren't bright enough to
Coming-
illuminate the
incoming
source,
flashing
so
light.
Davidson retrieves a much stronger strobe light for photography, and we see, through flashes of light,
We see,
hallway,
yeah.
far down a hallway of open door frames. Reloading his rifle, raising it to fire, and then the doors suddenly, inexplicably, begin slamming shut behind him. Finally, in front of him, a wave of shuddering hallways. It's enough to, for now, protect them behind layers of door.
Okay, 3 of them survived
Jed is
so
as
far.
dead. We're gonna have to wait for my light to charge up again. Jed is as good as dead, shuddering his last few breaths on the cold floor, but Wax is miraculously still alive, though that could change at any moment. He's been bleeding and freezing down here for who knows how long.
Them shadows are
Davidson and
harsh
Billy
now.
used the tent they brought to create a makeshift stretcher, and they began making their way back to the stairs, bringing Wax and Jed's bodies with them, radioing Tom
Oh no!
to
Oh,
meet
both
at
of
the
them
bottom.
died.
Tom tries
Whoa.
multiple times to make himself go
One of
down
them died,
those
the other one is
stairs. And when he finally
wounded.
does manage to make it down a flight, the stairs seem to shift, and that overwhelming growl, more like a roar, washes over him.
A
He turns
roar.
back and tells Karen he's going back to the living room.
When Navidson, Billy, and the two explorers arrive at the bottom of the stairs to find Tom is nowhere to be seen, Navidson remarks,
I shouldn't be surprised. This is Tom. This is what Tom does best. He lets you down.
Navidson,
Oh, wow.
the smug son of a bitch he is almost immediately proven wrong when Tom, from the top of the stairs, lowers a rope. With the assistance of Karen, Tom has constructed a pulley system at the top
Let's
of the stairs,
go.
which, all in all, is a much better plan than Navidson.
Not that's how that works, but oh
They
yeah.
successfully haul Wax and Jed's bodies up the stairs, dropping a coin down whenever they successfully retrieve each person.
While Navidson, working the rope at the bottom, and Tom at the top, are about halfway through pulling Reston and his wheelchair up, the rope begins to slip from Navidson's hands, and Billy is seemingly hauled upward by some invisible force, which increases faster and faster
Oh,
until
no.
Navidson's hands are burned so badly that he has to let go of the rope.
The stairway has stretched once again. Tom manages to haul Billy to the top, but Navidson is stuck below, an unknown distance above him. And to make matters worse, the pulley was broken by the force of the stairway's growth.
Navidson waits an hour at the bottom of the staircase when he hears a coin drop. Assuming the coin was dropped even as late as a few minutes after Billy was hauled up, that would still mean it was falling for almost an hour.
Interestingly, Zampano calculates the distance using this metric as tens of thousands of miles, an
Ooh.
impossible amount. But
Wow,
from my
that's a
research,
bit of a
the distance
problem.
is definitely a lot shorter than that,
Obviously.
probably less than 100 miles. And while the idea that his stretched
still
that
100
distance may not be
miles.
physically correct, it feels subjectively correct.
I doubt Navidson did those calculations in his head, and there's no way to know if it would keep growing or not. What Navidson faced ahead of him was an unknown,
it's probably
an
growing, then
impossible
shrinking,
journey
growing, then
upward
shrinking,
into a
then it
seemingly
repeats.
endless darkness. Oh, it works.
Yippee-ki-yay, yippee-ki-yo.
He decides to look for the backpacks he left
He's
behind
also
after
losing
the
his
Halloween
mind.
encounter, hoping to salvage supplies. While Navidson hits both
Look
a
how much
metaphorical and
lighter the
literal
shadows are
rock
now.
bottom, Johnny finds himself in such a pit as well. He's losing time. He stops showing up to work for 3 weeks and finds he's been replaced. His boss, usually combative with
Oof.
him, just seems genuinely worried about his well-being.
At his apartment, Johnny's been more diligently sealing his doors and windows and affixing tape measures to his floor and walls
Okay.
to ensure his apartment isn't changing size. He doesn't do much except work on the manuscript and sleep, awakening in fits of pure terror. He fears he's finally lost to whatever this thing is, the monster, the house, the darkness that's
I
been
mean, he's
haunted.
losing it.
However, a bit of clarity has come to him regarding Ashley. She didn't say they met in Texas. They met at Texas, as in T-E-X apostrophe S, at a party hosted by some rich guy named Tex. Johnny wasn't even
Okay.
18 yet, and
Oh,
Ashley
no.
had invited him back to her place, but he felt there was something special between them. So he
No.
planned to wait and call her later and make this a real relationship. But between
That ain't gonna
time
work.
and now he lost her to the maze of his memories. And in this spiral of prose, he begins telling another story, maybe even a true story, though not a literal one, about a ship called the Atrocity, carrying 2 pieces of cargo, something secret and something explosive, and in a freak accident, it catches fire and explodes,
Oh, no.
tearing the ship into pieces and killing everyone on board, except one man, trapped in an intact piece, a room with a fleeting air bubble sinking into the inky
Air bubble.
blackness.
Losing air, losing his sense of his home, his daughters, his 5 blonde daughters, and he feels the shelf of
damn.
rock give way, and suddenly the
5?
ship rushes down again. No rock now,
Damn.
no earth, so black, and nothing to stop this final descent, except maybe the shelf of rock didn't give way. Maybe the ship hasn't moved at all. Maybe what he feels now is only his own fall as the air runs out and the cold closes in for good, and I've lost sight of him. I'm not even sure if he really had 5 blonde daughters. I'm losing any
Nope.
sense of who he was.
Probably didn't.
No name, no history, only the awful panic he felt, universal to us all, as he sunk inside that thing, down into the unyielding waters, until peace finally did follow panic. A sad and mournful peace, but somewhat pleasant after all, even though he lay there alone, chest heaving, yes, understanding home, understanding hope, and losing all of it, all long, long gone, a long, long time ago.
This story is obviously relevant to Johnny, his own sinking into darkness, feeling helpless, traumatized
forgetting
by
who he
shipwrecks he
is.
personally experienced in Alaska, which pulled a friend of his into the water, and losing that blonde lover which he may have started a family with if things turned out differently. And just as much as trees and books and hallways have been representative of the house, so too has the inky
House.
abyss, the abyss which Johnny now finds himself in, the oceanic one his friend from Alaska sunk into, damn it. And just as them, so too is Navidson, separated at the bottom of the house's inky abyss.
House.
And as long as we're making these connections, now that you mention it, Karen is blonde too. Speaking of Karen, the film continues by shifting perspectives to the aftermath of the living room. What happens when Tom and Billy return with Jed and Wax, and without Navidson. And I think it's worth starting with some pieces outside the film itself, as Zampano does in this section, using interviews from Chad and Daisy's teacher to give more context to the bloody
Okay.
scene the film returns to.
According to interviews and Zampano's writing, Miss Brooks was a bit concerned when the children missed school. The reason
I like
being
the way
Karen
that
had
book is
pulled
written,
them
but
out
holy
to
fuck, it's
Akron, New York,
confusing.
on the very
I mean, I
day
guess
of the
that's the
rescue
point.
team's return, so Brooks pays them a little visit.
To tell you the truth, I almost drove off, but since I'd made the drive, I decided I should at least introduce myself.
She arrived just in time to witness the chaotic aftermath of the team's return.
Should I open that? What a weird link. I wonder what it is.
Return. Billy is contacting the police. Tom and
Live reading
Karen
stream,
share
absolutely
tears
not
over
today.
the loss
I'm
of
barely
Navidson to
keeping
the
it up.
staircase.
I'm barely
Wax's
keeping
pale,
awake. Did it load?
shallow-breathing body lies on the kitchen floor
Yes.
next to Jed. Blood covers the floor, seeping.
Video shush. Yes. I like the sounds. Yeah, not today. I'm barely keeping awake because that video is making my brain not braining anymore, and I'm attempting to, I guess, follow along with what's happening in the video, and I don't think I'm succeeding that way because holy fuck, I'm confused. It's been 3 hours.
Into carpet and tile. With the house in such a frenzy, nobody stops Daisy and Chad as they approach the 2 blood-covered bodies. In what is an almost tender moment amidst the frenzy, they end up drip-feeding Wax water.
Brooks obviously leaves, replaced by police and ambulances. Wax is taken to the hospital, as are Jed's remains. Though not shown in the film itself, Zampano's research seems to tell him Wax made a near full recovery and went on to live a relatively regular life. Police are shown the footage the team was able to return with of Holloway shooting Jed, and a manhunt begins that lasts years.
He's never
Karen
find
tries
he's
to
in the
explain to
house.
The sheriff that Holloway and Navidson are both still inside the house down this dark hallway. After only a few moments inside, the sheriff left and never returned to the house. In the following days, Tom relapses into drinking. Reston obsessively tries to reach Navidson over the radio, and the children disappear into their yard and their rooms. The house, too, seems to have retreated. Tom and Reston find the hallway is compressed to only a few feet deep now. Wherever Navidson is, they can't
well, maybe because it never existed, people. I'm pretty sure that the house was never supernatural. It was just multiplayer psychosis, if you will. Or I guess a representation of their minds. They were stuck inside their own houses / heads, and the problems in there were expanding, and the brain was expanding, and the problem was multiplying, and because they were stuck inside their own houses / brains, they were there to face their own fears. That's why the house was never actually magical. It's a normal house, but people in there just depression and I guess other stuff as well might be, but start losing it. And the way he shot him, he never shot him in the I'm mentally brains to the asses. I'm losing it. But yeah, I don't think that the person that shot them while in the magical place in the house. I think it was just a representation that he entered the house. He shot the person who I guess he thought his wife is having an affair with, or was having an affair with, and then just left and started running. But all of them are losing it somehow. Mass is indeed mentally expanding. Yes.
For Karen's part,
Means actually the person in chat that have read the book or is reading the book. Am I any close? Or
spent the last week at the home base in horrified, rapt attention as to Navidson's safety, and with seemingly no hope of his return.
Okay, what the fuck is happening there? Because that video / book / movie, I guess, is confusing the hell out of me.
She refocuses entirely to her children and prepares for them to leave.
The security-style cameras show us the night of the 4th day since Navidson disappeared down the stairs. As Zampano points out, Karen had spent her
Yes. I am there. 508. I guess. 100 more. Is it this one or? $538. I know. Yep, there we go. That's 600 pages. Should be 500, not 538. Boom. There we go. Yeah, 508. There it is. Oh, do you mean in the index here? 508. Ah, on the top. Okay. I'm gonna need to do that so I can actually. Daisy. Daisy, give me your answer. Do what? Give me your answer. Do I'm half crazy over the love of you. That's not right. Oh, next page. Lines. Don't be scared. Don't be. Write the person right correctly. It's confusing. Finally, Navidson's words, tunes, and shivering murmurs trail off into a painful rasp. He knows his voice will never heed this world. Perhaps no voice will. Memory ease to surface. Sorrow threatens to no longer matter. Navidson is forgetting. Navidson is dying. I don't think I may have heard the song, but I don't remember it right now. Very soon he will vanish completely in the wings of his own wordless stanza. Daisy, give me your answer. Do I'm half crazy? All for the love of you, it won't be a stylish marriage. Oh. But that does not answer my question. Is the house actually magical or they're just going fucking crazy? Also, yeah, I should probably mute this. Because that just proves my theory that the house is not magical. Okay, I think we muted. In 1961, the IBM 7094 became the first computer to sing. Singing this song, vocals were programmed by John Kelly and Carol Lockbaum. And the accompaniment was programmed by Max Matthews. Damn, that computer is big. Daisy Bell. Do. Built for you. Okay. I still does not answer my question if the house is magical, because it just kind of. I think it's not. Anyway, I just want to show. But yeah, this song is synthetic. Oh yeah, I know. That's quite obvious. Benjamin song, singing a crazy person being in love. Yeah. Except the stanza does not remain entirely empty. In the world of Persona, do you remember what the Violet Room is? Yeah, it's kind of the amalgamation of. I'm actually not entirely sure. It's just there for the special people, kind of where you can go. I don't think we ever explored what the Velvet Room is. Light, Naviton, Croaks. Can't be. I see light care. Ignis Fatus, foolish fire, will of the wisp, 1608 Ed. The metaphysical world that exists between mind and matter. Yeah, they're going crazy. Because I'm pretty sure the main character in Persona is just going crazy. Nothing of what we're doing in the game is happening. He's just going duale. It's kind of magic, but at the same time, it's the same laws and mechanics as Persona. It's not magic, it's metaphysical. So yeah, they're going crazy. Sure enough, the final frames of Naviton's film capture in the upper right hand corner a tiny fleck of blue crying light into the void, enough to see but not enough to see by. The film runs out black, a different kind of black, followed by the name of the processing lab. Oh no, I'm kidding. I know it's real. I just refuse to believe in that world that the house is actually magic. I'm pretty sure they're just going fucking dolale. Those are the ramblings of a madman. Those are the rumblings of a madman.
Entire relationship, paradoxically pushing Davidson away and hopelessly dependent.
Reality has
And in a
matter. I mean,
way,
yeah.
Her finally really losing him has seemingly broken that dependence.
Yeah, it's called a mental institution. They're in a room, a rubber room, mainly because they were trying to harm themselves or something similar to that theory. But I don't think they're in any magical place. That's the opposite of crazy. What do you mean that's the opposite of crazy?
Now, in the dark,
They're in a rubber room.
quiet, there's almost a sense of peace. And then Davidson
sorry.
appears from the hallway, limping. And
But
exhausted. He wakes
I don't think it. Rubber room is literally an institution, a place that prevents crazy. Oh no, you're still crazy in there. They ain't preventing. They're not preventing you being crazy. They're just preventing you from harming yourself while being crazy, which I hate the concept of it. No, I agree with you. But is there so people with mental illnesses that tend to harm themselves do not harm themselves? But I'm pretty sure it just makes situations worse. I also want to Google something. Is the house... Is the house... Oh. The house in the House of Leaves magical? Or okay. They just put in media for no reason. I mean, yeah. Such a horrible way to put people with severe self-harm issues. Oh no, I agree with you. It does not help. It makes it makes the problems worse. It's more humane to put them. I don't agree, because that I don't think that's any way of I was about to say repairing, not repairing. Oh, my brain is not braining anymore. Getting better. But I agree with you. Putting it in a rubber room is also not a solution. It makes stuff so much worse. Let me read a tweet. Not a tweet. A Reddit post. Slightly more humane doesn't mean it. I mean, yeah, that's true. My brain is not braining anymore. But reading a Reddit post, the experience of House of Leaves is something I'll never be able to replace. Mark Z. Danielewski, Descent into Madness, aka House of Leaves, is the most terrifying I mean, I'm not gonna go that far. Most terrifying book I've ever read. I had the best time. I recommend going in as blindly as possible. You should be aware, however, that it's a behemoth of a book that lots of people... I mean, I wouldn't say it's a behemoth of a book when like half the book is just empty pages with 3 words on them. Was 9%? 21? Do not cite the deep magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written, said the cool lion. What do I effort? But to each their own. It's the only book that has made me afraid of the dark, even if there is woe behind me. Go to page 602. I don't entirely sure if I closed the... I didn't. pictures. What about it? Oh, I see an eye. Yep, there ain't magic in there. Oh, no, Mint. Do you want me to talk? Do you want me to tell you what I see? I see a madman. The ramblings of a madman. And some, I guess, explanation to himself. I see a butthole. That's an eye. I hope that's not a butthole, but an eye. And then pictures of random places and some houses. I'm pretty sure. At least personal explanation for a person that have not read the book and is halfway through a 3.5-hour video. I don't think the house has any magical properties in it. It just tells maybe it's an entire family actually that the people we see the viewpoints from, and because of traumatic, or I guess friends. One of them could have been mentally ill with some illness, and another one extremely traumatized from the childhood, our main character so far. Sorry. I'm gonna read the crazy part because I'm too lazy to read the normal parts. The crazy next intro. Yeah, that's true. But from what I see, I don't think there is any magic in it. It just showed the descent of people into madness. How it looks to them, what they're going through. Like the house expanding on its own, them hiding into the closet, or like, I guess it would be the closet, and the closet expanding infinitely, kind of representing their mind, and they're going deeper into their minds, and getting the situation getting worse and worse and worse. And the way he shot him, I don't think that was he appeared out of nowhere from the endless expanding house. The explanation I'm thinking of right now is he was thinking his wife was cheating. I'm pretty sure that's the same person. And he attempted to kill the person who he thought his wife is cheating with. Kind of thing. Either while his wife was still there with him, or as a revenge, my wife left me because of you. Kind of thing. Especially like the shooting scene, I guess.
Karen, and in the following flurry of words and emotion,
Yeah, Karen. Her name was
everyone
Karen.
else awakens too. Still, Karen holds fast to her commitment. One of the first things she tells him is that she's leaving for New
The
York
character name is
right now.
Johnny.
Davidson describes his
The author is the daughter struggles from the same condition. Every single name in English is John or Johnny, because you talk about Johnny a lot. No, I'm using the name Johnny as Jane Doe kind of a name, because if you ask me, tell me a name, I guess a American name or something like that, I will probably say John or Johnny. I don't know why or where the fascination with the name Ronnie came from, but there we are in 30 seconds, chat.
finding Jed's pack and later Holloway's, along with the camera, ammo, and rifle, but Holloway is nowhere to be found.
But also,
As
I don't think the
Davidson
book gives any explanation if the house is magical, and from my experience, most of the times, when something like that happens in the book, it's not magical. It's the characters are just going mad. So there is nothing, everything is just in their head kind of thing. But the explanation is not given, so you can think it's magical kind of thing. So it make, I guess, the topic a bit more complex. So you can dive a bit deeper into it. And it's contexts kind of, I guess, or ideas. Also, you have to remember that the book, as it was written, the writer can't actually show a real picture of non-nuclear rooms. That's true, but that's one of the reasons I think there is no magic. Because also, you can show a picture of non-Euclidean geometry. Look at the drawings. You can take a picture of that. Ow, my legs. I also think that's one of the reasons I think it's not magical, because that's kind of his scapegoat. That I cannot explain what I'm seeing, kind of representing when you're suffering from something of that sort, how hard is it to explain to someone else? One moment. How hard is it to explain to someone how you truly feel and where you are, in what place are you mentally? In my opinion, or I guess my theory so far, it's representing that. 692. 69, 692. That's 5. Yeah. What? Oh. Ooh. That looks like a box. Oh, that is a box. Oh, my back, Jesus. I think it's where the room from house DOT what is made. Oh, hell yeah. I don't know who the fuck wrote this shit, but I'm impressed with their writing. Cause damn. But I'm keeping to my theory. I don't think there is anything magical in there. At least the way it's represented.
From which he suffers a lifelong chronic fungal infection and the exhaustion, and his mind turns.
A short break, chat. Let me see if I can find you a lo-fi metaphysical. I mean, metaphysical. What is metaphysical in general? I'm pretty sure that's still magical. Let me. We're gonna make a short break because I need to get something to eat. Oh, I think Wolf. Oh yeah. Twiffy's made a video creating a world that doesn't exist, and I think he goes explaining how he made the ARG. Ooh, we can check that next Monday. Let me play some copyright-free Luffy music, and then I will be right back. A reality beyond what is perceptible to the senses. I mean, yeah. Not magic is more science fiction. Yeah. I mean, it's more like explaining the fourth dimension. Again, in science fiction. Jesus, that fucking scared me. Anyway, I'll be right back, chat.
Four computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh, okay, we're back, chat. I came with food. I also forgot to unmute the browser, but anyway.
To Delisle.
You're going to love page 662. Let me check it. 662. Hey! Johnny, Johnny. Yes, Papa. Are you back into the weird house again, Johnny? The papers all say that Johnny is drowned, and his mother's reportedly ruined. He's gone to the wind. God knows how he's sinned. Because in Latin he is practically fluent. Oh yeah, we mentioned that. Sagan mentioned that in 663. Oh no, yeah, Johnny, and then repeats Johnny, my favorite page so far. I love Johnny. If your name is Johnny, I love you. You will be mine. Forever. Anyway, chat, back to the video because we still have an hour and a half.
Though, again, we still don't really know who that is. But then, it turned to his family, his memories of them. He fell into a
I'm
daze,
eating
remembering
biscuits
his children,
because I need
remembering
some kind of
home,
energy.
And after a long while, he just found himself at the top. There's plenty of theories as to how he made it out the way he did. Perhaps his losing track of time shortened the distance, his experience of the house transforming it physically. But I think it's pretty clear the thought of the people he cared about most is what returned him from that spiral abyss. Before leaving, the remaining inhabitants of the house gather to watch the tapes Navidson retrieved from Holloway's body. Zampano also chimes in at this point to give us some outside context as to Holloway's history and mental health beforehand.
We don't talk about a spiral business. You can bid, so we don't talk about it.
Holloway had a history of intense depression and suicidal ideation, immense feelings of inadequacy likely stemming from his childhood. Zampano notes that this is a distinct similarity Navidson and Holloway share, both reportedly having dealt with these same feelings. Ultimately, though, Navidson channeled his into art, while Holloway, in the end, channeled it into violence. And one can't help but connect this thread through Johnny as well, his mental health taking a dive, and his past with channeling his trauma into violence too. The footage Holloway left behind is brief and...
Mint, I want you to animate my videos like this, but all of them, and I want those figures to move.
His trauma into violence too.
Thank you.
The footage Holloway left behind is brief and manic, apologies and immense guilt, while also muttering plans about finishing Jed and Wax off.
Oh
and
my god, some
returning,
kind of
saying
food,
they've been
Jesus.
Lost. His
No,
paranoia and overwhelming fear eventually overcome him as he stumbles aimlessly through the hallways, muttering his own name and facts about himself, just as the house devours clothes and supplies if left unused or forgotten too long. Here too the house begins devouring Holloway.
Yeah, he never found the supplies in there. No, people found them because they were never there.
And still, he seems convinced of some monster coming after him. One must draw comparisons to how different individuals interact with the house. As Zampano points out, Tom meets it with humor, and Navidson with thoughts of his loved ones. Holloway, on the other hand, approaches the house as something to conquer, something to kill, and so he remains lost.
In the end, Holloway slumps to the ground, oscillating between screaming and whispering, before finally taking his rifle and himself in the chest. He dies
No,
over the next
I was
several
almost
minutes of
close.
footage, and then the house roars, and the light of his flare
Stop
is
putting
swallowed by
blood things
darkness.
there.
And when Davidson
Because look at that chat. Sorry, I was chewing. I want you to check, look at what topic he's talking about, and then look at the right corner of the video.
himself in the chest. He dies over the next several minutes of footage, and then the house roars,
House.
and the light of his flare is swallowed by darkness. And when Davidson finds his things, his body is nowhere to be found.
Zampano does spend a little bit of time here once again dissecting the mythology of the Minotaur as it relates to the house
No.
of Holloway, but it is yet again crossed out. And I can't help but think that signifies something.
That there is no beast inside the house. Analysis that entertains
What did I say?
the idea that Mr. Monster is anything other than the house itself isn't a figment of your mind.
Well, I didn't say that, but I said the first part.
A shadow in the maze of shadows.
And we all know I'm
This
always
is
right.
Truly there. And with Holloway, the truest believer in that monster, now dead,
I mean, the house is literally the monster because they don't leave. Because normally depression leads to a lot of people. It leads to you less and less and less wanting to go out. So I guess the problem is the house. I guess the monster is the house because you don't leave it and then you start going deeper and deeper into, I guess, into your mind. Also, no, it's not 3 hours. It's 3 hours and a half. We have time for the sauna. Oh yeah, we won't. Mint, we have an hour and a half left of the video.
and still no monster
We are
in
not
sight.
playing Persona today. I forgot that. I forgot this video is 3.5 hours.
Seems
Bye
clearer
bye,
than
Soda.
He chased that Minotaur with intent to shoot to kill. And
Oh,
if the
son.
house truly is an impression of the self, he succeeded, turning the barrel on the source of the monster he saw.
Let me play you that. Let me play that for you, chat.
But the thing that makes Joker so special is the ability to summon the spirit that dwells within him.
Persona.
Meow.
Fucking love this shit.
But the thing that
What do you
makes
mean?
Joker
Sorry, that's big. I'm sorry for turning you into a babe on my channel.
In the reflection of that opaque mirror. The creature
God,
stalking the maze with
God.
murderous intent, the Minotaur, was Holloway.
I was correct, in my opinion.
Zampano's writing during this section is unfortunately incomplete, as Johnny notes. Something has burned many of these pages, leaving some of it nothing but ash. On the note of
He was keeping a diary of him exploring his own mind with metaphors. The metaphors being the house. And then he tried burning it because he tried burning himself away. He tried losing himself. So he does not know what's happening in his own brain. That's my theory. Also, I'm eating a cookie.
Ash Tree Lane and Fire, Lude actually came to visit Johnny to warn him that Kyrie's boyfriend, the Gdansk man, is looking for him. Seeing the state he was in,
I mean, yeah, literally. Sorry, Tartarus is kind of the representation of the consciousness of humans. I think that's why it's every flow is so different from the previous. And I'm pretty sure that's what the shadows represent. So yeah, literally, he got lost in his own brain.
though, Lude gives Johnny a lighter and suggests he just burn the entire manuscript. Clearly, it's taking a toll. Johnny does consider this, but in the end holds out for now.
He decides his course of action should be finishing
One moment, chat. Sorry, chat. That is the metaphysical representation of people thinking about death. So I was technically correct. It's kind of the magical explanation of people being afraid of death. Also, why is the monitor not working now?
hoping that once it's all together, complete, it will become just a book. And if that doesn't work,
well, perhaps taking a similar out as Holloway. He even bought a gun.
in a similar
What was I saying, chat? Come on now. I'm correct.
Johnny also
I think I'm
discusses how
correct,
he
I should
ended up
say.
escaping Raymond by
I also have a
turning
cat.
his anger into fear, finding it much more productive to be afraid of him than turning his anger to violence. It let him
I'm
bide
kidding.
his
To be
time
honest,
and
it's like 50-50 for me. Could be magical, but I prefer the non-magical variant. It makes more sense to me. Like if the house is not actually magic. It's like the Pokemon treatment. None of what happened in Pokemon is real. Everything is in the mind of Ash, and Ash is a 10-year-old kid in a coma. Kind of thing. No, it's not metaphysical. It's just coma-induced psychosis, similar to what's happening in Pokemon. People just don't believe me because they never watched Pokemon. I've never watched Pokemon. I've watched like 3 episodes.
until he could escape to Alaska. Moving back to the film, everyone is preparing.
I like
to leave.
magic, metaphysical.
Tom and Will get a moment together. Tom emotionally unpacking his
I mean,
grief
yeah.
and subsequent relief
That's
at
true.
Davidson's return. He builds extra barricades on the door and gives
Could be non-magical, could be the magical representation of what my non-magical idea was, but just metaphysical representation of that. Which, yeah, makes sense. Could be both, to be honest. Could be a combination of both.
keys. It seems, finally, they're going to be able to leave this house behind.
Didier coming to life, etc., etc. Yeah. Could be like the house is never expanding, the house is just giving you more and more and more of the ideas about makes you go Doolally. So you go Doolally more.
Shuddering, thundering knocking overwhelms the door from the other side of the hallway. The barricade begins falling apart, and suddenly
I'm
the
eating
entire
breadsticks.
house bursts to life. The
They're
walls
tasty.
and ceilings and floor transforming to that ashen color as the rooms begin to expand and shrink and shift. Davidson is able to get out with Karen, but she's knocked unconscious by a shrinking door frame, which also injures Davidson's shoulder. As for Billy Reston, the floors begin to tilt downward into a ramp that ends in a pit of nothingness.
Ooh, we're almost 2/3 of the way there. That video is wild. I'm also getting energy. I ate chocolate, and now I have energy again. The house thing is just Tatrus expanding as a consequence of the physique. I mean, yeah, but it could be also not expanding in the real world. It just expands for that specific person in their mind.
He's able to
That's
get out.
why some of them were able to, like, the house in the real world does not move an inch, but to every single person it expands or shrinks depending on the person. That's why for some of them going down the stairs took 5 minutes, some of them took 7 hours, 6 stuff, something like that. I do want to point out you only gain more access to Tatras because more people are getting more scared of death as a consequence of the apathy syndrome. I mean, yeah, Tatras is literally expanding more because people are getting spooked. Ooh.
Out of his wheelchair and grab onto
Quite
something,
literally.
but even his admittedly strong
Because the
grip-
world is ending.
Davidson
They
is
just
able
don't
to
know
run
that.
back inside and help drag Billy out of the house, but Tom,
House.
Chad, and Daisy are still missing. Chad is found relatively quickly, having been safely outside when things began, but Daisy's screams echo through the house. Davidson appears outside
House.
the kitchen window to see that Tom has
Okay.
Daisy, but the rest of the house is too treacherous to get out the front door. Tom is able to hand Daisy to Davidson through the kitchen window, but the floor beneath Tom begins to move like a treadmill, forcing Tom to run at full sprint to stay in place. Davidson reaches
Okay.
out for him, but Tom is entirely exhausted from the effort of getting Daisy through that window. And within a few mere moments, in the space of a frame, the floor beneath Tom's feet simply disappears. And so does he, into an abyss
was-
with no end. Davidson screams.
I mean, yeah, we can represent that specific scene that just happened. Maybe as he was so lost in his house, or I guess the house with his brain, and he was so desperate to escape, he chose the quick way. One of them.
He cries. Tom is gone.
Many have speculated.
And I guess we could represent some of the people being able to leave the house as kind of the representation of them either being able to escape their fears, depressions, mental illnesses, or I guess surpassing their traumas. That's a good ramen. Yes, I'm eating breadsticks. Not sponsored by them. They're fucking delicious though. Because I've eaten absolutely nothing today. And it's like almost 10 p.m. Almost 10 p.m., almost 9 p.m. But yeah, and people living in the house kind of... They work to surpass their traumas. To not make their traumas be the only them. Etc, etc. Stuff like that. More thought-inspiring words. And breadsticks.
What changed the house from mostly passive threat to an animate one, or what reason there was that everyone but Tom survived that encounter. Some have posited that Tom's relapse after Davidson's disappearance put him at a weaker point, while the others, like...
My sleep is going beyond my sleep schedule. The stream is going half an hour above my schedule.
Karen or Davidson had just recently overcome some of their struggles, but I find the idea...
We can leave at 2 hours and then finish the video tomorrow, but I don't like cutting videos like that. Or I can finish the entire video today, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna survive finishing the entire video today, because holy mother of Jesus, we have an hour and a half.
An alcoholic momentarily relapsing after the death of their closest family to mean that they're...
We have almost the same time as time left as the one with yeah, we have exactly hour and 30 minutes.
A lost cause to be unconvincing, especially as we'll see later in the film, because Davidson and Karen have not really overcome their struggles yet either. In my view, Tom was an unfortunate casualty to Holloway's effect on the house, just as Jed was.
Could be.
You are what you eat, you could say. Holloway's dying
moments to the people you stay with, kind of thing.
Kill the others, kill the monster, as Billy Reston even says himself in an interview after the fact.
My first thought was that it was Holloway, though that hammering was awful hard. I'm thinking, if that is Holloway, he's changed, and I don't need to reacquaint myself with this new and improved version.
There's also a parallel to this moment which we can find in Johnny's
story, I really like
too,
that book,
which seems narratively relevant to
about
Tom's death, but we'll get there when we get there. Speaking of, Johnny has gotten word that the Gdansk man is on an absolute rampage, trying to go after Lude first and now turning his attention to Johnny in full.
Johnny then gets a call from Thumper. She invites him over, says she'll make him dinner, is the kind of thing that a month ago would have made Johnny burst through the door like the Kool-Aid Man. But at this point, even that can't pull him out. And seeing things a little clearer now, he realizes he doesn't really know her, doesn't even know her real name. Just as he's about to ask her, see if he can make a connection deeper than a fantasy, see if she can mean something to him. His phone goes out. The company cancels his line. The last of the utilities to go, too. His power and gas were already shut off, and his door is covered in eviction.
Wait, if his power was out, how the fuck was he talking to her? What the fuck?
Upon escaping the house, Karen takes the kids to New York as promised. While Davidson stays in Virginia to attend to his brother's things, crashing with Billy Reston and promising to join them in New York as soon as he's done. But months pass, and he's yet to return, and Karen begins to wonder if he ever will. He's even stopped returning phone calls by now. He has been, however, shipping Karen the tapes and film reels that they gathered over the months spent at the house, and Karen begins looking through them and editing them together. Zampano touches some more on Karen Green's...
Okay, I may have to put an upper limit to videos, because I love this video a lot. But that would be like a 5-hour stream for me to finish the video. Just for one reaction.
Relationship with Davidson at this point, which I think seems really relevant to the next
if not more
film. According to those that knew her, her. The decision for Navidson and Karen not to get married was entirely Karen's call.
Navy would have married her in a second. She wanted her freedom, and then would go berserk when he was away.
Though she clearly made some breakthroughs in letting go of Navidson, her complicated relationship with him was not so easily cleared up in 1 week of terror, and she finds herself in a strange space while alone in New York.
Karen meets up with one of her old affairs, a guy named Fowler, and he describes her in a tabloid interview as having completely changed since they last met.
Also, but why I'm mentioning it's probably gonna be 6 hours because we're halfway done with the video. It's been 3.5 hours.
It was fun and all, but she looked
But
like
I like
hell.
talking
She
about
changed
video
over the
with
months,
videos like that.
pale, darker, didn't smile much, and when she
So
did,
I
it was
want videos like
kinda
that, but
different than
no, maybe
before.
not ones
Kinda
that are
quirky,
3.5 hours.
Weird, real personal.
Despite being included in his description that she looks worse off than before, this change in her smile most definitely
Breadsticks.
feels like a breakthrough in a way. The manufactured smile she practiced as a teenager returning to an authentic one, maybe. And on that note,
Maybe.
Zampano reveals more of what Karen's sister has said publicly about their childhood, though it's worth noting her account can't entirely be trusted, as she seems to have some level of spite for Karen. According to her, as children, they were both assaulted by their stepfather.
Oh,
making the
hell
other
no.
wait at the bottom of a well. Karen has, of course, never
Jesus.
corroborated these claims, but it seems a horrific and understandable explanation for her claustrophobia. It makes it especially clear why the darkened halls of the house were such a horrific environment to be trapped in for Karen over the previous month.
That was correct though. It was trauma-induced claustrophobia. I forgot the word for a second.
Crudely, but
I mean, most time it is.
accurately
I don't think it's all
exemplified
times.
by Billy Reston's assertion that the phenomenon was goddamn spatial rape. Again, for each person,
Oh,
the house
bro, that
means
makes
something
even more
different,
sense now.
but it is
Damn.
always very personal. In any case, by all accounts, now in New York, she is in the trenches working through this trauma. And this process of editing the film together and seeing her life and everybody in it from this external perspective seems to be the main form this takes in her deconstructions. It is around this time
Okay.
that snippets of the film,
Ow.
like the 5.5-minute hallway, began circulating first. Karen sharing her rough versions of the film with artists, friends, directors, and the like. And in this portion of the film, Karen's own subsection, labeled What Some Have Thought, relays the reactions and thoughts of the
The back
various
rooms.
people she's shown the film to. Under the guise it is fiction. Though there's a lot to sift through
Zoom, the
here,
back rooms.
these are perhaps the two most compelling bits. First, that the only ones who seem to suspect this film might not actually be fiction, that this has all really happened, are in fact horror authors and filmmakers, the people who do this stuff for a living.
You didn't make this up, did you? I'd like to see this house. If I didn't know better, I'd say you weren't a filmmaker.
I don't think
at all.
Stephen King said
I'd
that.
say this whole thing really happened.
And secondly, while many of the acclaimed artists she shows the film to all have their own opinions as to the core theme or meaning, it is perhaps Karen's therapist whose insight is most important.
More importantly, Karen,
That book is do be written actually quite well.
what does it
Holy.
mean to you?
This part of the film concludes
Yeah.
in a vignette created entirely by Karen, a brief history of who I love, seemingly a culmination of her deconstruction of Navidson and her family as a reflection of herself, and a reconstruction into seeing the person that he actually is. It is simple but
Okay.
effective.
Oh, a video.
A slideshow of sorts of photographs of Navidson throughout his life, growing up with Tom, his time in Vietnam, his photojournalism career of the war-torn and decimated, and then it holds on a specific photograph of Navidson taken by someone else during his time
Okay.
in Vietnam, head in his hands, weeping about something we'll never know, before transitioning to much more recent footage of him playing in the snow with their children. In all, as Zampano writes, it paints a portrait of a man who despises the destruction and pain in this world, and tries with his entire
Obviously.
soul to preserve the beauty and people which exist here too. And perhaps the greatest revelation discovered by Karen and shared in this vignette is found in a single photograph. A photo Navidson took of a starving little girl, a vulture not far off in the background, which Navidson has marked Delisle. The mystery that has been haunting Karen.
Trying to
is
remember if I've
finally
heard the word
solved.
Delisle.
The name he speaks in his sleep.
But I guess
belonging
the
to a
name.
victim of the many horrors
Meaning
which he
something I'm
spent
not-
his
I'm not-
life
not sure.
photographing, one that seems to have weighed especially heavy on him. Karen's acceptance of Navidson's death at the house 4 months earlier allowed her to dismantle her codependence on him, her reliance. But this piece, A History of Who I Love, has allowed her to deconstruct the simultaneous distance she put
Okay, sorry about the chat, I had to
and
check
recognize
something.
that she does, in the end, still love him. And she realizes she's going to have to go find him. Despite the advice of those around her, she's going back to Virginia. So, what has Navidson been getting up to in Virginia?
Nothing
all this
much.
time? Well, after attending to his brother's things, he and Billy Reston began working with someone at the university to test samples of the house's materials taken by Holloway.
Oh, they found
Though there
absolutely
isn't much
nothing.
in the way of answers to be found here, it does reveal that that ashen surface was a combination of various different minerals which range in age from a few hundred years old to interstellar, older than the Earth,
Damn.
and older than our solar system.
Right, of course.
Upon hitting a dead end on this front, Reston calls it quits. It's time to bring National Geographic in or something. The experts. Unlike Navidson, Billy has retained
The
no
History
such
Channel, that
obsession with
fits
the
fitting
house
for
or
them, actually.
any relationship with it. As he's quoted,
I enjoy my life at the university. My colleagues, my friends there, the woman I've started to see. I've no desire to court death.
if you ask me, this speaks to Billy Reston
Okay.
having already overcome a deeper trauma from earlier in his life. Those drawn into the house, whether Johnny or Navidson or Holloway or Karen, have these unresolved wounds which the house reflects back at them. Billy seems to
Yeah,
have, for the most
it's
part,
almost like it's not the house. But the house is a representation of that.
put those demons to bed years ago. He has
And
no
it's just a
reason to
coincidence
relitigate
that the
them within
house
the walls of
is doing
place.
that.
Though Navidson initially agrees to leave the house be and call in the experts, Billy finds that he's disappeared the very next morning, leaving only
hell
a
no.
thank you note for Billy and a letter for Karen. When Billy drives to the house, he unsurprisingly finds Navidson's
Man, whatever happens to the Final Fantasy account. It's still there. I've never deleted the account. I have that account for the past 3 years. At some point, we're gonna go back to it, but I don't think I like Final Fantasy, the MMORPG, that much. To play it alone, at least. I don't wanna play it alone. It doesn't. No, it's not fun. The grinding is long. And I do not want to play. That's why one of the reasons I don't want to play the story of World of Warcraft. I do not want to read it again. The funny telephone. Yeah, that's funny though. But I want to follow the story, but I don't want to read the entire story again like I'm playing Sorcery. Sorcery scarred me. Don't get me wrong, I love Sorcery. Sorcery is one of the best written things ever. Maybe I don't want to read as much now, right? If they make a rework where everything is voiced, we will be back. Yeah, I don't think they will be doing it though. But if I'm playing with a friend, yeah, we can play it. Hello, son.
car is parked outside.
After mustering the courage to enter the house again, Billy finds that it's returned, seemingly, to normal. And not just like it was before their escape, the hallway in the living room.
And I'm also don't really know if I can make MMORPGs fun to watch. Because I tend to get, I was about to say serious, but not serious, more concentrated into them, which means I don't talk that much. Which means you just watch a mediocre experience of Final Fantasy with me going. And then after that, I just read what's on the screen and then continue to. And I don't think that's funny to watch.
Completely replaced with a simple, shallow closet. Zampano spends a great deal of
what
time
about
discussing
Zanpakuto?
academic theories as
But
to
he was
why
cute.
Navidson decided to return to the house. But in my opinion, the most obvious one is that the house continues to act as a manifestation of his unresolved trauma. The drunken letter Navidson leaves for Karen apologizes profusely and understands that this is ultimately a stupid idea, but he feels that he has to return because of...
And also, I think Final Fantasy 14. By the way, if you do to the chat, we're talking about Final Fantasy 14, not the other Final Fantasies. I've never played the other Final Fantasies. Feels more of social game than, let's say, World of Warcraft some servers, because World of Warcraft is less of a social game, and I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. I don't want to talk to other people. No, thank you.
Delisle.
I can't get Delisle out of my head.
That's one of the
Not
reasons I
photo,
mute everyone
that.
in Apex. I don't like other people in games. One of the reasons is because I feel I'm making their experience worse, because I'm not that good at most of the games I play, because I don't play them, well, only that game. And also I have a problem with people, but that's
Photo
beyond the
that
point.
thing, but who she was before 1/60th of a second sliced her out of thin air and won me the Pulitzer. Though that didn't keep the vultures away. I did that by swinging my tripod around. Though that didn't keep her from dying. 5 years old, Daisy's age. Doesn't matter if she was already
Jesus.
10 minutes from dying. I took 3 minutes to snap a photo. I wish I were dead right now. I wish I were dead. That poor little baby. This god awful world. I miss the man I thought I was before I met her. The man who would have saved her, who would have been Tom. Maybe he's the one I'm looking for. I miss you. I love you. There's no second I've
He
lived
did
you
not
can't
escape the
call
house.
your
He
own.
never
For
escaped his
Davidson,
trauma.
this return to the house is almost a punishment. He was unable to save Delisle.
One moment, chat. The fuck was that? Oh. Sorry about that. Oh, beep
She
beep.
died instead of him, and later, Tom is the one who saved his own daughter, and now Tom is dead too. He couldn't be Delisle's Tom, but he also got out alive in both situations while others died. But additionally, Navidson seems to finally
Only
come
hour and
to
20
the
minutes left,
conclusion
chat.
that the house is not some standalone anomaly. He understands the personal significance it has.
I need to go back to that place one more time. I'm starting to see that place for what it is, and it's not for cable shows or National Geographic.
What's especially interesting is how, in their time away from each other, both Karen
Okay.
and Davidson interrogate the house in some way. While Karen's are more personal explorations through the film end up leading her to a more cathartic
There is
place,
probably magic in the house. I
Davidson's
prefer
attempts
to believe there is
literally
not.
scientifically understand it at the university.
But the
only
law
further
explanation,
this
maybe there is.
session. The solution to overcoming the house is internal, not by physically figuring it out. And one can see this with Johnny as well. He's putting all his focus into completing the physical
Yes,
manuscript
Johnny.
as some solution, rather than deconstructing his own personal problems. And this has led him to the much darker place he is in now. The final thing Davidson leaves behind
been almost
before
4 hours,
returning to the
holy
house
shit.
are a series of video entries recalling
son.
3 different dreams he's had, leading up to his
There'll be an
final
ad.
return.
Unfortunately, our only accessible record of these dreams comes from Zampano's description, which is missing the description of his third dream, so we'll just have to make do with the first two. In the first, he is in a large concrete room, at the center of which is a well. Water
Okay.
extends into a bottomless pit from this well, and every once in a while, some of the other inhabitants of this room will jump inside.
Oh,
For
no.
some, they are disappeared in a brilliant beam of light, while others become stuck in the water, sinking
Okay.
eternally in agony.
Maybe
Davidson
a
seems to
representation of trauma? Because maybe that represents some people being able to work against the trauma, kind of solve it, if that makes sense. And some people get stuck in it. They never are able to walk past it. Okay.
understand that he is in purgatory.
Big brain
and that
moment.
He can stay here as long as he likes. If he's lived a good life, when he enters the water, he will be transported to some equivalent to heaven. But if you have lived a bad life,
Don't think that's how it
you
works,
will
but
sink
okay.
into that darkness for eternity. Davidson ponders which kind of life he's lived before waking up.
Clearly, this dream is influenced by his
Oh,
experiences
if it's a dream, yeah, it could
within
be
the
that.
house. But more than that, it's a reflection of his current struggle with his own morality and guilt, and how his return to the house will be his own diving into the well
Ow.
to see what happens when he hits the water.
The second dream is a little strange.
Nothing.
He's a member of a village which has been blessed with an enormous snail, big enough to feed them for
The immortal
decades.
snail.
One night, the villagers all enter the snail's shell to give it thanks.
And never
but when
leave.
everyone else leaves, Navidson continues walking. The spiral of the shell slowly getting smaller and darker his candlelight
Okay.
growing dimmer. He ponders whether to turn back or keep going, imagining that the sunlight will illuminate the
Constant
shell
spiral
in the morning,
downwards.
bathing everything in a beautiful, ethereal glow. The spiral and cramped journey forward is, again, definitely representative of the stairs and his coming exploration, but it seems to have a much more positive
like a
connotation
Balzac.
here. Like there's something beautiful to be
Sorry.
found on the other side of that darkness.
Though we don't have any record of Navidson's third dream, we may be able to find a somewhat analogous story in Johnny's footnotes that seems to complete the trifecta. So let's take another look at how he's doing. Johnny is aware that, to some extent, he is likely suffering from the same condition his mother did. Probably schizophrenia, though it's never specified. Still, he continues to accumulate guns, actually purchasing the very same models that Holloway and Billy Redden
Oh
carried.
no.
Also worth noting, Johnny reveals that despite the
I think
love
I
his
s- I
mother
think I see
sent
where
him
that's
about trying
going.
to strangle him as a child, he doesn't actually remember those events.
Wow.
Johnny runs
Normal.
into Kyrie again at the store. Though she is clearly off-put by his disheveled appearance, she asks if he wants to go for another ride. When he declines, she becomes upset and storms off. And now, to the dream. In this footnote, Johnny describes a dream where he is the Minotaur, within a maze inside the
Okay.
belly of some seafaring vessel, similar to the atrocity from his previous writing. Theseus, who appears as a drunken frat boy wielding an axe and a garbage can lid,
Okay.
is coming for him.
Hello,
Johnny knows
Theseus.
that Raymond is the one who put him here, his very own King Minos. The way Johnny describes his own appearance as the Minotaur, scarred skin and sharp teeth, all seem directly related to his
Okay.
appearance in real life, the things he feels self-conscious about or
God, that book
represent
is
some
good.
trauma. Before he can kill this fuckboy Theseus, the man's face morphs,
Okay, that's a weird
changes to the
sentence.
various different women from his life, Kyrie, Ashley, and finally settling on Thumper. He is stopped in his tracks as Thumper looks at him with an expression of understanding, of love, frozen in place by those warm, sunny feelings he's been searching for, overwhelming him, even as Thumper brings the axe down, first to his shoulder, then to his head, killing him. Maybe unimportant, but those are the same places Navidson and Karen were struck while escaping the house.
On a basic level, it's easy to understand this dream as another instance of Johnny's identification with the Minotaur, a distorted view of himself informed by his past. He sees himself as a beast, incapable of being fully loved, a violent, scarred creature with his very own King Minos
And then
as a
she shows.
stepfather. But the vessel, just like the atrocity and the buildings of Navidson's dreams, represents the house, the architectural manifestation of an internal darkness, of the self. And at the center of that maze is not some external monster, you find yourself, and so he is his own Minotaur.
Yes.
While it also fits nicely as a continuation of Navidson's dreams, foreshadowing the internal journey that him yet again delving into that hallway represents, it is also very explicitly about Johnny's trauma, the maternal love and female comfort he had as a child with his mother that was shattered, torn away from him at a young age, and he is now
So
seemingly
close.
searching for it in these other women. And
Okay.
that companionship, that comfort, was unfortunately turned on him in violence in his childhood.
Actually probably gonna repeat myself for like the 7th time. I can't take my eyes away from the monitor. It's not disturbing, distracting.
The boiling water, the strangling. And so in this dream, he
I'm
finds
back.
himself
You
yet
enjoyed
again
the-
attacked by the faces of the women in his life, from which he seeks
Oh yeah,
out-
but I can't take my eyes away from this. It's distracting me. You need to play my house.wad something. Probably.
It is a very layered network of traumas and the subconscious which has manifested itself in this very odd
Meant we have
Finally,
hour and 13
Johnny
minutes.
leaves
We're
a
almost
footnote revealing
done.
that his next plan is to leave town and head for Virginia, looking for the house. from
We're 4 hours in.
Navidson,
Oh,
to find some
Jesus.
kind of answers.
Man, can you explain to me how the fuck I'm 2 hours into the video and I'm almost 4 hours into the stream? How the fuck does that work? This is gonna be a 6 hour stream. Yeah, that's what I said. 5 close to 6 hours. What do you have? Back in Virgin, Expedition 33. When Johnny, the baby, darkness, something small. 435th view. What? Oh, it's so long.
tie things up in LA as
I'm
best
just,
he
because
can,
you double the
leaving a
video
note
length.
with his
That's
boss
not
for Thumper
true.
and saying goodbye to Logan, who he finds in the hospital. Apparently, Kyrie told her fiance
Yeah, I'm
the Gdansk
putting
man
a cap on video length. Holy fuck! I love that video in the book, but 3.5 hours is a bit too long for a reaction. Cats. Oh, they're showering each other and beating the shit out of each other. On top of that, yeah, the longest video I'll be accepting is 2 hours, because 3 hours is a bit too long.
that Johnny and Lude had
And I'm
accosted
pretty sure
her at
I'm
the
not as
store,
funny
so
as the beginning, because I do not think I'm functioning anymore.
he
functioning
ambushed him
anymore.
one night, leaving Lude with genuinely life-threatening injuries. Still, Lude seems in good spirits, supposing he'll get a pretty good court settlement out of this. Johnny leaves Lude some money, loads his guns and clothes into a car, and heads for Virginia.
Back to Virginia.
Karen returns to Virginia alone, Daisy and Chad being taken care of by family back in New York. She speaks with their
Chad.
realtor about selling the house, though the two women quickly bond about much more personal matters as well. After the realtor initially heard about the mysteriously appearing doorway all the way back when the family first returned from the trip to Seattle, she did a deep dive into the house's history, but found no strong
Stop putting the
evidence there was
blue
any kind of
text, sir.
haunting. Zampano, on the other hand, pulls up one obscure historical document that could possibly be related. Journal entries from a winter famine in the Jamestown colony in the early 1600s. A group of desperate hunters lost and without hope of finding food, fearing the cold will take their lives at any moment.
Likewise, we must also believe, or else in the name of the Lord take charge of the knowledge that we are all dead men.
They even write about a peculiar quality
Is that
to the sound of the
Scottish?
wind, which brings to mind the growl of the house.
The storm will not break. Vern went out to hunt but returned within the hour. The wind makes a wicked sound in these woods.
But the final entry is short,
Oh, the English accent, okay.
simple, and oddly terrifying.
I mean, it works.
Stairs. We have found stairs.
There's no record of stairs being found by anyone else, but only 2 of the 3 men's bodies were ever recovered.
Oh
It
no.
seems to imply that those awful stairs found inside the house existed all the way back then, and had drawn at least one of these men into it. Karen initially entertains the idea of selling the house, even giving a showing of it, but eventually decides against it.
Instead,
come
she
on.
moves her things back in
Oh,
and
no.
lives there for a while.
Oh,
alone.
no.
Billy Reston occasionally comes to visit. We see all of this via the still intact security-style cameras within the house, and here we can fully corroborate Fowler's assertion, if we're to believe Zampano's writing. Karen's smile is completely different, something that seems completely unself-conscious, an expression of true happiness.
I also mean, I don't think that will be turning into a reaction for YouTube, because I don't know how the fuck we're gonna make me entertaining, based on the fact I'm currently trying to comprehend what the fuck he's saying. Not because the video is bad, but because yes. The video is really good, it's just been 4 hours, and I don't think my brain is braining anymore.
We watch as she laughs and cries, sometimes without a clear reason, but she reveals to Billy she sometimes hears his voice in the house. Davidson is coming from somewhere. Billy is unconvinced that he could still be alive after so much time, but Karen still spends her time calling out to him, listening to the floorboards and the walls.
And one afternoon, Karen enters the children's bedroom to find Davidson's things on the floor.
Oh
appearing
no.
out of nowhere. His tapes and cameras and backpack.
He disappeared as well.
He sits down to watch the tapes. The view we see does not
I mean,
fix
he
the
already
projector,
disappeared, but
however.
still.
Instead, just a blurry shot of Karen as she watches, the wall behind her in much sharper focus, which suddenly begins to transform into that ashen darkness, completely unbeknownst to her. We don't see what she sees on the tape at this point, but whatever it is, causes her to sit up and turn around.
Okay.
Feels like it's getting cold in here.
Ooh. Hello,
We now
Leon.
shift to Davidson's perspective. His
I look like a
final
jacket Leon will wear.
Exploration 5. In the months leading up to his ultimate descent, he made damn well sure he would not be unprepared, both from a survival standpoint, but also a filmmaking one.
Aside from Exploration A, the only other time he's had the opportunity to actually explore that place, he was far too focused on a rescue mission to put his foot...
SP087B walkthrough, capital MIEM.
attention on truly trying to document it. He carries his equipment on a bicycle-mounted trailer, hauled behind the mountain bike he's brought with him to cover ground faster. Instead of heading straight for the stairs, Davidson takes his
Only
time
1 hour
wandering
left.
the halls as he shoots photo and video, and as he continues further in, he begins to notice that it's becoming easier and easier to pedal his bike until eventually he doesn't
Nice.
have to pedal at all. There seems to be a
That's
growing
not
decline
nice.
that pulls him in, moving faster and faster.
No good thing he's
Realizing
on a
how
bike, I
quickly
guess.
He's covering ground due to his helpful downhill, and what kind of a journey it will be. to
Yeah, the
pedal
downhill
back
do
up.
be helpful. How the fuck are you gonna go back up though?
He decides to start heading in the opposite direction. However, he soon realizes no matter which direction he pedals in, against all logic and physics,
No, it goes
is
down.
always downhill and continues to get more steep.
Okay, I
Soon,
don't think
he's
I need to
zipping along at 30
explain
miles
what I think that's metaphor for, what this is a metaphor for, because I think I explained something similar like 4 times already.
an hour, covering
And for
100
me not wanting that stream to turn into 6 hours, and even with me not wanting, it will probably still turn into 6 hours. So, yeah, explain this by going back in the stream, please.
hundreds of miles a day. Though he does find some small rooms to camp, at this point he's basically rolling down one endless corridor, which changes size and shape as he moves through it, narrowing, shrinking, then growing again. All these changes, of course, accompanied by
My cats
that
are beating the
growling.
shit out of each other.
Eventually, the walls and ceilings fall away completely, just a floor in the void, and his speed increases exponentially. He's probably traveled thousands of miles at this point. Speeding through this void, Navidson becomes overwhelmed with the feeling that he is reaching an end, a cliff, that the floor is about to fall away. His
the
brakes
floor is
completely
lava.
ineffective at this speed. He throws himself and the bike to
Ow,
the ground,
that ain't gonna
injuring
go well.
himself and damaging the trailer, but successfully stopping himself at the very edge of a seemingly endless drop-off. Nearby, he notices a turret-type structure sticking out from the edge, and he clambers
Okay.
inside to camp for the night. Within this little room, he finds a staircase oddly extending not up or down, but sideways out from the turret. Leaving that be for now, he sleeps for the night, though who can tell if it really was night or day at this point. I should also note that Zampano's retelling of this scene in the book once again transforms into a beautiful tapestry of ergodic text, perfectly reflecting Navidson's spatial
Hear everything about the house suddenly.
experience within the confines of
Oh,
these
we've seen
pages.
that. I
Upon
don't know what that
awakening,
means.
Navidson finds that the entire room, perhaps the entire house, has shifted again. Or
House.
precisely, rotated. The stairs now extend upward, above him.
Oh,
Additionally,
they're
the door he used
leaving.
to enter this room has disappeared. He is left with only one way out.
Up.
Gathering only the supplies he's able to carry on his back, he scrambles up the stairs, and as soon as he makes it onto the first few steps, the floor and walls, and indeed everything else but
Disappears?
that passageway up the stairs, falls away, disappears. There is
There
truly
is no-
no going back now.
Yeah, either you live with the trauma or you go backwards. And going backwards, I don't think I need to explain what happens then.
Like a
That's
lost
how I'm
scuba
explaining it
diver
also. Holy
breathing
fuck, I'm getting
oxygen,
tired.
His only way out now is through. Navidson spends hours climbing these stairs until eventually, at the height of exhaustion, he makes it to the top, out into a small, narrow corridor. Gravity working with him for a change is a welcomed relief, his injured leg in excruciating
Aw.
pain. The corridor continues to narrow.
Oh,
until
yeah, he
can
broke
only
his
move
legs.
forward by
Legs,
crawling
leg.
on his belly. At the end of this corridor, there's a window. On the other
Oh.
side, true void. No ashen walls.
Oh,
no
wait, never
ashen ceiling,
mind.
no ashen floors. And Navidson crosses through. Though he
He
feels as
jumped.
though he's standing on something, there is nothing to be found but true
Well, I guess
darkness,
he's walking
pure
on a really thin
absence.
ice.
The rest of his lights out of battery, with little else to do, Navidson is forced to read by matchlight the single book he took with him. A
Oh,
book
no.
entitled House of Leaves. Let's just hold our
Okay,
questions
book.
until it's over, alright? With no other options, Navidson
Nah,
resorts
please
to
explain to
burning
me
the pages
now.
with his remaining matches, ripping them out and setting
Brother,
them
it's been 2 hours and 17 minutes. Fuck you mean leave the questions at the end? Explain it, please.
alight one
I'm
by
kidding.
one, the last fuel to his last
not, please
fire
explain it.
until the entire book, spine and all, go up in flames.
I have nothing left.
That invisible slab he was standing on is now gone. He has no idea what direction
Yeah, it's almost like the house is not real, or at least that experience is not real in the house. It's more of a representation. That's why he has the book.
Facing no relevant spatial information to make any observations. Maybe he's
Yeah,
floating, maybe he's falling, inhabiting pure nothing. This section of the film is devoid of any real footage, just the darkness and the sound of Navidson describing his situation, his narration devolving as he is slowly dying from exposure. As Zampano describes it, 6 minutes of darkness. The only other film I can think of pulling off the tension created from almost nothing but dark film grain would be Skinamarink, and some of the writing Zampano includes really makes it feel that way.
The audience squirming in their seats, squinting at that implacable screen, now and then glancing over at those luminous red exit signs in order to give their eyes a rest, while somewhere behind them, a projector continues to spew out darkness. There is still a haunting proximity when he speaks,
how does that work?
as if he were no longer buried in black, his words tapering without echo.
Also very similar to the...
If it was earlier on the stream, I would probably be reading from here. Sorry, from here downwards. I am not doing that now, thank
As
you.
Navidson floats in the darkness, he says something that is perhaps the most profound understanding of the house itself.
That video is tiring me in a good way, makes me think.
I have no sense of anything other than myself.
As his body is overwhelmed with the cold and nothingness, his thoughts and mutterings become less coherent. He cries and thinks about his loved ones, Tom, his children, most of all Karen. He tries to recall a song, sings the lyrics of
That's
the
the
song
Daisy song.
Bell, but according to Zampano's sheet music transcription, it's actually closer to the melody for the Civil War song When Johnny Comes Marching Home, which has like so many layers. You've got Johnny, who's right now out looking for a home, Navidson himself having marched through the house. Maybe we'll unpack that later. Anyway, just like his first return from the depths of the house, devoid of anything else, Navidson is left only with what he truly cares about most, the people he loves. Eventually, his muttering falls away into strained breathing, and then...
Light. Can't be. I see light. Care.
There are maybe half a dozen frames of a blue speck in the void before the tape runs out.
Oh, I think that's what the squares are
For
on the
book's
pages.
part, Johnny's footnotes take over almost completely at this point. As we're reaching the end of the Navidson record, so too is Johnny's story drawing to a close. These footnotes function as essentially diary entries.
Between the years 1998 and 1999, beginning, at first, in late October of 1998, around the time he wrote the foreword we read at the start. Last we heard from him, he was heading to Virginia, but he has no recollection of what happened during that time. And now we're months ahead. He's back in California, in any case, living in a seedy motel, having entirely lost his sense of reality, and fully internalizing that he is the monster that's been haunting him, the monster that haunts everyone.
I'm not afraid.
Himself.
What disturbs the sleep of everyone in this hotel, what crushes their throats in their dreams and stalks them like the dusk the day, is
their
and has
selves.
always been me.
He proceeds to find a series of Polaroids in his room, of places he doesn't remember being, specifically of houses, along with a journal that he wrote from his time in Virginia, and having
mention the
what
house.
happened in those months. Here he includes what occurred in that lost time according to this journal. From May to August of 1998, Johnny visits Virginia, traveling
mention
all over
house.
the state in search of some evidence of Navidson, Reston, of the house, but he finds none.
Nice.
He realizes then that this specific house was never truly meaningful to him. That was Zampano's obsession, Zampano's work. Instead, Johnny tries to return to the places that meant something to him, starting with the now abandoned Whalestow Institute. Decayed but still standing, Johnny stays the night in the room
When Johnny comes marching home,
hoping to feel her return to him like a ghost, but in the morning he feels no different. He is just as enveloped in darkness as before.
Next, he goes to visit the house he grew up in before his father's death, but the entire neighborhood has been razed and replaced with a lumberyard. Returning to this place, though, he falls into the memories of what happened here, specifically the evening his arms were scarred, remembering his father's reaction.
Roared, really, but not a roar, when he beheld my burning arms, an ear-shattering, nearly inhumane shout.
This again sounds like it's parallel to the roar of the house, too. In almost a stupor, staring down at his own arms, Johnny is kicked out of the yard by the workers there.
I heard nothing. My ears had popped. My mind had gone blank. utterly.
no.
Throughout September, Johnny's story turns uncharacteristically optimistic. He writes about
Oh, he
running
was
some friends of
on
his in Seattle
something.
who are doctors. They take him in, help him recover. He's going to therapy, he's feeling better, and he's even being prescribed a new medication that has cured his nightmares.
I am much improved. My friends have been taking care of me full time. I exercise twice a day. They've got me on some pretty serious health food.
His entry on September 29th begins.
Are you fucking kidding me? Did you really think any of that was true? I just made all that up. I wasn't trying to trick you. I was trying to trick myself to believe, even for 2 lousy hours, that I really was lucky enough to have 2 such friends.
Through mid-October, Johnny moves back to LA, sells his car, and finds himself in that seedy motel. He tries to call Lude and gets no answer, but Thumper picks up when he calls her. She's happy to hear from him, offers him dinner to help him get himself cleaned up. The helping hand he dreamed of just last month. But the very next day, October 25th, Johnny learns that Lude is dead.
What?
Motorcycle accident, driving under the influence. After getting on painkillers during his recovery from the Gdansk man's attack, he fell into harder substances and eventually into addiction. Despite Johnny being given an almost impossibly well-timed offer to get back on his feet from Thumper, Lude's death completely breaks Johnny. And it's about here where we found him initially.
In that darkness, the monster overcoming him, memory gone. He leaves the motel and starts living on the street, which is where the Gdansk man finally finds him. He pulls up with Kyrie and beats Johnny to the ground, walking off believing he's settled the score. Unfortunately, he picked a fight with the wrong guy. Johnny is overcome with an unimaginable rage, grabs a stray bottle from the ground,
nothing to lose.
With the following events, it's not entirely clear what's reality, but as Johnny tells it,
he smashes the Gdansk man over the head with the bottle and proceeds to beat him brutally with his bare hands. Kyrie tries to intervene, but Johnny just looks at her and screams, shocking her to stillness. And then, in a rambling, nightmarish bit of prose, he kills the Gdansk man, kidnaps Kyrie.
I don't like the blood. I don't like the blood. Takes chat. I have a feeling I know what it is.
Really? Has nothing prepared you for this? This place where no eye will find her, no ear will hear her, among pillars of rust, where hawks haunt the sky.
The same
Oh
words he used
no.
to describe the place where Raymond took him to.
Oh
I will
no.
become. I have become.
Where I will wave my hands around her throat, closing off her life, even as I maybe kill? Dismember her piece by piece, and in the continuing turn, for these turns never really stop turning, void out all I am, ever was, once meant or didn't mean. Here, then at long last is my darkness, no cry of light, no glimmer, not even the faintest shard of hope to break free across the hold. I have became a creature unstirred by history, no longer moved by the present, just hungry, blind, and at long last full of mindless wrath.
A creature
Ooh, I like the
unstirred
writing.
by history, no longer moved by the present, just hungry, blind, and at long last full of mindless wrath.
I mean, there is a comma here. It should be, I will become, a little bit of a pause. I have become, pause, a creature unstirred by history, no longer moved by the present, just hungry, blind, and at long last full of mindless wrath.
Man dies, soon Kyrie will too.
to be totally honest,
Jesus.
I doubt the events really played out the way he
No,
wrote
not
them.
really.
But either way, Johnny has fallen into
That's
a
what he was
truly disturbed
imagining,
place.
which is
The
still
next
bad.
day, however, he writes,
My memory's in flakes. Haven't slept. Nightmares.
He
fuse
is
in
on
waking
something.
minutes. I've lost sense of what's real and what's not. What I've made up. What has made me.
in November, Johnny visits Thumper one last time, meeting her outside the club where she works. She's single now and seems pretty interested in continuing to know Johnny, asking him to stay in touch. And
Why
even
did I
seems
kill
to
the
give
man?
him some obvious signs that she wants to kiss him. Instead, Johnny hugs her very platonically, almost paternalistically, kisses her on the cheek, and says goodbye.
She told me to keep in touch, and I told her to take care. And then as I walked away, I waved, and with that, bid adieu. to the happiest place on earth.
This
No.
reincorporation of the phrase
Okay.
in context
I don't like where that's
seems to
going.
transform it. His love for her was a fairy tale, something he dreamed of, but
He
he seems to
still
believe he can't
loves
really
her.
have.
I don't think he feels enough for her. He feels broken, and that
then Johnny
she
doesn't
doesn't
write another journal
deserve
entry
someone as
until
broken
almost
as him.
A year later, August 28th, 1999.
My nose.
He's train hopped his way to Flagstaff, Arizona,
Nice.
finding his way into a mostly empty bar with some surprisingly welcoming people. The
Aw.
band plays, he chats with the bartender. He's seemingly still sober, ordering a ginger ale for himself and buying around for the band with some of the last bits of
Okay,
money he has.
weird.
And then he hears a lyric from the band which catches his attention.
I
Daisy?
live at the end of a 5.5-minute hallway. Utterly surprised, Johnny asks the band about their lyrics, and they enlighten him on the inspiration for much of their writing. A little book they found on the internet called House of Leaves.
It
Okay.
turns out there's a whole underground fan base dedicated to the book. The
In
earlier
the book.
versions that were released as Johnny worked on it. The band's copy in particular is full of their own footnotes and writings in the margins. Everybody
Okay.
wonders what happened to that Johnny guy.
Like,
where he
I
disappeared
am
to.
the Johnny guy.
amazed, decides it's best not to reveal his identity here. Instead, he wanders outside, finds an old ash tree, and falls asleep beneath it.
Okay.
He awakens to find a dog, a husky, sitting next to him.
Aw.
It follows him as he walks around. even
I have a
lays in
bad
his
feeling
lap
something
as he writes this
terrible
very
would
journal
happen.
entry.
I still feel a strange and oddly familiar sorrow.
One which I suspect will be with me for some time, twining around the same gold that was once at the heart of my horror. I can't read. Before she appeared before him and spoke the rain into a wind. At least though, it's getting milder. A gentle breeze, filling in from the south. Flagstaff appears deserted, and the bar's closed, and the band's gone. But I can hear a train rattling off in the distance. Sorry. It will be here soon. The homeless climbing off for a meal, coffee for a dime, soup for 3/4, and I have some change left. Something warm sounds good. Something hot. But I don't...
At least, though, it's getting milder. I can hear a
I
train rattling off in the
can't
distance.
read.
but I
Can you
don't need to
move
leave
it,
yet.
please?
Not yet.
But I don't need to leave yet. Not yet. There is time now. Plenty of time. And somehow I know it's going to be okay. It's going to be alright. It's going to be alright.
There's time now. Plenty of time. And somehow, I know it's going to be okay. It's going to be alright. It's going to be alright.
Okay, I hope he's gonna get better. There are like 200 more pages though, and I don't like that.
And at least chronologically, that's the last time any of us will ever hear from Johnny Truant.
Okay. I hope he got better. That's why he
That
stopped writing.
isn't, oddly, the last journal entry House of Leaves includes, though. Instead, we pull back to October 31st, only a couple of
Okay.
days after his encounter with Kyrie and the Gdansk man. Johnny gathers the manuscript and leaves his hotel room through the window. He's been
Oh,
hit with
no.
a wave of clarity suddenly. He never killed the Gdansk man or
That's
Kyrie.
what he
In
imagined.
reality, after beating the Gdansk man, he got off him, said something about lewd. The Gdansk man apologizes, obviously badly beaten, and he and Kyrie just drove off. Thank God. Then
Yeah,
Johnny wanders
I was
west
expecting that.
into the desert, and this clarity he's been overcome with also brings him sharper memories of his childhood and a revelation about his mother.
Her letter was hopelessly wrong. Maybe an invention to make it easier for me to dismiss her. Her fingers never closed around my throat. They only tried to wipe the tears from my face. Of course, she was lost in a
Aww.
blur. My poor father taking her from me, forced to grab hold of her, especially when they got to the foyer and she started to scream, screaming for me. Not
Okay, I do want to read that part though. Also, we're almost done. We have 53 minutes. Her letter was hopelessly wrong. Maybe an invention to make it easier for me to dismiss her. Or maybe something else. I have no idea. But I don't know her, but I do know her fingers never close around my throat. They only tried to wipe the tears from my face. I couldn't stop crying. I'd never cried that much before. I'm crying now. All these years, and now I can't stop. I can't see. I couldn't see them. Of course, she was lost in a blur. My poor father taking her from me, forced to grab a hold of her, especially when they got to the foyer and she started to scream, screaming for me, not wanting to go at all, but crying out my name. And there it was, the roar, the one I've been remembering. In the end, not a roar, but the saddest call of all, reaching for me. Her voice sounding as if it would shatter the world. Fill it with thunder and darkness, which I guess it's finally valid.
Grab hold of her,
Oh,
especially
finally
when they got
did.
to the
It
foyer
finally
and she
did.
started to screaming for me, not wanting
Oh,
to go at
okay.
all, but crying out my name. And there it was, the roar.
That makes
the
it-
one I've
that
been
makes sense now.
remembering. In the end, not a roar, but the saddest call of all, reaching for me. Her voice sounding as if it would shatter the world, fill it with thunder and darkness, which I guess it finally did. Then one day, I don't know when, I forgot the whole thing, like a bad dream. The details of those 5.5
I mean, it's a
minutes just
trauma.
went and left me to my
So
future.
understandable. Okay, stuff makes
Out
sense.
in that desert, as night falls, Johnny takes the manuscript, the pages that he and Zampano have written, which he has been haunted, consumed by, and
Destroy
burns
them.
it, just
Yeah.
as Lude asked him to, just as Navidson
That's
did.
what the darkness was. He saw light in them, which was him baiting the shit out of a Gdansk man, I think. And then there was darkness slowly going through it. And I guess the darkness represents the lives, the unexpected, the unpredictable, because life is unpredictable. Ain't nothing written for us. Because as much as I would like to have a grandeur purpose, something written for me, that's, in my opinion, that's not how it works. It's mostly you writing shit for yourself. What you did before, what you want to do in the future, what you're doing now. I lied for a second, Jesus. And that's what is written for us, what we are writing at this moment and written before. The future is not written yet. And it never will be. Like, the future. Because when tomorrow comes, it's now the present. And the future is 2 days from now. And it's still the future. And we still have no idea what will happen then. But yeah, that makes sense now. And I'm pretty sure the house is not doing magical. And that almost proves it to me.
And like Navidson, Johnny finds himself alone in darkness.
I'm sorry, I have nothing left.
He writes, except for the final words the book leaves us with from Johnny, a story,
The one Doc told me when I was up in Seattle.
who you'll remember didn't exist. With the gravity this story has in Johnny's narrative,
I guess that's
I won't
him
try to
saying
summarize
it.
for you. I'm going to read it as he wrote it, just slightly abridged.
It begins with the birth of a baby, though not a healthy baby. Born with holes in its brain and showing an absence of gray-white matter
Oh, damn.
differentiation. So bad that when the child first emerges into the world, he's not even breathing. Kid cyanotic, Dr. Noel shouts, and everywhere heart rates leap. Now the baby goes on to the Ohio, a small 2x2 foot bed with a heater and examination
Okay.
lights mounted above. They rush him to the ICU where he's plugged into life support. Life seems it will continue, but it's not an easy march. The red and green
That's
lights
Johnny.
follow the baby's every
I would
breath.
assume.
Red numbers display the exact amount of pressure needed to fill his fragile lungs, while the EKG faithfully tracks every heartbeat. The mother, of course, sees none of this. She sees only her baby boy, barely breathing, his tiny fingers curled like seashells, still daring to clutch the world. Later, Dr. Noel and other experts will explain to her that her son has holes in his brain. He will not make it. He can only survive on machines. She will have to let him go.
Oh
But the
no.
mother resists. She sits with him all day,
and then she sits with him through the night. She never sleeps. The nurses
may not
hear
like
her
children,
whispering to him. They hear
but
her
that breaks
sing
my
to
heart.
him. A second day passes, a second night. Still she doesn't sleep. The charge nurse starts to believe they are witnessing a miracle. More and more people start drifting by the ICU. Is this remarkable mother still awake? Is she still talking to him? What is she singing? More than a handful of people openly suggest the baby will heal. Soon, even Dr. Noel finds himself caught up in this whispered hysteria. Finally, the morning
I
of
have
the
a
fourth
bad
day,
feeling.
the mother rises and walks over to Dr. Noel. I think it's time to unplug him, she says quietly. More than the normal number of doctors and nurses assemble around the
And
boy.
they're like,
And though
what?
they are careful to guard their feelings, quite a few believe this child will live. Dr. Noel gently explains the procedure to the mother. First, he will disconnect all the non-essential IVs and the nasogastric tube.
Okay.
Then, even though her son's brain is badly damaged, he will administer a little medicine that will ensure there is no pain. Lastly, he and his team will cap the IV, turn off the monitors, the ventilator, and remove the endotracheal tube. And we'll leave the rest up to... Dr. Noel doesn't know how to finish the sentence, so he just says, well... The mother nods and requests
This is
one
slightly
more
turning
moment with
into
her
a
child.
Cubescape.
The
Yeah,
staff
and it
takes a
makes me
step
extremely
back.
sad.
The mother returns to her boy, gently drawing fingers over the top of his head. For a moment, everyone swears
Thought
she
you-
has
thought you
stopped
changed
breathing,
the
her eyes
air.
no longer blinking, focusing deeply within him. Then she leans in and kisses him on the forehead. You can
God,
go
I wish
now,
that
she
to
says
no one.
tenderly. And right before everyone's eyes, long before
Das
Dr.
ist never
Noel or
dead, it's not
anyone
even
else
an
can
ass.
turn a dial or touch a switch, the EKG flatlines.
No.
Asystole. The child is gone.
God. I wonder who that child is. The beginning of the end.
The beginning of the end of the Davidson record picks up from Karen's perspective next. It turns
There
out
will
the tape
be
she played
blood.
was blank.
And turning
I
around
mean, we have
to
only
see the house is
49 minutes.
transformed
Holy
again,
fuck, brother,
Karen,
we're
despite
reaching the
being
end. What the fuck you mean 49 minutes?
intensely terrified, notices something within that darkness. She returns with
Oh,
a
Smin, who is
flashlight,
that baby, if you
disappears
know?
into the void, and then the wall reappears behind her. It seems that that blue speck, which appeared at the end of
Oh, it's the
Davidson's
doctor's
tape,
light.
was Karen's flashlight. And
Oh,
by
never mind.
entering the house herself, Karen conquers the fear and trauma she has been carrying since they moved in. Since
It's
long
baby
before
Gronk.
that.
Okay.
As Zampano writes,
Gronk,
There is
pull the
little doubt
lever.
her love for Davidson
Wrong
is the primary
lever,
catalyst.
Gronk.
I believe Karen could never have crossed that line had she not first made those two remarkable cinematic moments. What some have thought, and A Brief History of
Both
Who I
of them
Love.
living
By
to the
relearning to see
fullest.
Davidson,
To the
she
fullest.
saw what he was
Conquering their
and
traumas.
consequently began to see herself much more clearly. The most important
I
light
think I'm starting to believe more and more the house has nothing magical in it. But that's so well written, holy fuck.
carried into that place was the memory of Davidson.
Sorry.
And Davidson is no different. Though it's commonly assumed his last word was care, I believe this utterance is really just the first syllable of the very name on which his mind and heart had finally come to rest. His only hope, his only meaning, Karen. This moment of clarity for Karen also parallels Johnny's moments in the desert, his recollection of the accurate version of his mother's departure clarifying his past, his view of his mother, and consequently his own distorted self-image as a monster. According to a nearby neighbor and the accounts from Karen herself, Karen found that she suddenly appeared in the yard, cradling Davidson
Okay.
in her
Oh,
arms.
no.
From her point of view, when she entered that darkness, the fear she'd been overwhelmed with in the past didn't just go away, it was still with her. But somehow she found the strength to put one foot in front of the other and make it to the end of that hallway.
Okay.
And at the end, she found Davidson. And suddenly, everything just dissolved. To quote one of her rare interviews, "We were in pitch blackness, and then I saw... No, actually my eyes were closed. Then I opened my eyes, and I could see trees and grass. You're saying the house dissolved? How's that possible? It's still there, isn't it?" Karen doesn't respond to this question. By the time they made it to the hospital, Davidson was on the precipice of death, his survival unclear. Hypothermia, frostbite, injuries, and broken bones from his bicycle crash and overextension. The story goes that Karen spent days in the
Jesus.
hospital room with him, talking and singing to him as he survived on life support for days. In the end, Davidson survived, but not without cost.
Okay.
Losing an eye, hand,
Not okay?
and ear to frostbite, getting a hip replacement, and eating crutches for the rest of his life. The final
At
moments
least he
of the Davidson
survived.
record are uncharacteristically
But
hopeful,
Jones
sappy,
survived.
an epilogue of
Johnny
sorts.
survived.
The family, finally
I
married
think.
after all these years,
And
have
he's
moved to
better now.
Vermont. Karen's in the middle of recovering from treatment for breast cancer, but
Nice.
for now it seems to be working. Chad is a Lego aficionado,
Chad.
hoping to be an architect. Daisy talks about the forests being filled with ghosts and fairies. It's not difficult to see the effects of their experience in the house has had on
House.
their current interests. The effects on everyone, really. It seems clear nobody ever fully recovers from their house, but for the time being, it's going to be alright. We see
Okay.
the family, in spite of their difficulties, or perhaps in the end because of their ability to overcome them on the other side, in a peaceful, serene place. But Navidson is not content to end the film on something so purely saccharine.
The film ends on a Halloween night in their new neighborhood. The camera panning past all the trick-or-treaters, costumes, and decorated suburbs to an empty forest road.
Okay.
A single street lamp flickering out. And
Oh,
darkness
no.
sweeps like a hand.
Fucking wild. For fuck's sake, there's 45 more minutes. What do you mean? What do you mean? At least it's not gonna be 6 hours stream. It's gonna be a little bit less.
Little solace comes to those who grieve when thoughts keep drifting as walls
It's
keep
still
shifting,
going.
and this great blue world of ours seems a house of leaves, moments before the wind.
That
Okay.
was obviously a lot. There's a lot of pins we left in the board to come back to, a story that is just as twisted and opaque as the hallways of the house, so many questions left unanswered, mysteries left unsolved. Now, if I'm being honest with you, there is
It's
no way I'll be
explanation
able to
time.
cover every question and connection and put them all to bed. Mostly because I haven't covered everything. There are so many more details and specifics and minutiae that I had to balance and leave out for brevity's sake, if you can call any of this brief. Either way, even after all
It's
of this, I
not.
still recommend you read through
But it's
House
still
of Leaves for
a
yourself,
bit
as new things occur
brave.
upon every reread, and there's a lot to uncover for yourself. In any case, I do think we have covered enough ground to begin untangling this knot of roots and to try and understand this situation a little better. So first, let's take
Okay.
a bit of a 485-foot view of everything, cover the very basics, and then we'll need to answer two very core questions.
The core question is, first of all, what the fuck? And second, what the fuck was
Davidson record,
happening?
At its most basic, is about a family who move into a new home, hoping to reconnect and overcome some of their interpersonal difficulties. The house, it turns out, is haunted in a way, not by some restless bygone soul. No, it's closer to the haunting of Hill House. The
Okay.
architecture itself is just wrong. It's something far older, more cosmic. The house opens into a winding maze of darkness that both
Yeah,
endangers
it's
the
Cthulhu
family
again.
physically, but also opens up deeper conflicts within them. After the death and destruction and separation caused by the house, the family overcomes it, and in doing so, overcomes their interpersonal difficulties and personal traumas as well, allowing them to grow and change.
Okay.
Really, it's a pretty classic gothic horror tale, but of course, the full picture isn't so simple. In parallel, we have Zampano's writings and Johnny Truant's footnotes, which tell an interconnected but still independent story of their own. It starts with an old man writing a massive manuscript about a film, the Navidson Record, that if we were to take at face value, he created out of whole cloth. For what
Okay.
reason, we are unsure.
He was
Perhaps to explore
bored.
his own past, which we only have a fleeting glimpse of. A blind man dissecting the darkness in which he lives and the past which he lived through. This manuscript falls into the hands of Johnny Truant, a young man with a past we know a lot more about. A harrowing upbringing, a tragic separation from his parents, one trauma after another, until he finds this book, which seems to send him spiraling, both into the manuscript itself, trying to understand it, to piece together what the old man wrote and why, but also into himself, recalling his past, relating it to what Zampano has written, and falling further out of reality
Okay.
into the dark hallways of the book, until at his lowest moment he
That's his
finds a
house.
clarity in his memories and can accept and overcome the traumatic childhood that has been haunting him all his life. Just as the family in the Navidson Record, Johnny is able to grow and change in the end. Now, that's a surface level, basic look. But the Navidson Record and House of Leaves are anything but surface level. The real work lies in the details, in the questions of reality, cosmology, mythology, and psychology. You know, the ologies. We have been shown over and over again that we cannot blindly trust what we see, what we read, that we have to question all the information that's been given to us. To truly make sense of it all, we need to ask ourselves two very important questions.
What the fuck?
What exactly is the house?
Oh.
And who is truly behind the writing of House of Leaves? What set of eyes are we really seeing this story from?
Dendrochronology.
Let's start by taking a look at the house. And what better place to begin than a brief glance at its history? We don't learn about it in too much detail, and much of what we do learn seems rather unassuming, but there are clues here and there that suggest a lot about the nature of the house.
The house was built in Virginia in 1720 and has had its fair share of other owners, but most don't stay for long and leave feeling in some way unsettled. So, though the events experienced by Navidson and Karen and the rest are clearly extraordinary, there is clearly something unusual that's been inherent to this house since its inception, and there's a great deal to imply that its origin doesn't just begin with some 18th century construction. The Jamestown Journal entries seem to suggest that something strange, something even architectural, existed on that land well before the house was ever built. Something that found people in their darkest moments and led them into the very same depths we see in the Navidson Record. Perhaps this ancient thing we've been calling the house just attached itself to that particular home when it was built in the area. It found a host.
I can't believe I'm actually gonna get on a special what the fuck the house is.
Done by Navidson and Reston doesn't reveal a lot, except that the ashen material it's made from is something interstellar, something older than our planet, maybe even as old as the universe.
An asteroid.
Itself. All of this, combined with what we know about its naturality, seem to suggest it's something more than just old. It is something cosmic, maybe even mythological. There are more than a few allusions to the idea that this house is something more eldritch.
But I don't want it to be magical. I like it when it's not magical.
Ancient cosmology and metaphysics.
I don't want it to be Cthulhu again.
In fact, the world tree of Norse myth.
Yggdrasil.
The house is located on Ash Tree Lane, and throughout the Navidson Record and the book, we see the house represented by or in connection with trees, specifically ash trees. Of course, there's the book's title, House of Leaves, but also remember that, for instance, Johnny falls asleep beneath an ash tree in Flagstaff near the end.
Well, one of the oldest ash trees of mythology is the Norse Yggdrasil, the world tree where all realms exist, stretching throughout its roots to its branches, basically containing the universe. It is cosmically ancient, like the house. One might even interpret the house to be made from the wood of Yggdrasil, those cosmological primordial materials.
I don't think so.
But more than just a passing connection to a cosmically ancient ash tree, there are a lot of other connections that we can make directly to Norse mythology in both the film and the book. An obvious one would be references to Vikings.
Anything magical to do with it?
Within the roots of Yggdrasil lies a massive dragon-like monster known as Nidhogg, which one could connect to the monster many believe inhabit the house. And more than that, this idea of the house being Yggdrasil is reinforced by the stories of the people inside it. Tales of Odin often focus on the different ways he sacrifices himself to attain wisdom. For instance, hanging himself from the branches of Yggdrasil, or sacrificing his eye to the well of Mimir, which is located in the roots of that cosmic ash tree. Navidson nearly dies when descending into the house on Ash Tree Lane.
I don't think it's anything magical with the house, but
in the end of his eye, just like Odin. And though the imagery of hanging from the tree is perhaps more striking, Mimir's well offers a much stronger link, as wells appear in Karen's childhood, in Navidson's dreams, and Zampano's comparison of the stairway to an endless well.
In case that didn't convince you, I might also note Zampano makes several direct references to Yggdrasil in his writings, including a page of
we saw that already,
which spells it out quite directly. With this idea of the house being
I'm about to leave this house in sleep.
It seems to make sense.
We're almost done, and I'm so happy. Cause that video is golded. It's 3.5 fucking hours long though.
That it has been around just as long as the universe has existed. A void around
But
which
absolutely
all
feel
else
free to
in the
sleep.
universe exists.
Not to be so internet creepypasta brained, and this will be my one and
The
only
back
reference to this,
rooms.
so give me some credit. But it is almost similar to The Backrooms, or maybe a more British television interpretation, The Void from Doctor Who, in that it is a space between spaces, existing as an impossible, expansive darkness which you can enter but can't see from the outside. It is the
Okay.
space which contains space. Between space.
That isn't
This
where
is the space
mythological
between
connections
space.
end, of course.
That's in the
There's
space, but
obviously the
between
matter
it.
of the Minotaur
The
and
stream is
maze, any
somehow
number of
becoming
other
a
mythological
longer
references
video
made by
average
Zampano,
float peacock
as well
video.
as some connections to the story of
True.
Oedipus, but those are all a little different. which
But I'm
we'll
not
get
as
to
smart
later.
as the
Most
flawed
importantly,
peacock.
A recontextualization of the house as not just a physical building, but something more intangible that is simply using it as a host, I think leads us much closer to a true understanding of it. Though
But
this
one of the
strange
few
force
things I remember vividly from the Float Peacock is the hotline where you go and talk about evil creatures with people. That video is, oh no, there are fairies peeing in my shampoo, and then some pooing in my shampoo. It was so fucking
does
funny.
most explicitly use the house on Ash Tree Lane as a host.
I love
that
peeing
is
in my
not the
shampoo
only
and
form of
pooing in my
taste, as we've
shampoo.
touched on throughout our analysis. Johnny explores the house through the writings
House.
of Zampano, which mirrors the construction of the house with its ergodic formatting, and
I
which opens
Magic, making the house magical and doing all the work, I don't like that. I personally prefer everything to be a metaphor of the author, which is Johnny and Zanpakuto. I want a Netflix series on of home safety hotline. That would be cool. I don't know how they're gonna make it, but that would be cool.
up those darkened hallways in his mind. And he's not the only
It
one.
might be a
One of
little bit
Zampano's
weird to
readers
make-
had a similar reaction as well. Even now, we are exploring the house through this kind of reading. Through
Stop
this video,
saying house.
Karen explored the house by
Stop it.
rewatching the tapes of it. Johnny's dreams of the atrocity sinking into the ocean
Ooh,
is
sorry.
a manifestation, as are his memories of the hallway where he was separated from his mother, as is Navidson's dreams, as is Karen's well, as is the ash tree that
Yeah,
Johnny falls
it's almost like the house has nothing to do with that. Sorry.
asleep under, as is the darkness itself. The house is not physical. It is not literally any of these.
Honestly, if Stranger Things didn't continue, the stupid and dumb missing kid into a 5-season idea, we would have the horror D&D anthology series. Yeah, true.
Things.
I mean,
These
I
are
enjoyed the Stranger Things. I've never not watched the new season yet, but the other season I enjoyed them. I think it was well made.
symbols which stand in for what the
And also
house
it made D&D
is,
more
and it
popular.
all comes down to that subject.
Makes me happy.
Zampano writes that our perspective
creators
of
did
a
not-
maze
the
changes
creators
it.
didn't
Those who
like it,
explore
why?
the house on Ash Tree Lane
I would
find it
assume they were
reacts
kind of
differently
forced to
depending
make
on
it
their
into something they
personality,
didn't really want to,
temperament,
but
reaction, expectations, and experiences. The house is not what comes for us. It is what comes from us. The Minotaur inside the maze is not
Yeah,
some
they got
creature
forced
of
in-
the house.
yeah.
It's not something you'll find coming after
I was
you,
correct.
because
The
it
house has
is
nothing
you.
to do
Because in the
with
end,
it.
the house is the mind. It is the darkest pit within you, from which the layers of your psyche build and haunt. that
Instead
you
of
must
making the
explore,
original
push
idea
through,
of-
and eventually deconstruct entirely, burn it until you have nothing
Wait,
left
do you
but
mean
that
we
dark-
could have had a D&D party facing a dragon? No,
And there,
unfair.
you can confront it. And if you're lucky enough to make it to the other side, find what matters most to you.
For Karen and Navidson, that was each other. For Johnny, it was a clearer view of himself and his mother,
God,
but we'll return to
Elvis.
their personal
Yeah.
journeys in a bit.
They
It's
got
like
Elvis.
therapy, basically. If you wanted to say it, smile.
All of that brings us to another anchoring question. When we look out
Oh, my
over
leg.
what we've read, what we've seen, something just doesn't add up. Why are there so many connections between Pelafina's letters and the main manuscript, supposedly written by Zampano? Why are there so many connections between Johnny's
I would
life and the
assume it they're the
Navidson
same
record? Is Johnny
person.
correct that the Navidson record was created by Zampano? Or is there something else at play?
I'd
There's
assume
no
Zampano and
easy
Johnny are the
answer
same
to any of
person.
these questions, but many have come to the conclusion that the only real explanation is that one of these authors, either Zampano, Pelafina, or Johnny, are the architects of it all, that they've made most, if not all of this completely up, that these aren't actually separate pieces with connections, but that there is one single unified author.
The unified authors.
Since the very beginning, we've known that we cannot trust all that we read or see, and nobody has been more upfront about this than Johnny Truant.
He explains from the very outset that he's going to change things. He's a mentally unwell man who seems to believe this old manuscript he's found seems to connect to his life very personally. So why not, say, add the checkmark his mother asked him to leave on his letter in the corner of a page? He changed water heater. Why not just throw an homage to his mother's use of the word Pisces?
Would have had like,
or the whole detail.
if they're in the Israelistic horror anthology, that would be cool. I mean, they can still make
the
it.
same way his mother wrote that she did. Or change the name of the book Davidson has at the end to the title of his book. He had the final say on everything we see, only sending pieces to the editors when he finished reviewing them. Who knows how much of anything is left of the original?
Feywild as a concept in the whole. No, unfair.
Even the name Johnny
I mean, we already have dragons and orcs, but the Feywild would be cool.
Who he actually is. He could be some guy named fucking Mark or something. I don't know. Even assuming much of what he tells us is true, there's no reason to believe there's any real supernatural or special quality to the manuscript
It is not.
he found. Like he tries
Everything
to
is in their head.
He tells us that reading this may cause us to fall into a spiral of fear and darkness, just as he did. But this idea that an old manuscript he's found is hiding some deeper
but it has nothing to do with magic.
About him is totally in line with the kind of paranoia one would expect.
I mean, you can fall into darkness and despair even without the book being magical.
The book itself even opens with a line that seems to entirely contradict his entire foreword about how the reader may find themselves in the same pit as him.
This is not
for you.
This manuscript, at the very least heavily edited by Johnny Truant, has always been for him. It's his house, his journey.
This way of looking at things
it's almost like the entire thing is metaphor and representation of depression and trauma. I believe one of the idiom manuscript revealed by the Doofenshmirtz brothers would have been secluded zone in the Pacific Northwest after a failed experiment made the entire zone into an anomalous, heavily contained area. Turning into season 5's containment. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're still gonna do some of their ideas, or at least new ideas.
I'll give it that.
Maybe the same world-ish.
Understandable, but it feels a little bit like a dream theory, doesn't it? Any loose ends or connections can be left easily at the floor of, well, maybe it's just this mentally unwell guy adding it just because. It doesn't really compel one to look much deeper. Luckily for us, there are a few other unified author theories which do ask us to dig a little deeper, though they all eventually fall back.
Are all of we reading, hearing right now theories?
People were fabricated entirely by one author. The most popular of these theories is probably the idea that the entire book is written by Pelafina.
Actually, the manuscript just had an idea. Would contain a county in my not specifically the long drive. Yeah.
Fina, Johnny's
the long
mother.
drive.
Many of the references and quirks of writing that appear to connect Zampano and Johnny and the Davidson record together eventually come back to Pelafina and the Whalestone letters. Her use of the Pieces Pisces switch, the checkmark, and Karen's smile. Pelafina's signature writing style seen in those letters match with every layer of the story, from Zampano's pseudo-intellectual digressions, references to mythology, use of many different languages and writing that move about the page, or Johnny's long-winded, often difficult-to-parse monologues, even just the vocabulary everyone writes with. And there are further secrets hidden within the Whalestone letters that point to this too.
Using the same technique Pelafina encoded her other messages in, you can find little sentences throughout her other...
11's twin, which had the illusion powers, would have been its own episode or season. Oh damn! I think they rushed them, and they also didn't really give them freedom.
If so, what was their
To the
relationship?
story that,
Is it no
without
accident
certain
Johnny
things,
found
yeah.
his manuscript then? One way to interpret all of these connections is that most of what we read is not true at all. Pelafina wrote the whole thing, entirely making up the characters of Zampano and Johnny, or at least what they supposedly do in the book. And this all comes down to the hospital story.
And maybe after
The
she
final
passed
story
away,
Johnny
Johnny
tells
found
about a
her. Or
mother
Johnny
and
found
her
Johnny, got the
newborn in
manuscripts and
hospital
started
has
changing
been
them.
Quite a tricky topic. How it fits into everything isn't immediately clear upon a first read, and for many, it comes down to
Yeah, I
this.
think they just
Ironically, the story that it
mushed all the
seems
ideas
Johnny
that-
just made up at the end there is the only true story
Well, the
in
cohesive
the
story,
entire
yeah.
book. It's the story
Most
of
likely.
Pelafina and her son Johnny, a son who she never got to see grow up. And so Pelafina writes House of Leaves, imagines the life he would have lived in order to, in some way, process it.
Sure, it's a bit convoluted, a lot of layers to it, and his life is
That would be cool. I mean, it
happy
is,
for the most
and
part,
that would have been
but
really sick
Pelafina
to
is
see.
nothing if not
An
a bit
actual mind
eccentric.
flayer.
That final story from Johnny is, in truth, Pelafina showing her hand a bit. To be fully transparent, this is not the only way to interpret a Pelafina as author theory. There are probably dozens, and there are more secrets to be found within the Whalestow letters than I've mentioned here. In all honesty, the Whalestow letters alone could make an entire video.
Oh, hell
Still,
no.
I think this gives a decent gist as to why some believe Pelafina
We
is
could have had
behind all
Lich
this.
as
Though
an
it's
episode.
certainly compelling,
No.
it doesn't avoid the issue.
I
of
mean,
the
Vecna is
previous
a Lich. We
theory
had
either.
already.
It collapses the
Vecna is
story down.
technically a
It
Lich.
simplifies the connections between all these individual pieces into a neat explanation.
He's a Lich, a
Someone
witch,
to some
and a
extent
bitch.
just made it all up. It definitely makes one look at things in the book from a different perspective. It gives depth to Pelafina in a way other viewpoints might not, but it is by no means the only way to look at this.
Okay.
The last of these unified author
We're
theories
almost
I'd like
done.
to talk about is this idea
We have 27
that
minutes.
Zampano is, in the end, the architect of all of this, including Johnny Truant. And I'd like to start with this quote from Zampano.
Why did God create a dual universe? So he might say, "Be not like me. Me, I am alone." And it might be heard.
This seems to be a reflection on himself as much as
The
anything.
fact they
the lonely man
referenced
with
the
seemingly no living
vampire as
family or
some
friends, the
old
creator
woman
of this
doctor.
manuscript. Additionally, there are many times where Zampano almost seems to slip up and reveal that all of this is coming from him. For instance, at one point, when talking about
I mean,
Tom
yeah,
drinking,
but maybe
Zampano
that's why they
writes,
called her
Tom
vampire,
fails
because she
to
takes
stop at a
blood.
sip. He might have spent all night drinking had exhaustion
Makes
not caught
sense.
up with me.
An odd little slip up, but more than this, Zampano is perhaps the creator of much more.
See, there's this whole
Appendix.
appendix of extra writings that is attached to the end of House of Leaves. Poetry, journal entries, found among his pages of writing. One such journal entry
Okay.
from September 21st, 1970 reads,
Perhaps in the margins of darkness, I could create a son who is not missing, who lives beyond even my own imagination
Could
and
have been
invention,
its
whose
own anthology
lusts,
character. Yeah.
stupidities,
chapter,
and strengths
okay.
carry him farther
I mean,
than
could
even
have, but
he
I
or
don't think
I
it
can
will be.
anticipate, who sees the world
But
for
maybe
what
they
it
will
is,
explore
and
their ideas
consequently
more
bears
in
the
depth
burden of everyone's tomorrow
in
with
the future.
unprecedented wisdom and honor, because he is one of the very few who has successfully interrogated his own nature. His shields are instantly available, though seldom used, and those who value him shall prosper, while those who would destroy him shall perish. He will
Okay.
fulfill a promise I made years ago, but failed to keep.
Almost sounds like Johnny, doesn't it? A man
Yeah,
who we
maybe
only hear
like
from
maybe
in the
like I said,
margins
maybe
of
Johnny
Zampano's
and
work. A man, according to Pelafina's letters,
Zanpakuto.
whose birthday is exactly 9 months
I know it's
after
not
the
Zanpakuto,
date
but I
of
don't
his
remember the
journal
name.
entry.
It's the same
There are
person.
many ways to take this. Maybe Johnny's journal entries were written by Zampano from the start.
Zampano,
Maybe
yes.
Zampano somehow supernaturally willed Johnny into existence for
No.
him to discover his manuscript. Again,
No.
this is not an end-all
Or maybe
be-all
it's the same
explanation of this perspective. There are many more Pisces and theories you can dig into, but I think this gives us a decent enough
It's a
idea
murder
concerning
mystery
the whole
now.
concept of a unified author. The issue with all of these, in my opinion, is twofold. Firstly,
Or maybe it's a
they're
friend
really
who
unfalsifiable.
Zanpano
Any of
had
these people could
that
be
was called
behind
John,
it
and he
all,
put them
or
into the
someone
book.
else entirely. When you're dealing with an unreliable narrator, there's kind of a way to explain anything away. Nothing or anything could be real in some sense,
Yeah.
and there's no way to parse out which is
You're
real.
literally
It's
doing
not
it
to
right
say
now.
taking
Never
these
realized
into
it.
account is
Scared me.
worthwhile. It it absolutely can be. But we can't just
Don't
stop
worry, you don't
there,
you
thinking
don't
we
need to
reveal
delete
everything.
much or
And
wipe
that's what
much.
issue
My
number
brain
2
is barely
I don't
working.
think coming up with some real truth behind
It's
everything
been
is what's
5
most
hours of me trying to comprehend what I'm listening to, and we have 25 minutes in. I'm so excited.
because we'll never really know for certain.
Thank you.
Instead, it's about pulling out the meaning that lies between all these connecting layers. Like the house itself, it's not about trying to scientifically, factually understand it,
I'm
prove
eeping.
something about it.
I will
but to
be in a
find what it
fucking moment,
means
because
to the people
holy.
inside and what it means to us. Except that there is no truth, quite the opposite, that our only hope is to deconstruct it.
Uprooting. He's mentioning what I mentioned before,
As
and I
I've said
like it.
over and over, from the very outset, we are told
Really,
not
he's
to
somewhat
trust
mentioning what
all
I
that
said.
we see, to question everything presented to us as truth. And as much as the people within these stories deconstruct their internal lives, the very formatting of these mediums deconstruct themselves. In a letter Zampano leaves to whoever discovers his manuscript, which ends up being Johnny, he writes,
They say truth stands the test of time. I can think of no greater comfort than knowing this document has failed such a test.
His writing
Yeah.
often reads as parody of academia, falling apart into twisting paragraphs and empty pages, a deconstructed novel in itself. He goes on tangents about
'Cause
the
it's a
waning
parody.
authenticity of the visual medium. Karen and Davidson and Johnny deal with
Probably
false
not,
memories
probably
and
no, it's
distorted
not.
images of themselves and the people in their lives. The imagery of the house in all its forms ends up being darkness, a symbol of pure absence. Tom casts shadow puppets in his tent, his very own Plato's cave, but these are mere impressions, and when the light is taken away, we are left with nothingness. With a wider lens, this is the epitome of postmodernism. Every step asks us to deconstruct our cultural and instinctual preconceived notions to discover there is no universal truth to be found. Johnny tells us
Yes.
right from the beginning.
You'll watch yourself dismantle every assurance you ever lived by. You'll stand aside as a great complexity intrudes, tearing apart piece by piece all of your carefully
I was
conceived denials.
correct.
Then
The
you'll
creature is
turn
you.
to face the thing you most dread, what is now, what will be, what has always come before, the creature you truly are, the creature we all are, buried in the nameless black of name.
I
In
was,
some sense,
I
this
guess,
seems
somewhat
quite
correct.
obvious. When every piece of information is unreliable, there's no real trusted truth to be found inside. But in some sense, I think it would also be a simplification of the heart at the core of Johnny and the Davidson
Yes,
Records story.
20 minutes.
These people walked into that darkness. They deconstructed everything, burned the very book we've been reading, House of Leaves. But in that darkness, they found a light. They took apart all the little pieces of themselves and found something at the core that mattered to them. Something
Yes.
subjective and personal that they couldn't throw away. Something that brought them out to the other side. As sentimental as it may be, they found that it wasn't some scientific discovery or finishing some big project that was keeping them going. It wasn't an objective answer to their problems. It was the people that they loved. At the heart of this story, the core that we find isn't about what's real or not, what's true. It's just about people
Holy
finding
fuck, that was so
not
close.
some larger cosmic meaning, but
I'm so
what is
excited.
meaningful to them. Two sets of people, two stories running in parallel.
5
two
hour stream,
timelines running at the
3
same
hour
time.
video.
The story of the Davidson record and the story of Johnny Truant, and how, despite their differences, they are telling the same story.
We branches of the same tree.
Throughout this journey, we've noted interesting parallels between Johnny's life and the lives of those in the Davidson record, but haven't dwelled
Okay.
too long on
Yeah,
them.
it's almost
But
like
I think
depression and
these
trauma
two stories,
are not
explicitly Davidson and Karen's journey with their house,
only for
and
one
Johnny's with the
person. Like
manuscript,
everyone
are
has
actually
them.
the key to this entire tangled story. That the main through line in this mess is these two journeys and how they connect, and in following them, the themes and meaning within both are revealed. There are plenty of
Childhood
superficial
trauma.
connections and parallels we can point to.
The guns Johnny buys are the same as Holloway and Reston's weapons. Chad ends up getting into lots of schoolyard fights, just as Johnny did in his childhood.
There are some more significant connections in how their respective houses and traumas manifest too.
The hallway where Johnny is separated from his mother, a 5.5
I was-
minute memory.
I'm
mirroring
like
the
hearing
5.5
stuff that
minute
makes me
hallway
think
of
I'm
the Davidson
correct.
record. Even more so, the hallway eventually reverts to nothing more than a shallow closet, which feels like a reflection of the closet where Pelafina ultimately took her own life. Interestingly enough, by hanging. Odin, who often mirrors Navidson, being highly associated with gallows and hanging, in part due to his own hanging from the world tree Yggdrasil, or the growl of the house manifesting for Johnny in the screams of his mother as she is taken away.
These pieces of their individual journeys connect to each other, both on a literal but also thematic level. And this is only the beginning. There are larger recurring themes in each of their stories which they share as well. One of the biggest ties between these two stories is that both Johnny Truant and Will Navidson are Oedipus. I know that sounds odd, but let me explain.
Who is
First,
Oedipus?
we have to look at Johnny and Navidson's relationships with the women in their lives. For Navidson, the central female figure in his life is Karen, his long-term partner and eventual wife. For Johnny, it's his mother. While Johnny and Navidson often mirror each other, so do Pelafina and Karen.
Both practice their smiles in front of mirrors, for instance.
If we're to look at the Johnny Truant and Navidson Green stories as paralleled, you can already see a slightly Freudian theme here. If they're two sides of the same coin, the female relationship being both mother and romantic partner is definitely a noteworthy change, an interesting...
Not really, could be just representation that he sees Karen, forgot her name for a second, not only as a partner but as a mother figure, a person he can trust and he feels safe around, maybe.
Element. But it gets a lot more explicit than that when you look at their individual intricacies.
For Navidson, it's actually pretty simple and straightforward.
Odysseus.
Oedipus's name literally means swollen feet, in reference to the character having scarred and swollen feet. Navidson, as briefly mentioned, also deals with swollen and injured feet from his chronic fungal infection, so he physically mirrors Oedipus in that way.
For Johnny, it's a little more psychological, more to do with an Oedipus complex. Throughout his story, Johnny seems to look for the female love and connection he lost with his mother in his romantic and sexual partners, Ashley being especially of note, who is notably blonde just like Karen is. But most damning is the connection between Thumper and his mother.
Johnny's nickname for this woman, whose real name we never even learn, is based on a rabbit, Thumper, from her rabbit tattoo. Johnny's mother's name is Pelafina Lievra, Lievra meaning hare in French, as in like the animal hare, like a rabbit.
There's that connection, romantic relationship mirroring the maternal one. And as long as
he lost his mother when he was like 5 or 6.
One can't forget the whole
maybe 10,
happiest place on earth comment Thumper makes, and Johnny's longing for some warm, happy place covered in sunlight. It all feels a little, bear with me here, like he's searching for the earliest maternal comfort he lost by returning to whence he came. I know it's weird, maybe some of it sounds like a bit of a stretch, but this whole Oedipus complex shows up in so many little ways. The book is all very Freudian, but those themes to me are most important because they allow us to connect Navidson to Johnny and Karen to Pelafina, and how their relationships will mirror each other despite being of two different natures, maternal and romantic. Understanding them this way can help us answer some of the biggest question marks we have.
Please answer them faster because it's been 5 hours.
So, understanding these characters are direct mirrors of each other, we can look at their journeys with a more informed context. But I should say from the outset, these connections aren't always exactly one-to-one. There are differences where a lot of the nuance lies, and sometimes the parallels come up in ways you might not expect between people you might not initially associate. For one, I think that Karen and Johnny have a lot of specific mirroring as well. But anyway, the thesis of my claim here remains that Johnny Truant's story within the footnotes and the events of the Navidson record are indeed stories which follow the same arc with the same events and very similar outcomes and shared themes. The themes that define the house, the film, the book, the whole tangled mess. And it all begins in their childhoods.
Johnny Truant and Navidson both dealt with early loss and trauma in childhood. Navidson with a violently drunk father and an absent mother who left the family early on, and Johnny with, well, after his father died, a violently abusive stepfather, and his mother was involuntarily taken away in his childhood as well. As for Karen, we don't know much, except that she also allegedly lived with an abusive stepfather. And it is definitely worth noting that Johnny describes the place he was taken by Raymond the same way he describes the place he takes Kyrie during his break with reality. It's not concrete, but it's possible this points to Johnny and Karen experiencing that same type of abuse too, to some extent. And as a result of these experiences, these people had pretty fundamental personality changes. First, Johnny turned to violence, then simply to running, physically from place to place, but also internally, burying his memories with casual partying, substances, and hookups. Karen turned inward, quiet, building barriers to protect
different
herself,
ways
while Davidson turned to
child
obsessive
trauma.
ambition.
All of these experiences left a darkness within their minds, which would grow.
Which I think
build
that's
into their
that's
very
why I
own
think the house
houses
doesn't.
they will eventually
Well,
be
it's not
forced to
really
explore.
magical.
Next, they
It's
come
a
upon
metaphor.
external manifestations of the house. For Navidson and Green, it is the literal house. For Johnny, it is Zampano's manuscript about the house. Though their interactions with it at first seem innocuous, the family beginning to settle down well, Johnny only casually reading the manuscript, things slowly begin to ramp up. A closet appears while they're gone. Johnny begins realizing he's losing time while reading. These smaller oddities soon fall into
I mean, who is
obsession.
deeper and deeper into
Davidson
the
can't
story?
get
He's
over
seeing
that 1/4
himself.
inch. Johnny starts prioritizing his work on the book over other things in his life, and that continues to spiral until we are full tilt into the horrors of the house. Johnny feels
See
monsters
house.
behind him as Davidson almost gets stuck in the dark hallways. Johnny is filled with nightmares and memories of his past, maybe his mother. Davidson dreams of the guilt of Delisle. This darkness begins completely overcoming them, fracturing their relationships. Davidson and Karen now precariously at odds, Johnny becoming further shut in until they dive in completely. Davidson is sent on his rescue mission. Johnny loses his job and exists mostly within his apartment, tape measures nailed to the floors to be assured his room isn't shifting as Davidson's can, and inevitably does. They reach what they believe may be their darkest moment, their full consumption by the house. Davidson is trapped at the bottom of the growing staircase, making his way up with no real way of knowing if he'll ever reach the top, while Johnny drops everything and drives around Virginia, then to his hometown. Both Davidson and Johnny end up in a sort of daze. Johnny forgets most of his journey while he's there, relives his childhood memories and traumas therein, revisits the sights of them. He's even described as being completely out of it. Davidson also goes into a sort of dissociated daze as he trudges up one stair at a time, his mind wandering to his own past and loved ones.
He's getting lost in his own mind.
To Karen. And both find themselves suddenly returned right back where they started. Johnny back in LA, Davidson back in his living room.
And this is where we get
so close.
a beacon of false resolution. Seemingly, they reached their lowest point and made it back alive, having overcome in some way what was troubling them. Karen's acceptance of Davidson's death seems to heal some part of her. Davidson got the experience of being able to conquer an expedition into the house, perhaps quenching some thirst for adventure, coming out the other end realizing that what he really cares about is his family. Johnny finds that all these ghosts and memories that used to be there are gone now, and he can look forward. Davidson and Karen get to escape this place and go back to New York. Johnny gets a helping hand from the woman he's been infatuated with. It seems they've finally overcome. But the house has other plans. Violence strikes. The house on Ash Tree Lane springs to life and attacks, not so eager to let them leave, and though Davidson and Karen escape alive, Tom is not so lucky. For Johnny, the Gdansk man is that violence. And it ends with the closest male friend Johnny seems to have dying. Where Johnny was dour and motivated to find something more, looking for love and meaning, Lude was the type to enjoy casual flings and find the next biggest party. In that way, their dynamic also is similar to Davidson and Tom. Davidson being the ambitious career man with the family, Tom being the more chilled out bachelor type. In fact, their deaths seem to mirror each other as well, just kind of inverted. Tom's assumption of Davidson's death pulls him back to his vice of alcohol, and soon after he is violently killed by the house. For Lude, the violence he was subject to led him into harder drugs, which ultimately killed him. For both, the substance use is brought on in some way by something that happened to their friend. Davidson's disappearance down the stairs, and Johnny's rivalry with the Gdansk man. It's here, with the violent loss of a close male companion, that we find Navidson and Johnny fall even further than before.
And
they're not over their
they end
obsessions at all. Navidson stays for months, cutting contact with Karen as he tries to find some answer in the science, and ultimately decides the only thing he can do is return to the house. Johnny similarly cuts himself off from Thumper, falling into internal darkness, a complete break with reality. Both are haunted with dreams that represent their specific struggles with their specific houses, what they expect to find inside, and what that journey means to them. And let's not forget, Karen hasn't truly conquered her issues yet either, and her exploration of the house and Navidson through the footage of the Navidson record is a similar event for her too. Johnny and Navidson both fall into darkness, further and further, until they cross a threshold, a place at the end of the house, the deepest, darkest part, where they'll find their clarity. That threshold is a window. Johnny jumps out the window of his hotel room. Navidson clambers through a window into that pure void, and they strip every single piece of themselves away. And in the final moment of purifying fire, light their respective copies of House of Leaves aflame, and have nothing left. But in that abyss, having torn everything else away, there's a light. For Navidson, of course, that's Karen's physical light. But one has to imagine he has some sort of mental clarity here too.
I mean,
just
yeah,
as
obviously.
Johnny does. Johnny's memories snap into clear view. The truth of the trauma he experienced is revealed to him. He is no longer beholden to the false ghost that told him he was the monster whose mother tried to kill him. Navidson, too, struggling with the guilt of his apathy to the violence he witnessed with Delisle, believing himself to be a vulture, a monster in some ways. And of course, Karen has a moment similar to Johnny as well. Her exploration of Navidson through her vignettes, allowing her to see Navidson more clearly in honesty, just as Johnny's clear picture of his mother seems to heal him.
Yes.
I want to take a brief aside here to explicitly discuss some of these connections between Karen and Johnny. Though the links between the Navidson and Johnny arcs are pretty narratively clear in how they relate to their relationships with Karen and Pelafina, I think there's something to be said about how these relationships are also inverted at times. And I think it's really necessary to investigate this if we're to give Karen the depth she deserves. This is especially important because, though much of the explicit misogyny in House of Leaves from the characters themselves, especially as it relates to the way men interact with Karen, is pretty clearly, at the very least, satire of that sexism, I think there's a subtler way the narrative can sideline Karen, and I think it leads to a certain danger of her becoming sort of a Skylar White figure, though this work predates that character. A flawed person who is ultimately the more reasonable one in her worry about the danger her significant other is subjecting them to, but because the audience want to see the exciting, dangerous stuff, and because she has a history of infidelity which is seen as a betrayal of her partner, despite the many betrayals committed by her partner, these factors all contribute to a sexist reading of her character as ultimately a nag or someone who just gets in the way. Additionally, I think there are some issues on behalf of the narrative in some framings of Karen's struggles as directly related to Navidson, and her overcoming of them focused entirely on Navidson, while Navidson's journey is a bit more independent, even though they both end up in the same place, needing each other. So there is kind of a danger of reading Karen too shallowly here, and I believe much of Karen's depth can come with understanding Karen's mirror to Johnny and how Navidson can mirror Pelafina. For one, there's some similarities I've already mentioned between the two. Johnny and Karen both exploring the house through external documentation of it instead of actually wandering the halls inside, aside from Karen doing this at the very end. And both coming to clarifying moments about themselves through a clearer view of another person. And therein lies, I think, the most telling parallel between the two. Karen is not the only one whose journey with the house is inherently dependent on the other person in her particular duo. Johnny's trauma also manifests itself in his attachments to his romantic relationships, and in the end, his overcoming is entirely reliant on clarifying his relationship with his mother, one where he felt intense closeness, but also a degree of separation based on the false story about the day she left for the Whalestow. And for Navidson's part, his trauma centers largely around a child he was unable to save, a reflection of a paternal failure to protect that one can imagine Pelafina felt as she was separated from Johnny. whose childhood proceeded to turn to violence and struggle. It was
Still
really
think there's
neither
nothing
of
magic
their
in the
faults,
in
but
the
one
house,
can
by the way.
imagine it's hard for a parent to feel that way.
Or in the book in
And
general.
in Davidson's career ambitions,
But it's so well
leading him
made.
to long and dangerous
Oh,
times
sorry
away
for me
from
being quiet,
Karen,
I'm
we can
barely
see this as a
functioning.
continuation of the shared issue of separation, of not being there for someone. And Davidson's final epiphany may have been that by pursuing these endeavors at the cost of his family, he is continuing to not be there for Karen. And so he falls on the realization that the resolution to this issue must be to reunite with Karen and be there for his family, unlike his mother and father were for him. In this
Yes.
view, we can see that as much as Davidson and Johnny and Karen and Pelafina mirror each other, so too is the inverse true. And I think it's necessary to understand that to get a full picture of what's going on with all of their individual stories.
In the end, this moment of clarity leads them
Okay.
to an ending.
Chat, 5 more minutes.
A final moment of reconciliation, of literal healing in a hospital.
Actually,
For
less.
Davidson, his time in the hospital with Karen is obviously a literal physical healing, but it's also representative of their relationship healing, them coming together after their shared and individual traumas and reconciling.
After
Karen
the
sings and
trauma,
speaks to
after
Davidson
they're
the
recovering
entire
from the
time he's
trauma,
unconscious
they
for days, just as the
started
mother
seeing
to
the
son
world
in
better.
Johnny's story.
I guess they
So it's pretty clear
saw
these
the
are
other
mirrored
person's
moments.
view
But what does
and
it
what
mean that
happened, and they
Davidson survives,
reunited.
And in Johnny's story, presumably a self-reflection on him and his mother to some degree, the child dies. Many have pondered that this is really a sign as to Johnny's ultimate fate, that he dies
Could
under
be.
that ash tree in Flagstaff. But I disagree. I have another reason I'll get to, but the first is just because I think the answer is more thematic and less literal. For Davidson, he has a chance to actually be with Karen after he's healed. But for Johnny, his mother died a long time ago. His moment of healing, this reconciliation, could never end with Pelafina and him actually being reunited.
Okay.
But Johnny has a part of him, this scared, traumatized child inside
That
whose
child
mother
could
was
have
ripped
died,
away
yeah.
from him before either could possibly have been ready. I think this story is Pelafina having the time to really say goodbye, the time
Aw.
they never really got. Johnny's newfound
And him
clarity
understanding,
allowing him to
remembering
reconcile
her.
with his
Yeah,
mother's
that makes
memory.
sense.
But eventually, she has to let him go. And he has to let her go, has to let that traumatized child go. It's
sorry.
tragic. There was never an ending like Davidson's available to Johnny, and that suffering won't ever
I
fully
mean, they
leave
erase
him.
somewhat
But
if
now
he
it's
goes
something he
back
can at least
to
live with. That child inside him no longer needs to be kept alive
to his
artificially
lady.
to haunt him. He's able to say goodbye to his mother properly, and just as Davidson and Karen did, he heals. And the
Let's
final
go.
piece of their stories is
I
kind of
forgot her
epilogue.
name.
The Davidson Green family are still
Are we
obviously
on
haunted
the-
by what they experienced.
Oh yeah,
forever
we're
changed,
almost at
but their
the
lives are happier.
the
Their
darkness
connections
sweeping.
more authentic, and for now, it's going to be all right.
Yes.
The same goes for Johnny too. He burned the house. He reconciled with the memory of his mother.
I
His
still
life
love.
isn't
I love
perfect.
that he's still doing
homeless
it.
and broke when we find him.
Come on, mention
There's no
house again.
happily ever after with Thumper, but
Thumper,
for
yes.
now, it's going to be all right. I mean, sure, he might have died soon after, but he just as well might have gone on living, like Pelafina
Yeah,
asked him
and go
to.
back into
Who knows?
the
He was
to
always
Thumper.
clearly using a pen name, and now that he's recovered from his house, he's overcome it. What other reason does he have
Yes.
to return to it? To reveal himself to us readers? He burned his copy. He's
Oh, I
done with
guess
it.
that's the
Like
person that
Rustin
died,
said before him, once you've moved
the
past
pseudonym,
that, you
the
have no
nickname
desire to court
that
death.
wrote the
Why
book
look back in that
died,
way? Will
and he's now
Davidson
a
and
new
Karen
person.
Green didn't. They all
That
but
makes
disappeared
sense.
from public life too, hardly ever discussing the film after its release. But just as Davidson was not content to leave his film on something so sappy and lighthearted, Johnny too leaves his story on a darker note. He tells
Okay.
us it's gonna be alright, before turning back at the last moment to recall the darkness, the tragedy and trauma which still hovers over all of this. And darkness sweeps like a hand.
Oh, there we go. We reached it, and we
So,
have
That's all
2
I have
minutes.
to say, I guess. There's plenty more there, believe me, but I think I've done a decent job at scratching the surface, at least. Thank you all for watching, especially if you've made it this far into this thing. Thank you to the patrons for supporting
Thank you,
the channel.
sir.
Check out my Letterboxd, by the way. I'm fairly new there. Soundtrack for this video should be out on streaming services. The song used in the title sequence is Some Annihilation by Michael Hawks. Go stream that as well. I feel like I'm forgetting something. This
Shout out
does
me.
not feel right at all. I've just watched these people wander through the darkness and come out the other end, but I'm still here. I feel
Oh,
like
he
the
stopped the
light
lights.
is fading, but I don't know what is waiting for me in the darkness. I don't know what clarity or revelation I'm waiting for. I'm not sure of anything anymore. I'm not even sure this was a horror story, to be honest.
Not
Mark Z.
really.
Danielewski said himself, I had one woman come up to me in a bookstore and say, you know, everyone told me it was a horror book, but when I finished it, I realized it was a love story. And she's absolutely right. Mark Z. Danielewski. Why do I know that name?
That's the author. Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Oh, hello, Johnny. What a good video, holy fuck. But anyway, thank you for watching. We're gonna see each other tomorrow with Persona. Finally. God, that video was long. Worth watching, but damn, it was long. But anyway, again, thank you for watching. We're gonna see each other tomorrow. Until then, don't forget. Have fun, everyone. Bye, chat.